ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low-poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version. for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version.
What is up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back to the ZBrush Summit. Rodolfo, I think you might be muted, buddy. I think you might be muted. It's okay. It's your first summit all the way through day 3, day 2 of presentations. How you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for this one. Aha. You know why? I have a little hint.
I know
on my
why.
whole setup. I have a little hint of my favorite.
You got a vibe.
Yeah, I got a vibe here. I got a vibe
That's
going.
good. Awesome. Awesome. Well, again, welcome back, everybody. It's been quite the roller coaster, of course, in such a good way, because we've had so many great presentations. And then, of course, too, just like you guys coming here in the chat, checking out with us, hanging out, giving us your thoughts, your feedback, all that good stuff. It's always so welcome. So you might notice real quick though that it's just me and Rodolfo at the moment, and that is because we have Paul Gabriel in the background right now, going through with the judges, talking with them about the Sculpt-off, which was the very first thing. How we kicked off the summit was both two Sculpt-offs. So remember, we had an invitational Sculpt-off where we had past competitors who have competed as an invite only to come in and showcase the theme. And then we had the public version where you guys were able to come in, sign up, register, and compete yourselves. So all of that is taking place. The judges are making their final call. And so Paul's working with them in the background to make sure everything is copacetic. So that is super exciting. And so Paul might be absent for the first couple presentations, but he'll be back and we might get a wild Paul showing in. So stay tuned on that. So, yeah. So real quick, before we just start getting into it, Rodolfo, do me a favor. Tell what has been like some of the highlights for you. This being your first like your first summit as working with ZBrush. How has that been for you? What are some of the highlights?
It's weird in a way because again, I've attended the summit and I've attended multiple times, and it was always wild seeing it from the outside as a part of the audience, let's say. From the inside, it feels it's a little more exciting because you get to see what everyone is doing in a sense, like what in the Sculpt-off particularly. Wow, that was because again, like when you're either competing or when you're just watching, you're basically seeing whatever's being streamed or whatever's being presented on stage. But when you're here, you're actually pulling the artists and you're seeing what each one is doing, and it's mind blowing, like the amount of talent that we see. And again, being part of the ZBrush team, when we go through ZBrush Central all the time, like going through all the crazy artwork that gets posted there. And every week I run through, because of the staff picks, we do the staff picks, right? Every week I go through the artwork, and it's just crazy, like absolutely mind blowing. And it feels like the same thing, right? Being on this side of the stage, let's say, even though it's a virtual stage this year, but it feels a little crazy, and it feels in the beginning a little bit overwhelming, just the sheer amount of talent here. But it's also very inspiring, right? I can tell you, like, I got my creative juices are all flowing after like 3 days of this. Even though it's the weekend, like you're like, oh, you're not supposed to work on a weekend. I'm like, I go home and it's like, and for me, it's like that's 2 a.m. in the morning, like, so, and I still am like going crazy with ideas, and it's wild, right? So it's been very, very interesting and very, very eye-opening in a sense, right? Of how much love that this application and instills into the creative community, right? So how much passion is involved in the actual community, which is great, right? And something I always felt on that side when I was in the chat and I was there for the 2023 ZBrush Summit as well. But it's different when I see someone on the chat saying Marco has charged me creatively. Yeah, that was insane. Even to watch from here, that was crazy.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. That's the thing that I love the most about the summit, because I remember, like you, I remember just being at the time when it was in person, just in the audience and just taking notes, like in the back of the room, taking notes and going home and then trying it myself. I wish back then I'd taken the time to network and stuff. That's one of the things I miss about in person, is being able to talk and network. But at the same time, too, the good thing is that so many artists are active on social media. So you can kind of get a sense of like messaging them like, hey, that was great, and talk to them. So, but either way, it's like we go from sitting in the background taking notes to now being here, thankfully, and it's so cool. So absolutely, I think it's just been amazing these last few days, again, to see the overwhelming talent in the Sculpt-off, and both on the invitational and in the open. Like so many heavy hitters came out, swung for the fences, and did a great job with the theme. There were so many creative ideas. Actually, I'm going to share my screen here just for a quick.
I just wanted to say as well, like while we're still on that topic, it feels like it's different being on this side, but at the same time, not really, right? It feels also like we're both. I mean, we all, like in the ZBrush team, we're all just artists, right? Trying to make tools for artists, and it feels like in the same way, I'm still like in the audience. I don't know. It feels weird to say this, but it's kind of like what it feels like. You're you're on this side of the stage, but you're also part of the audience. You're still engaged and interested in whatever the presenters are talking about, right? And we're still taking notes in a sense, right? We're still learning. We're artists, so it never ends, right? So I just wanted to keep that in mind, because it still feels like it's just the added layer of the responsibility that we have towards the community, right? And it feels a little overwhelming in the beginning, but then it's kind of like we're trying to fight for the community and fight for the artists, right? And what artistry stands for, right? And this, especially in this day and age, right? So I just wanted to give that.
Thing. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, but
no. Go ahead. Yeah. I was finished.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's why we want to call out ZBrush Central, because ZBrush Central was one of the really, it ended up being one of the big resources for just pure ZBrush art. So I put the link in the chat. If you guys do not have a ZBrush Central account, it's free to come in and you get nothing but ZBrush art. You get such creative talent. Like Rodolfo was saying, there's a top row, there's a staff pick. That goes in. You can also see right here, we have the 2 entries that are live. You can see the entries that were put in for the Sculpt-off, which is fantastic. But if you're ever looking to get just inspired at all and just like see what other artists are using, how they're using ZBrush, their creative mindset, definitely come in here, create an account, log in, and then you can interact, comment. You can post yourself. If you comment and then you create a new account, like a few things, comment, you'll be able to post yourself. And so you could just see the overwhelming amount of talent that's here. But also, this is where, like, if I'm having a down day as an artist and I'm like not really feeling too much, but I know I want to sculpt something, or I want to just get like my creative juices flowing, I come here, I check out what's happening. I mean, anywhere from food to statues to just beautiful artwork. So if you guys do not have a ZBrush Central account, please log on there, disconnect from any other social media, come here, hang out. This is a great place to be.
Yep, 100%. That's one of the things that I get stunned every week. Just the sheer amount, and not just the amount, the quality of the artwork is crazy, right? It's just not. It's out of this world in a sense. It's a curated, let's say, list of artists, and it's curated by the nature of the software itself, right? Where people who engage with it to that level are just so passionate about art that you see the quality of the artwork, and you see the progression as well in some artists. I've been around for 2 years here, since I joined Maxon, and I've seen that progression in some of the artists that I follow on ZBrush Central, and it's really, really a joy and a blessing to watch that, in my lifetime. Just wanted to. I'm a little emotional today. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's the last day. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe it's something in my background that's instilling my emotional side. Like, I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
No, it's so positively overwhelming. There's a lot to look at, but that's why too, if you guys don't know, we are going to be, having these recordings live after the summit. We usually, take the full session, break them up into more bite-sized sections. So every section gets its own presentation video, and then they go live on our YouTube. So you'll definitely be able to come back and take a look at it. We usually also leave the full broadcast up as well, so you guys can see that. So these things are recorded and they will stay up there for future viewing. So don't think, oh well, VFX yesterday had this whole presentation about bugs and spiders and hands, and it's like, well, there's a lot there. So you want to go back and be able to check some of that out. So that will all be available for sure. Speaking of which, too, I just want to recap a little bit about what has happened and also what is to come today. So what the schedule is. So we have the ZBrush Summit presentations. Again, like I mentioned, on Friday, we had the Sculpt-off. So past competitors were invited to come in and to take part into the theme Sculpt-off of playing cards. And then we had a public Sculpt-off as well. And again, so many great people came out and joined. So if you competed, great job for you. Seriously, I mean this as full sincerity as an artist myself. If you competed, you already are a winner in my book, because
Yeah.
it's hard sometimes, especially
Yep.
when you only got like a 3-hour window. It can be very intimidating. And I always encourage new artists or artists who are trying to get known to enter these types of competitions, because it's so good for you to just get the experience of putting your work out there and competing at a level in which, will help push you in the end. So if
Yep.
you are thinking about it or whatnot, anytime this type of competition comes up, I encourage you, go ahead, jump on. Win or lose, it's such a great experience.
Yep.
And also helps you, like, in my opinion, just really push yourself to that next level. So great stuff. And then on Saturday, we had great presentations from Loot Studios. We had Robson come in and talk about the storytelling of 3D print miniatures. I'm sure there's a bunch of you that love playing board games or has miniatures of your own, or just like sculpting miniatures. So it was a great presentation and a breakdown. It has some really cool tips and tricks about how to work within the constraints of miniatures, because you're kind of locked to certain sizes. So that was a great presentation. And then we definitely had Ryan Kingsley come in and talk about anatomy, which was fantastic, by the way. And if you're visiting this page, you can also click the little zoom in button, and then that will show you what their work looks like. So really cool stuff. So we come back up here to Robson. You can get a lot of their profile and you can see their work. And this was a really great presentation. Again, if you're thinking about improving your anatomy, he had a lot of good tips and tricks. So really good section. And then we had Daniel come in from Daytona, behind the scenes, working with toys and hard surface and all that good jazz. Really fun stuff. And then we had the speed demon himself, Marco Laszlo, come in and showcase what it means to sculpt something in 46 minutes, which was crazy. We had Daisuke actually clock it 46 minutes, so not even a full hour. And
Yeah.
wow, just like truly impressive to see that type of work. And hint, wink, wink, a little nod to one of the presentations that is to come that Rodolfo and I may or may not be excited with. And then we also had Shamak come in and talk about tattoos in 3D and how he uses ZBrush for that, which to me was super unique, because the tattoo world is, as far as I'm aware of, as somebody who wears tattoos, it is a very unique industry to get into. It is probably one of the more difficult industries to get into. But just to see how somebody is taking ZBrush and being able to work within, a 3D software, and then push that to become an actual tattoo, and how he works with his clients and how he tells a story with each one of his clients, because that's really what a lot of tattoo artists try to do, is like get something that is meaningful to the client so that they are happy client, happy artist. That's usually how it works. So it was really cool to see his take, and there was a lot of really good like conceptual 2D sketches he was doing before going into 3D and talking about that journey. So that was fantastic. And then we closed off yesterday with WeFX. Again, fantastic presentation. If you at all are trying to get into the film industry, animation, props, whatever, it was great to see this breakdown, because they covered a lot of the challenges and what it takes to actually work on a show like Wednesday. So, and it was also really great, by the way, that Netflix and WeFX were able to come and showcase that. So really fantastic.
Yep.
And then now today, what's happening today? Of course, you get to listen to Rodolfo and I talk about all the fun stuff for the next 15 minutes. So you're welcome. But we're going to start off with Jordy. Jordy's coming in here and talking about all sorts of really cool stuff, from shoes to cars. Everything apparently here is 100% done in ZBrush, except for the render, of course. But all of this is done in ZBrush. So we're going to be talking about all of this good stuff as his freelance career using ZBrush and what that looks like. And then we're going to have Doom show up and really break down what's going on. Doom has always been one of my favorite video games growing up as a kid. I remember playing on a 486 IBM computer. If you guys know what that is, I might be dating myself. But geez, this was super cool to see the progress of where Doom is coming. And then we're going to get into Hasbro. This is where Paul should be back. Hopefully, he should be back here. He doesn't want to miss it, but we're going to be talking about G.I. Joe and the figures and how ZBrush is used in the toy industry. So if you're like me, I started in toys, and this was like it's going to be such a near and dear presentation, because ZBrush is, not just my opinion, but also what I've seen in the toy industry. I used to work at Funko. We used nothing but ZBrush. ZBrush for 99.9% of the work, except for rendering. So ZBrush is really big in the toy industry. And then we're going to have some storytelling through photography, more specifically toy photography. Now, this is cool because, as I understand it, he doesn't use ZBrush, but it's the way in which he's showcasing his work And this is really good tips and tricks for like you trying to story tell your models or your work. But apparently too, I think if Paul might have said it yesterday, but he works with somebody who does use ZBrush pretty well. But just how funny is his work? It's really cool. So, but I learned a lot of rendering tips through photography, and so I love looking at photography's work and just the joy that they have. And I guess he does this all in his backyard, which is even more impressive. So, toy photography, fantastic, love it. Like, look at this one, like the claw.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
It's literally a claw. Oh,
Yeah, and then we're gonna have a video from Patrick 4D. Again, he's somebody who uses ZBrush for food products. If you've walked into a grocery store and you've seen any one of these things, he's so big in the food industry, and he actually uses he'll use ZBrush and Cinema to get these types of renders coming in, and it's just amazing. So he's going to talk about his journey and what that looks like. And then we're going to take a small little break, and then we're going to have a presentation where I know a lot of you are talking about, oh, where's the Retopo tool? Where's the UV tools? Like, what's this stuff? So honestly, like we're going to be showcasing all of that. So if you've asked that question in the last couple of days, this is where we're going to showcase what we've been working on. We have some pretty big projects we've been working on that we want to talk about. So trust us when we say we're excited to showcase that.
There's more.
And then we'll get
kids.
into
It's not just that. There's more. Stay tuned.
Yep, exactly.
I was just excited for that.
Oh, me too. I'm super excited for it. And the audience is as well. And then, of course, we have the announcement of the Sculpt-off winners, which will wrap up the day. I'm happy, excited, but also a little bit like, oh, man, this is the last day. I love coming in and just hanging out with everybody. So that's what it looks like today. So, yeah, chock full of super fun. And, of course, we will be doing giveaways. Now, one of the things I want to mention real quickly, because there's been a lot of conversation in the chat about this, is that the link, I just put it in the chat right now, but we've also been flashing a QR code throughout the days. If you are going to try to win any of the prizes that are showcased, go ahead and fill that form out, and then just double check your email and look for a verification to be registered for the wins. Now, if you do not receive a verification of the giveaways, it is possible that either A, there's something going on with just the email, maybe something got blocked, or B, you've already registered for Maxon stuff in the past. Maybe you've come to an event, maybe you've signed up for one of our newsletters, or maybe you were hanging out with me at Lightbox and you actually picked up one of those little pen holders that we were giving away at the booth. So if you've ever had to verify an email through Maxon, it is possible that you don't have to do that, and that's why you're not receiving a confirmation. But all winners for the giveaways will be announced next week. So we're not giving away anything live right now. So that's something we're trying a little bit different this year. So next week, we'll be notifying the winners directly. So make sure to fill out that form and just double check everything to make sure you're going through. And yeah, this is super, super exciting. Rodolfo, I've been chatting now this whole freaking time. So go ahead.
I'm excited. I'm excited for today. I'm excited to see what the audience will think of what we have to show in the last presentation as well, right? We have a few things that we want to showcase that got me pumped, and I'm not sure if I'll be on stream or if I'll be on the chat, but either or I'll be there because I have to be there. And obviously the rest of the presentations all look sick, you know, like I still, to this day, I still referenced that, you know, the Doom presentation from 2022. I think was it 2022. I think it was the last online summit that we did, you know, back in the day. I was still, again, in the audience, and that was, to me, still one of the best ZBrush presentations I've seen, you know, up until now. And it is a pleasure to be hosting them. You know, it's something I never thought would happen, right? And then obviously we have so many things, and I've seen some people in the chat saying I missed yesterday, whatever. You can always go back and watch it, and I would advise you to, because like yesterday was insane, it was crazy, and today promises to be equally, if not more, insane than yesterday, right? It just keeps ramping up, guys. Like started with the Sculpt-off, it was already crazy, like the people doing crazy renders that didn't even look like 3D. You know, they looked 2D. They looked like we had fire being sculpted. Like we had an
I know.
artist that sculpted fire, and it looked like it was particles. It wasn't. It was just geometry, and the person was just sculpting. It was Vachar, right? Like
Yeah.
it was crazy. It gets crazier as we go on, right? And obviously today is our last day, so it has to go out with a bang. So you know, so yeah, so stay tuned. I'm it's a pleasure to be hosting this with you, buddy. And
Yeah.
and I hope the audience enjoys it as much as we do, you know, because it's been a
Absolutely.
blast, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And at the risk of sounding like a YouTuber, somebody who live streams, all that good stuff, please can you do us a favor, guys? Because this is what helps these type of events kick up. Is if you guys can please like and share this video, make sure you're subscribed, all that good stuff. Because at the
Yep.
end of the day, like it's really helpful for us to get to see what kind of engagement we're going through. Because any event we do, whether it's live or on stream, it takes a lot of work and effort from a lot of people, not just us on camera, but there's an entire team in the background. You probably heard from Grace, Michael, Kyle. We have Melissa. We have Natasha. There's a whole team behind us working to make sure this goes off without a hitch. So that's one way that you could help us out is please just make sure you engage with the video, comment, like,
Yep.
subscribe, all that good stuff. That's how things are done these days. So I do appreciate if you guys can do that. You'd be doing me a big favor. And if you just comment the word frog, then the next time I live stream, I will sculpt a frog. That's how this is going to go. So maybe a frog with rocks too. So if you want to see me sculpt frogs and
Frog
rocks,
with rocks.
that's how we're going to do it. So please make sure to do that, and I'll check the comments. I will be checking. So yeah, make sure to do that. That's how you guys can help.
I don't
out.
even remember how that became the thing. Like how did frogs become the main, like, I don't know, the joke this year's summit? I don't even remember.
I don't know.
What started it? Was it the Sculpt-off that we saw? Like I think you showed like 2 or 3 like frog sculpts or something, and then Paul said something. Hey, you're just pulling frogs. And I don't remember. I don't even remember.
I like
And then
frogs.
the demonic frog. No, the demonic frog was yesterday. It was like people saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is a crazy ass frog," like the one from Marco, you know. And then we're like, "Yeah, demonic. It's a demonic frog."
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, we got
people wanna see
emojis
frogs.
already, Ronnie. in
Yeah,
the chat.
people want to see frogs. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, absolutely. But real quick, what I want to do is, Kyle, if you're there in the background, if we could put up the sponsors, because we do want to say thank you to the sponsors for making this possible. They're the ones that help out with the giveaways. They're the ones that keep this thing going. Again, there's a lot of people in the background, so thank you to our sponsors. It means a lot for us to be able to be here and work with you.
Yep, 100%. It's an honor to be backed by such amazing companies like Nomon Workshop. Again, we're talking about yesterday about learning ZBrush and how, for example, Marco was talking about how he learned all his anatomy from Nomon Workshop. And if you're into more practical stuff like miniatures or jewelry, right, you have ZBrush Jewelry Workshop and Pablender Academy. You know, I have a bunch of incredible sponsors that we're giving away some of the products that they provide, right, in the giveaway. So if you haven't registered for that, be sure to register. Let's ask Kyle to put that up. There you go. QR code. See, like this was magic. I just did this and it went up. No, it wasn't. It was Kyle. I thank Kyle in the background and and Grace and Michael. So yeah, just be sure to scan the QR code. Remember to fill in the form. And if you haven't accepted the, you know, like there's a little thing that you have to accept so we can send you an email if you win, right, the giveaway. So you have to accept that in case you want to get the prices. And then you should get an email confirming that you're registered to the Maxon.
Yeah.
You know, you're whitelisted, let's say, to get emails from Maxon.
Yeah.
So
and like I mentioned, there's a possibility that you've already accepted that. So if you've ever done anything in the past with Maxon,
right.
you may not actually see that come through. Or again, it could just, check your email, check your spam, your junk, sometimes promotional. Just make sure you check. And like I said, if you don't get it, there's a great chance. Just think like, oh yeah, I actually had been at a Maxon event before I signed this before, because it's all the same system. So we just want to make sure that you are in the entry. So I know it's been a little confusing, so just wanted to try to clear that up as much as possible. We only got a couple minutes left. So Rodolfo, before we bring on our first guest, do you have any other last things you want to say?
I could go nonstop, man. You know,
I know
me.
we have 5 minutes.
I am a yapper. So
I know.
I am a yapper, you know. Yeah, so again, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait for us to show you what we've been working on the last presentation. In the meantime, we have a roster of incredible presenters, so stay tuned. And again, I'm shouting out, I'm pushing this. It's ZBrush Central and ZBrush Live. I've seen a lot of comments yesterday. People, even on the Sculpt-off, right? That we had a few ZBrush Live artists that were competing, and people were like, oh, this is cool, whatever. Like they haven't seen them before. If you haven't checked, we have a list of ZBrush Live artists that stream here every week throughout, the year. So we have some of them in the chat already, seen like some of them already in the chat. If you want to check out how these artists think and work and what is their process, just be sure to tune into this channel and you'll see them from time to time here streaming, right? So I just wanted to give a shout out to the ZBrush Live artists. I know some of them are in the audience. I've seen Ash already get around there. So yeah, just that's what I wanted to shout out. And again, ZBrush Central, if you're in, you're going to be blown away by the amount of work that we see every week there. So yeah, that's all I wanted to give a shout out. And thank you for having me. This has been a blast. First ZBrush Summit, that I have been a host, and it's crazy. Unbelievable experience.
Yep, absolutely. Well, awesome. Well, that's really cool. So yeah, again, everything you've said, Rodolfo, and like I said, there's definitely, check out the calendar, check out everything. Actually, here real quick, I'm going to put it in the chat for anybody who has been wondering about ZBrush Live as a whole, all that good stuff. Here's actually the link for that. So you guys can go and check out the link and make sure that you follow all that. Then that's also the other reason why we're like, make sure you're subscribed to the Max on ZBrush channel, because you'll get notified when those artists go through.
I put
and
up
it's really
the ZBrush Central as well, by the way, just in case. Yeah.
Awesome. Very good.
You're gonna say
something. Well, honestly, I'm just excited. I'm excited to get this. I'm excited to get this rolling. So, yeah. So again, thank you all for being here. We got a great show. We're going to be live all day. So stay tuned. We got our first guest. I'd say if our first guest is ready, Kyle, go ahead and give a signal. Like we can start that next segment very, very soon. I'm excited. You excited?
Oh, I am. 100%.
Let's do it.
Let's see.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Welcome, Jordy. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you guys?
Doing great, doing great. Paul sends his love and regards. He couldn't make it for this one here, so you have to deal with us too. So it's a pleasure.
Yeah, no, no worries. Yeah. I'm super excited to be here. It's, I mean, it's my first time, I think, making something like this, talking to everywhere to everyone in a live stream. So it's kind of mix of emotions, but yeah, because once I start the presentation, you'll get a little bit the idea, because today I'm gonna be talking about many things, but not too deep into ZBrush. I mean, all is about ZBrush, but also about life using ZBrush.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, what we're gonna do is, you get an extra minute for this presentation because we popped on. So let's go ahead and get your screen sharing. And absolutely, I'm excited. Go ahead. We'll be here the whole time. Also, the chat. If you have any questions in the background as Jordy is speaking, please feel free, because myself, Rodolfo, and Daisuke are in the chat. So we'll make sure to get your comments or questions answered as best as possible. So Jordy, go ahead. Take it away.
Okay, let's go. So, well, for those who don't know me, I'm Jordy from Barcelona. And first of all, I would like to thank you. Thank you for having me at this very special celebration. It's 25 years of being the number one software in the digital sculpting, and also number one building such an incredible community of artists from all around the world. Congratulations on that, for sure. It's been a pleasure to be part of this. And also I want to thank you for making the best tool I could imagine. I mean, honestly, I find joy every time by just using ZBrush, whether it's for personal or professional work. It's become part of my daily routine. It's like almost a natural extension of how I think, maybe, and how I create things.
Well, it's honestly, thank you, because it's because of artists like yourself and the community that has made it possible. So, I mean, you know, if it wasn't for
Yeah.
you guys, honestly, we wouldn't be here today. So, no, thank you, and thank you to all the artists that just even have taken the time to play with our software and see what it can do. So, it means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. So this year, that's where I was talking about before starting sharing my screen. It's your 25th anniversary, but it's also my 15th anniversary as a 3D artisan in the CGI industry, of course, using ZBrush. And after all these years, I was thinking about a short sentence to sum up this milestone. And it's something I finally come up with 15 years crafting 3D models, because there's crafting, which represents what it means working with ZBrush. But I had this new addition. It's a natural intelligence. Of course, this last part, it's new. It's something I felt the need to emphasize lately, because of everything that's been happening with AI. But don't worry, I'll try not to mention those two vowels together again for the rest of this talk, because today it's a day for a celebration. So yeah, let's jump into it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I have to say real quick, just this shoe, every time I see somebody wearing this shoe, I'm like, this was made in ZBrush.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no single polygon that it's not crafted in ZBrush. And then the render, it's with Redshift. I mean, it's all inside of Maxon.
Wow, that's fantastic. So beautiful.
Yeah, you'll see later on that there's maybe something unexpected about the textures of this shoe. How I approach, because this if I'm not wrong, maybe the shoe, it's almost 6 years ago, more or less. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, you'll see that part. I think you're gonna like that. So here I'll present you some of my professional work of 3D models I have done inside ZBrush. Over the years, this is actually new renders from all models. So I'll try to explain later the reason for that. But before going further with more next professional stuff, I would like to start talking a bit about my background and how I first got into ZBrush through some personal work, which unfortunately is something that I would at that time, well, I'll wait for it. So here's where I was talking about. That was actually very different from what I do professionally. I think that's a good starting point for you to understand maybe why I haven't continued with this, and I eventually changed my direction completely until I finally became a professional and made a living by just using ZBrush. So here's a few more examples about my personal work. So yeah, that was shortly after, at the age of 30, actually. that I was being curious about Cinema 4D while I was working at the same time as a videographer, recording and editing videos, especially in documentary and music industry. So before that, I didn't know so much about 3D really, but at that time I thought that 3D world was far away from what I enjoyed the most, like crafting things with my hands without any purpose at all, just for having fun. And I realized then afterwards that all of these were excuses to avoid facing the complex world of 3D. So that's something that I wanted also to show you guys. That all of this content it's just before I got into ZBrush. And it was until then, after being blown away by the possibilities of 3D, that I decided to leave my job as a videographer. As you can see here, I'm a little bit exhausted, especially after being told that I wouldn't be going on tour filming David Bisbal. I'm not sure if you know him, but it's a very well-known singer here in Spain. It might sound a bit unexpected, but I'm actually glad things didn't go as planned, because otherwise I might never have discovered ZBrush. So yeah, I decided to dedicate a whole year learning Cinema 4D with all the money I got from selling my studio equipment. Those were different times with very little online material for self-learning. So I started out with a book by Arnborn Koningsmark. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting almost emotional. It's amazing that I had to experience of learning Cinema 4D with just a book, but yeah, I wanted to also share this with you. And then before continuing, I would like to finish my story as a videographer in this kind of background presentation by sharing something that represents what I consider my very first big happy accident. So, as many of you already know, in the world of digital sculpting and others, of course, these kind of unexpected moments happen from time to time, and they are truly wonderful when they do. So in this case, I need to shoot a person, a friend of mine. In this case, it's Eric Meyer. Say hi, man, if you are watching this. Inside the soap bubble. So the reason how and why isn't really important here, but thanks to that silly idea, I ended up taking some photos of the bubble, which was something I hadn't planned at all. So it was honestly amazing to experience that unexpected moment of movement, interacting with the bubble. Here you can see the result of gently blowing on it, and watching that unleashed festival of colors and movement. So yeah, I'll always remember it, and I also wanted to share it with you because in the ZBrushers community, it's happy accident. It's something that we used to talk about. And then getting back to where we were, this was a project I did at the UPC University about 16 years ago, where I had to integrate a 3D model into a photographic image. In this case, myself. And I also would like to say thanks to Danny Virgili for the picture and making me feel like a star in the photo shoot. Although we didn't receive any training in ZBrush really, I decided to create this character for first time, I hesitate a lot before showing this image to you guys, because it was made many years ago, and I can spot flaws everywhere. In fact, I no longer have the 3D file. At some point, I thought it was terrible, and I absolutely deleted it.
It's okay, though, 'cause, like, you know, like we all start somewhere, right? And so it's cool to see some of the older stuff. You know, I'm actually shocked on how many new artists want to see, like, where did you start from? And so it's cool that you have something like that, so we can, so you
Yeah,
can showcase, like, yeah, look, you know, this model may not be perfect, but it is where I started. So there you
yeah,
go.
exactly. It's the first model, so it also, it's been an experience making this presentation to see it. It allows, it's kind of, you can see the whole progression through the years and watching the first thing you did. So
Yeah.
and then so from the beginning, and I wanted to share also this video with you. I knew I wanted to focus on 3D modeling, and I've always enjoyed, as I said, making objects with my hands, and given the level of the burden of self-demand, I would say, that always have been following me. I knew I couldn't cover the whole spectrum of the 3D world. It's like trying to be a director, camera operator, scenographer, a costume designer, all at the same time. So it was impossible. And if you are really, you're that kind of person that you are very obsessed with details and everything, you have to choose just one thing. And then soon after, I started working in Garrigosa Studio, a major studio in Barcelona, that needed to incorporate 3D into their workflow. It was very challenging because I was the only one in charge of 3D. So I had to handle not only modeling, but rendering and compositing. By then, I was comfortable enough with Cinema 4D and ZBrush, creating assets and supporting the studio in building models that will later be integrated into photographic images, as you see here. But unfortunately, after a year, we came to the conclusion that the workflow required by 3D to achieve optimal results at that time was incompatible with timing and pace of advertising agencies. So even though the projects were very exciting and I gave my best to each one, in many cases, it simply didn't make sense to invest such an effort in modeling and texturing for just a single image. So here you can see where I was through this example, this side by side, you can get the idea of the kind of result I would love to achieve. The one on the left, it's the final one. I don't remember exactly how much time I had, maybe a day or even less than that. So I had to make the mask the only CGI part of this image, but with a little bit more time, I could achieve a much more richer level of detail. So often what takes the most is the initial planning, I think, deciding which process to follow, science in ZBrush, even more at that time. You can reach the same result using different tools. Once all the primary shapes are well defined, adding more detail, I think it can be relatively quick. So I, in a way, I believe that everyone who creates something from the scratch develops a special bond with the final piece. So because you shaped every part of it with your own brush. And in some professional projects, honestly, the timing and production costs, I've been left with the frustration of not being able to take things as far as I would like. So over time, and because of that connection I mentioned, I have revisited some 3D models and updated them, like this one, as if they were personal projects.
Yeah. So was that image, real quick, going back to the Rhino for a second, was that image like that mask was 3D, but everything else was like a photo, and then it was photo bashed in the end?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
They were. That was. I'm not sure if this was the first, or maybe, but for sure the early ones I did for Garrigosa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so after leaving Garrigosa, I realized that I needed to find a studio that already, because Garrigosa is just focused that time on photography. So I realized that I needed to find a studio that already had an established team and was looking actually for a modeler. So luckily, I got a call from Enrique, the CEO of EGM at that time. Sorry. The company was and still is a key visual content provider for automotive brand SEAT. So this time, it was a perfect fit within the team, as there were animators, lighters, and retouchers, but no modelers. So all of them were very happy to see me going into the team. So you have to keep in mind that this was about 12 years ago, when 3D was only just starting to be used in studios outside of traditional industries like film. So in a way, many of us, there were like pioneers in the field, producing and learning at the same time. Fortunately, and this is very important, developers of 3D toolsets, ZBrush again, had started releasing content on YouTube. Part of my job was to keep up with these constant innovations and integrate them into my workflow. So today, that's completely a normal thing, watching YouTube tutorials. But believe me, back then, sitting on your workstation, watching YouTube tutorials wasn't always easy to justify to upper management.
Yep.
So for a year, I also worked on creating environments for set technology videos. Until then, the brand had never produced full CGI videos, and honestly, they turned out to be a real success. In this video, I modeled and textured the entire Ronda Litoral of Barcelona. This is actually a recording with my phone, I remember, where we got into tears to see all the effort of the team in this first animation.
Okay.
Render. Yeah. And it. Oh, sorry, I'm sharing the original audio too.
No, that's okay. That's cool. That's
cool. That's just talking about our first impression about. Oh man, that's incredible. I'm getting emotional. So it was a massive challenge. There were several other environments as well, but it helped me to realize one thing, that environments wasn't really my thing, because I just didn't enjoy it. And for me, from that moment has been always a red line to work with. I guess for the workflow, you have to keep in mind that to build that entire Ronda Litoral, the only references was Google Maps, nothing more. So the process was crazy. And I ended up my time at the company with one of the most challenging projects of my career, where I also experiencing a deep sense of physical and mental exhaustion. The task was to model set historic cars from the scratch. Science, the brand had no 3D references. Also, scanning the car wasn't an option, and eventually we should them. So I took on challenge, knowing that afterwards I would never. I would need to step away and take a long break to recover. It was an enormous amount of work with no qualified modelers available at that time, and so there was no option but to take the entire workload myself. So it's here you can see with this material, so you can evaluate a little bit better without all the shaders and reflections. It was at that point that I began modeling cars entirely in ZBrush and ZModeler, whereas previously I had used Cinema 4D. So this next time, this became a major turning point as I realized that ZBrush alone was capable of handling any type of object, so without relying on an external software. So it was incredible. That was thanks to ZModeler at that time, a game changer. So I almost quit from Cinema 4D because honestly, as a long-time ZBrush user, I never liked having to deal with other tools outside the program. So yeah, here's another set. And as I mentioned earlier, the path I started was new and of course full of challenges and that were yet to come. So unfortunately, burnout was one of these. And it's difficult to foresee because you really you don't notice it until you are already on fire. So after this and a good salary and long working hours over 4 years allowed me to take a well-deserved break, I think, recover, and with all the experience I gained, refocus my professional path. So at this point, I knew that after working at 2 studios, going through a burnout, and taking time to reset, it was the right time to continue my career now as a freelance.
Yeah, I think that's really important too, that you're touching on the burnout and the exhaustion. I mean, any industry, I've been in a few industries myself, any industry can have its toll and it can definitely take it out. And as passionate as us creatives are, right, it could be draining sometimes. So I think that's really cool that you touched on that. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I feel the need to always include that moment of my professional career because it changes for good. And then when I was trying to figure out about what next, because I'm exhausted, I am what I do, can I do? So I focused on improving and learning new techniques in ZBrush through completely random personal projects. In other words, I did whatever I felt like doing. as a way to maybe compensate for that constant pressure. So I had experience during my first 5 years in the industry. It was a kind of a therapy, and it really helped me to regain both energy and enthusiasm, do whatever I like with ZBrush, with no clear style to define, just making things. So these characters were made by Tomás Peire during pandemics. They are based on a marble race content on YouTube we watched at that time. He felt inspired on drawing the character, and I tried to translate the drawings into my own 3D interpretation. But this is a long story that it's a very funny story. But unfortunately, today I can continue talking about this. And yeah, we are almost reaching the shoe. We'll talk about the shoe. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. These are cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
There it is. It's not a frog, but you know.
Lizards are possible.
Almost frogs. I see it in the chat. We got almost frogs, right?
This is actually the last personal project I made before starting my plan working as a freelance. So I wanted to close this retrospective by showing this for what it represents to me. But at the same time, I think it reflects that moment when it's time to leave the nest and saying goodbye to mom and start relying on yourself, for better or worse, without anyone's umbrella. So here, these are a few time lapses. This is very important for me to show that behind a single image, there's actually a lot of work that sometimes people are not aware of. So you can create them directly in ZBrush by generating an animation from the action history. And it's a very important tool, especially nowadays when you can hardly believe in anything anymore. This way, the time lapse, I think, serves as a proof that behind the work, there's a human hand, someone who consciously shaped every stroke that makes up the final 3D model without any AI involvement. So now it was time to choose the right direction. Even though I love making characters and many other random things, I felt I need to step up my expertise. So as much as I enjoyed creating characters and other wild experiments, I wasn't willing to commit to the lifestyle that came with it. I mean, most of the jobs at that time were on site, which mean dealing with traffic jams and work environments that didn't appeal to me at all. So from my studio now, and thanks Alex for your help, I was looking for a professional direction that in first place allowed me to work under conditions that I truly made me happy. That was the main goal. So at that turning point, with those priorities in mind, I was excited to finally come up with the idea of creating 3D product replicas, allowing brands to produce content with all the advantages of the CGI. So this time, recognition came a little bit later, but in a much more solid way, I would say. With patience and careful management of my savings, I eventually started getting my first clients. Most of them were from the animation studios and animation graphic that needed high quality 3D models, allowing them to create any kind of shot while maintaining the level of fidelity and realism that the clients were expecting. So I wanted to give a special, I wanted to give a special thanks to 6M5 and particularly to Ezequiel, who was one of the first to trust me back in 2017 during this new professional chapter with a very challenging project. And it's about the bag you are seeing right now. The task was to model two Givenchy handbags for an Instagram advertisement. Of course, I didn't hesitate a second to accept the job, but my only condition was to have access to the real models. So I could capture every nuance by myself. So I still remember Ezequiel himself brought them to my studio. But if I'm not wrong, it was about 12,000 euros worth of handbags, which made me felt even more under more pressure.
Yeah. Anything luxurious, I'm like, handle with care.
Yes.
Yeah, that can be nerve-wracking. Yeah.
So here we can see a time lapse in action related to the last handbag, using the robust workflow of ZModeler, polygroups, dynamic subdivision, curve brushes, and insert meshes, and also the newly introduced Gizmo 3D was absolutely a game changer, and at that time, what was a great addition, allowing for much more precise movements, rotations, among, of course, many other features. So yeah, he's the 360 of the back.
Wow.
After this project, I took an important step forward and I began working from my own studio for many clients, which allowed me to build a portfolio more focused on 3D modeling. It feels like after going through so many changes, I finally found what I have been looking for since the very beginning of this journey. At first, I started by rendering and applying the colors, textures, and materials of each product, even though in some cases the assignment was only the 3D model itself. And here I even made things more complicated for myself by creating an animated reel to showcase some of the 3D models. And that turned out not to be such a great idea, honestly, because clients started asking for animations and complex renders, assuming that I handled the entire process. And I had to explain each time that those animations were only meant to present my modeling work. So yeah, maybe I pushed myself too far making this, and I project a wrong idea about my specific work. So let me share a small part of this because it always comes along a soundtrack that Thomas Peyre did. So let's go.
Wow, so
Well-
cool, so cool.
That was really cool. Yeah. We're seeing a lot of praise in the chat as well for your texturing, like the way you use the modeler and all that. Incredible work.
Awesome. Thank you. Of course, that's the reason why I wanted to show the video with the audio, because I also wanted to thank to Thomas Peyre for the great music hit, especially for my demo reel, and also to his brother Lucas Peyre and Frank Montesell from Moicano Studios for mixing and mastering the soundtrack. And then with these images, I wanted to briefly walk you through my work before I realized these were not working anymore. So to avoid further misunderstandings with clients about what I do or what I really do, I decided to present them all with a custom unified grade material. So in order to highlight every detail and subtlety of the sculpting without being distracted by colors, textures, shiny materials, etc. So to sum up, I would say that as you specialize, you realize that what once defined you no longer represent you. And you have to keep updating it. Yeah, we now reached the final part. Returning to the very first image I showed you at the very beginning of the presentation.
So real quick too, are all of these that you've shown so far, all these are Redshift?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the gray ones with the gray material, it's Redshift. Okay. And the colorful ones, it's Keyshot.
Okay, perfect, awesome. Yeah, great work. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. So through this project, I'll try to walk you through the essential steps involved in making a high-end 3D model. I won't dive too deep into the technical details, because the goal is to help those who may not be familiar with the process truly understand and appreciate the amount of experience required and work behind. So the idea of the so-called magic button, as some clients like to call it, simply doesn't exist for this and right now. So this was a commission. See, yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Did you use nanomesh for those details that you see on the shoe? Like, that's what I'm assuming. We're getting that in the chat.
Yeah.
Question. Okay.
Nanomesh about, you mean the textile parts?
I don't know what they meant. They are actually asking, are those details captured using nanomesh? So I'm assuming yes. Maybe the
No. I'll explain. I'll explain this later.
Okay.
This should be the common thing to do it. For example, nowadays in Substance Painter, for example.
Yep.
But as I said, because I don't like to to go outside ZBrush. If I can do it inside, I make it inside ZBrush. So yeah, let me. As I was saying, this was a commission from Future Deluxe to model the running sneaker for the full CGI advertisement. So this type of product is among the most challenging to create due to the complexity and variety of its shapes and materials interacting and blending with each other. So to begin with, in this case, the studio provide me the 3D scans and also the physical sample. So this file become essential for the modeling process, but also requesting a real samples, it's extremely important to fully understand the product and to save time. So working only from photos, it's uncomfortable and inefficient. So without proper reference material, you can guarantee an optimal result for a realistic outcome. So once the scans are ready, the process starts by creating a new polygon layer over the scan using ZModeler and Snap to Surface. This is a slow and meticulous process. And yes, still there is no magic button for this, but it's absolutely essential for several reasons. Let me explain that. The one is to separate each material, like the laces, the sole, the logos, into individual parts. So the scan itself is a single solid block. So this step, known as retopology, allows a proper separation. The number two would be to drastically reduce the polygon count, making the file lighter, easier to manipulate in 3D environments, and fully optimized for animation and other production needs. And the third, to refine and stylize the shapes. So scans, that's important because often contain wrinkles and imperfections that clients may want to minimize. So at this stage, it's very complex because you need to find a proper balance version between the original imperfections, the real one, and stylize it 3D forms. So the fewer polygons you have, the easier it is to move, sculpt, and stylize geometry.
No, that's fantastic. Real quick, just wanted to give you a time check. There's about 15 minutes left, just so you know. But wow, such a great breakdown. Yeah,
I think yeah, we are on time. So once the entire shoe is modeled, separated into its components, it's time to move on to texturing. So in this project, I had to reproduce every fabric of the sneaker as a 3D pattern. So now I'll explain maybe was the in the chat we're asking about the details. So it's by first of all, it's a manual process. What you need to see is the fabric. So using a magnifying glass with built-in LEDs, I took detailed photos and analyzed each fabric repetition pattern. And then by combining different techniques and deformers in ZBrush, I created each pattern in 3D and then converted into a texture. So here you can see the sequence from left to right. The first one it's modeled, it's real geometry, and then once you have your master in real geometry, you can extract textures that would be later on applied on the model. So yeah, I mean, that texture was applied as a displacement or BAM. I don't know what finally the studio decided, but creating the illusion of modeled geometry, but without actually increasing the polygon. So this is very important for keeping the model optimized in all those fabrics where real 3D geometry, if it's were real 2 geometry, the model would be far too heavy to handle in a production scene. And finally, digging for the presentation through my project folders, I found this short comparison video I made. Often I do this to see how close I get to the real object. And in this case, it was very rewarding after the amount of work I did with the shoe. And yeah, that's it. I mean, this brings us to the end of my presentation. I really hope you enjoyed. It's actually my first time, as I said, I ever accepted to do something like this, since I'm not really used to speak in public. But I simply couldn't say no to this opportunity, and even more at your 25th anniversary. So yeah, I truly enjoyed preparing this presentation. It made me relive so many memories from these past 15 years. So thank you for that. Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. And also, too, just the audience had noticed great use of the mannequins and expressing yourself through the mannequins. It's fantastic. We did have a couple questions come in. One of them was you mentioned that you did a lot of the gray renders in Redshift, but they're asking what DCC. So was it Cinema 4D, or did you use another application?
Sorry for I couldn't hear the last part.
Oh, for Redshift, were you in Cinema 4D or were you in another DCC?
No, in Cinema 4D.
Cinema 4D, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. And then they are wondering how many subtools was the shoe, and what was the total polygon count that you ultimately turned in?
Can't remember.
That's okay. It looked pretty light because production stuff needs to be light enough, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's very, very low polygons, because that was a requirement from the studio about, hey, this has to be very, very light. Maybe the low poly version, because the beauty of the retopology is that then you can send them the Cinema 4D, and then if they are wanted to be more close to the shoe, they can subdivide once more without any artifacts, and even maintaining the textures. So yeah, and I think it was more like the amount of subtools for the shoe. I think the answer for this is the same as the shoe is fabricated. So each part of the shoe, it's a subtool.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Absolutely.
Yeah, because you split the shoe, taking in mind the materials. So the sole, it's one part. Then the laces, it's another part. Then the inside, it's another part, and maybe 12 parts.
No, that's so cool. You also mentioned as well that it was a slow process when you're doing that type of cleanup, because again, you have the shoe, you scan it, and then now you're trying to do the cleanup. How long on average does a project like this shoe take you to complete?
This shoe, from the initial inquiry, from the first day I started working on, maybe it was 2 weeks.
Okay, nice.
2 3 weeks. Maybe, yeah, intense. 2 weeks with intense work, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, and such a unique workflow, by the way. I've seen game studios start to do this. When you're talking about the texturing of the shoe itself and how you made the repeatable pattern as a 3D geometry, then you baked it to get the maps.
Yeah.
How did you discover that workflow? Because I noticed game studios do this too now. It's really easy to have good control. How did you discover that workflow?
Just intuitive, something
Yeah.
that I thought, if I can, from any 3D object, you can grab an alpha.
Mhm.
Why not to make a tileable pattern in true geometry and then extract the alpha from that? Then is how you manage to make all the yarns and all the interaction between them in order to achieve a tileable pattern.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's another part that maybe we should need another entire hour to explain this. But yeah, it was something. It's the beauty of working in ZBrush, that what I was saying, there's so many paths to achieve a result. So yeah.
Yeah, so cool. The chat is wondering, did you get to keep a pair of shoes and put them on? Did they send you your size? Or-
No. It was not my size. Actually, it was a gift to Tomas Pere for the music.
Mhm. Nice. Oh, see, perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It's bigger than me, so they were a perfect fit for him.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, Rodolfo, I don't know if you have any other questions. We're seeing if the chat has any final
Well,
questions.
we're
before we
seeing a
wrap
lot
up.
of enthusiasm in the chat. Like, this is another good example of ZBrush being used in again, in industries that, especially if you're new to ZBrush, you would never think that it is being used in, like product and advertisement, you know. And it's
Exactly.
really interesting to see a lot of people in the chat amazed, just absolutely stunned by the quality of this work. So thank you so
Wow.
much. And
I can see the chat.
yeah,
Perfect.
so
That's awesome.
perfect. And then we
Yeah.
have people requesting a tileable tutorial from you, like how to make the tutorial, the tileable,
Yeah.
let's say the weave, right, for the pattern,
Yeah.
right? And then we also have, of course, a leather outfitted frog collab with Ian, and you know, like,
I love me collaborations. I am always looking for collaborations with other artists, because for me it's so much fun to just sit down and work on projects. And yeah, so I'm always down with that. It's cool to see that. It's cool to see
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Agree.
So we have a
Let's see.
question, actually. Mr.
Yeah.
Freeze is asking, for the rhino, did you model the rhino or did you use the image as reference? I'm assuming, like, it's asking if you comped the prop on the face of the rhino onto a photograph, or did you model the rhino?
If I'm not wrong, I would say that rhino, because in order for me to make the mask, I had to build it in a 3D rhino.
Right.
That rhino come along with ZBrush.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
the project folder, in the animals folder, I can't remember right now, but I remember saying, "Oh, it's perfect because even ZBrush has actually a rhino inside ZBrush."
Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually a bunch of cool stuff inside of ZBrush. If anybody is not sure, open up that light box when you open up ZBrush. There's a ton of stuff. So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We actually reminded our Sculpt-off artists that there is a ton of assets up there that you can literally use throughout the whole competition. So
Right.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They can save your life at some moments, like the rhino, for example, because it was perfect to not to model a rhino for just making a mask. So we have saved a lot of time.
Yep. Very cool. Well, again, thank you so much for coming on the air, being with us. This was a pleasure. The entire chat really loved everything that you showcased. So
Yep.
again, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Jordy. This was such a pleasure to have you here. And for this being your first presentation, awesome. You knocked it out of the park, buddy. This
Yep.
great
Oh,
stuff.
wow. Yeah.
100%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
for being with us. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely a pleasure.
Right.
Okay, cool. We'll catch you next time. Don't go away because we have some giveaways to go through, and then
Okay.
more coming. So stay tuned, everybody.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, how you feeling,
That
buddy?
was awesome. That was so freaking cool. What a great way to start off the summit. Awesome stuff. But yeah, but you know what? We are going to take a small break.
Are you feeling generous? Are you feeling generous?
You know, I'm feeling good, feeling pretty good. So let's see here. Let me do a thing real fast and make sure I do the right ones and stuff like that. So Kyle's gonna share my screen on and off a little bit, but we do have the very first thing we will be giving away soon. So again, I'm gonna put in the chat the giveaway link. Like I had mentioned before, if you had already kind of registered before, you may not get a confirmation you're already in the system. But here we go. We have an annual subscription to Gnomon Workshop, which a lot of presenters have been talking about this entire time that they've learned from that.
Yep.
And this is a great resource. So we have that one for sure.
Yeah, people are asking for tutorials on the chat, and here you go. This is what we're giving away. First thing we're giving away is the best library online for tutorials. Then and the one that's been around for the longest, from what I understand, right? So Gnomon Workshop back in the day with the DVDs, and now digitally, and you can get that for free if you register for the prices and you win. So just scan that QR code on the screen that you see there, fill out that form with your name, your email, and in case you haven't accepted one of those forms before, you're going to get a registration confirmation email on your email inbox. Check your spam. Be sure to check your spam. Check your spam and all of your folders because it might be buried in there. And then you have to confirm in that email, right?
Exactly. And we will be reaching out to the winners next week. We are not giving them away live, just to confirm. They're not giving away live, but these are the things we're giving away. We also have CC5 from Real Illusion plus ZBrush Space Tools that we're doing. So this is another one that's really great, really awesome stuff. Let's see. I think feeling kind of generous today to pop things up here. So let's see. Let's do another one. Let me make sure I'm pulling up the right ones.
What are we giving away? Show them.
Great. That's a great one. Okay, here we go. Here's another one too. That's going to be in the mix. The Gnomon digital class. Gnomon being one of the most notorious schools for just anything in the film and game world. This is a great way to learn. So their classes are some of the best. So absolutely.
Yep. Now, digital class, does this mean it's an actual class, right, with an instructor and all that, right?
Yes.
Like the online courses. So I have to tell you right now, like in case you haven't registered, dude, I learned ZBrush from one of those classes. Like my background, I was Paul's student in one of those classes during COVID. So in case you're wondering if that's worth registering, it is. Okay. So yeah, just go ahead and register for that because that's an invaluable prize right there. So there's another one.
Speaking of which, Blander Academy, the Extra Mile course, that's a great course as well. Pablo is such a great artist and he's a great teacher. So definitely really cool. The Extra Mile takes you pretty much from start to finish, beginner level of ZBrush all the way to portfolios and all that great stuff. So another great one here. And let's see. I'm thinking because we started a little early. And then Jordy's presentation was like right on time, which is so great. So I think for the sake of it, let's just throw another one up there real quick, fast, in a hurry. Let's make sure. Yep. Okay, here we go. Here's one more. Let's do one more.
Ooh, one more. Come on.
One more. This one will be, of course, from Tamal, the lifetime membership of the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. I actually have taken this as well. This is fantastic. It's great. It's not
Yeah.
only it's great for jewelry, but also if you're into characters and you want to get more realistic jewelry designs or anything for your character, this is great. So, but then again, like we said, we are in so many industries, and jewelry is such a high-end industry to be a part of. So this one is also great as well. So
yeah, he was in the chat a few moments ago.
yeah, I think he's still in the
while,
chat.
but
So
he
shout
was
out
in
to
the chat.
Tom.
Yeah. Tomas,
Okay, cool.
Wigglebot. Yeah.
So that being said, what we're going to do, let's take a little bit of break. We'll have our next presentation with Doom from id Software
Ooh.
at 10:50. So we're going to take a little bit of break, stretch our legs, make sure we do all that good jazz, and we will of
Change
course,
my
be back.
hat. Change my
Are
hat.
you going to change? You going to change
Oh,
your hat?
I'm gonna switch. Oh, there it is. Wait, there it is.
All right.
There's
Woo,
the
there
hat.
it is.
I thought I told you guys, like I was teasing you. I have something here on my setup that is teasing one of our presentations in case you haven't looked at the presentation list. So there we go. Let's take a little break and we'll be back with Doom.
Let's do it.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing, with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from Sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later this year, the ability to create from scratch or manually retopologize has been greatly enhanced. Our team has been diligently developing new retopology tools that will empower you to design to create individual faces, precisely place vertex points, draw geometrical lines, expand by edge loops, select through various topology patches, and so much more. Our aim is to enable you to retopologize more efficiently than ever before within ZBrush. Another significant update we will be releasing later this year is the new folder restructure, which serves as the foundation for expanding user profiles. This enhancement will simplify the process of transferring these items from one version to another. Additionally, this improvement will facilitate better management of the ZBrush folder structure for educational institutions and studios. One of the most requested features for ZBrush is also coming soon, an all-new UV editor. You'll be able to create, edit, and manage UVs directly in ZBrush for desktop with precision and control, seamlessly integrated into your sculpting workflow.
right.
we're back.
And we're back. We're back. What's
Attire.
going on,
Like
everybody?
the attire here, like Casey.
I do. It's a nice stuff, guys. Nice. I like it. I like it. It's good. Welcome back, everybody. That was we had Jordy on before, but we have a new guest coming up really soon. It's software from Doom. So real quick, I do want to point out. So Paul and I, we have these beautiful statues in the back. And these were given to us by various artists to showcase. So thank you to those artists that participated. There was one statue, unfortunately, that kind of like had a bit of a incident, and so during shipping, and it was unfortunate. And we always wanted to try our best to get it back on. So I thought this would be a great presentation to introduce this last piece that we had to get re-glued back together, but it's so beautiful. So shout out to the artists that made that happen. I'm gonna quickly put it here in the background as part of it to help showcase all of that good stuff. So hopefully that will make it on camera. So again, thank you to all those artists that shared that. Paul is going to be back on momentarily, but that's not necessarily a Doom piece, but it is. I was like, oh, this is a good one because it's kind of has that vibe to it. So
yeah.
cool.
I'm excited. Are you excited? I don't know if you could tell.
Yeah, I am super more than excited because again, I've played every version of Doom. I have not played this newest one. That's the only one that I haven't played yet.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited for it because it's on my wish list to get. Christmas is coming. So I'm excited.
I feel like that game alone is like the reason that a lot of people in this industry are even in this industry in the first place, right? It is to me for sure. The first couple, like Doom 1, Doom 2, my dad showed me for the first time when I was a kid. I know he shouldn't do that because I was very, very young, but he was a video game aficionado, and obviously Doom 3 was like one of the key pivoting moments to me growing up when I started to wonder, what the heck is this? How do you make stuff like this in video games, right? It was Doom 3 and Halo 2 actually at the time.
Wow, that's cool.
And so having the honor to host its software is like a lifetime achievement for me here. So
it's so cool because my dad and I, he was super into computers before I even knew how powerful computers were going to be. My first computer we built, it was a IBM 386, and one of the first games he showed me that was possible to play on PC was Doom, and I was hooked. I was like, what is this craziness? It was so awesome. So anyway, well, I'll tell you what, without further ado, why don't we go ahead and bring on the Doom team, because I'm sure they can tell us more about what's going on with Doom than we can. So let's go ahead and bring the team on.
Rip and tear.
Targets identified. Weaponry deployed.
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
All right. Well, if I wasn't excited before, I'm definitely excited now. What a way to just like pump up and have an introduction. Welcome, team. How are you guys doing?
Welcome,
great.
everyone.
Awesome.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having us, Maxon.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the chat is going wild because literally when the metal guitar riff hits, like everybody's just
Without
saying,
further
"What?"
ado, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
What a beautiful trailer. Well, can you guys tell us a little bit about who you are and like how this journey started with such, using ZBrush and all that good jazz?
Sure. I mean, I'll go first. Hi, Jason Martin, character art director at ID. Been there quite some time now. We've been using ZBrush through every iteration from 2016 up. We came back in 21. I'll talk a little bit about this in presentation, but we've completely switched to fully ZBrush pipeline for modeling. We don't use any other packages other than ZBrush. We use Maya interface with the engine, but none of us model really in there. It's just engine interface. And switching to ZBrush probably close to 10 years now, with ZModeler and everything, was a huge game changer, and probably something I was looking forward to in my whole, especially as we get older in our career. You're faster not changing programs as much, and ZBrush provides everything we really need.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's super impressive. Actually, that was one of the things that really caught my attention when I saw id Software's first presentation at a summit a few years ago, which is still one of our top videos that get rewatched. And yeah, when you guys noticed like, oh, we're mainly ZBrush, everybody was like, what? A game made in ZBrush almost completely? That's unheard of.
Are just me, man. I don't know. It's just me.
Yeah, that's super cool. Absolutely. Well, I know you guys have some things you wanted to showcase and share, so we can get your screen up and have you guys take it away. Of course, we'll be looking at the chat for any questions and stuff like that as they come up. But yeah.
Yeah, we absolutely welcome questions. I like the organicness of that and where that can go. So, feel free to pipe in wherever. I'll start off. I want to keep this short, and then I want to pass it off to Solomon and Denz. They're going to show you the meat of it. I'm going to preface what they're going to do with the presentation, and then they'll get into like all the nuts and bolts of it and really kind of show you actually put to practice. So welcome to Doing the Dark Ages, a behind the scenes look at the use of ZBrush in the creation of iconic character designs. We basically distilled this down into like 3 parts just to be quick about it: the design philosophy on Dark Ages, the ZBrush tools for success, and 3, keeping your toolbox light. And I'll get through all these here in a moment and explain them thoroughly. Starting off, the design philosophy: less is sometimes more. So when we set out to do Dark Ages, we had to answer a couple of things. We've done a couple of iterations of the Slayer, and he was always like big and bulky and teched out. Obviously, how do you make him even more badass? And going medieval, it actually gives you a lot of opportunity to do so. One, he's got to be tough, heavy, and primal, and more so than in the past, if you can imagine that. It's kind of hard to make him even more badass, but we set out to do it. Let me take that back. Simplified shape language. Because you're going medieval, things got to be a little more simple. You can't be like super USC teched out. I realize that there's still spaceships and stuff, and you got to, it's crazy. It's a Doom universe, but we just wanted the armor to be a little bit pulled back than it was in the past. So bold, strong forms with just more rest areas, and that provides you a little bit more to do more with texturing and weathering, which leads to like basically less cut lines and details. Leave room for the texture to tell the story. You can certainly texture and detail stuff up on a more teched out character, but what you can get into trouble with is you don't have enough room to do real heavy damage because it just gets visual noise. So less is always more. Doesn't mean there's not details there. Just don't be scared of rest areas. And then obviously, lastly, is larger rivets, bolts, old tech that conveys strength and durability, and just make it overall tough. The evolution of the Slayer from 2016 to Dark Ages. This gives me a moment to touch on where we were in 2016 to where we are now, and just talk about the design evolution. So here we are on the left. This is a 2016 Slayer concept by Hugo Martin. Yeah, believe it or not, he one time was blue like this. We changed that because we felt like it was taking too much away from the original Doom Marine. But this is again designed by Hugo Martin. It has more of the Machine Krieger look, but it's covered in details. I was fortunate enough to model this back in the day, and which is a little long in the tooth these days, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Beautiful design, awesome highlight of my career. A big highlight of my career is a chance to do that. And then as we migrate over to Doom Eternal, this is an Alex Palma design. This was modeled by Denzel, who was here today last time he did this. And as you can see, he's getting even bigger and bulkier. I mean, his arms are the size of like bodybuilder's thighs, which is the way it should be, correct? But again, the suit is still barely heavily detailed, a lot of fine stuff. Machined, UAC built, future tech. Then we get to Dark Ages, we're going back, and you can see it's detailed plenty, but bolder, simpler designs, and just generally easier to viewing angles. It's more rest areas, more places for textures. It gives you for bolder shapes. Still has a little bit of Machine Krieger look to it, but the trim is thicker. The design is just more simple overall. But it's tricky, right? Because there's plenty of detail in that. It's just like where you put it, and we'll discuss that on like the next slide here. So on the left is a 2016 Slayer resurrecting this bad boy, probably modeled in 2012. This is, I won't show off the wireframe, I kind of should have, but this is actually completely poly modeled in XSI at the time, where on the right, that's 100% ZBrush, but it was of the era. This was, like I said, the left was probably made, I'm going to guess 2012 timeframe, released in 2016, somewhere around there. It has a tighter, high-tech design. It's slightly more refined, elegant, but tough. Like, it still actually looks very dangerous. I'm going to use an analogy Hugo Martin always used. We went from an F-22 to an Abrams tank. And I think that's such a great analogy because it's exactly what it is. Still threatening, but more elegant and high-tech. And the other one is just more brute force. With larger, stronger shapes, little less refined, heavy, tough, durable, and more rest areas. And as you can, just putting out some stuff here, what I'm talking about is like up here on these panels, there's just areas to breathe, and you could do a lot of worn texture in here. You certainly could do that in here, but you couldn't overly do it because it will probably get too much visual noise. And also, the textures, even those, no one should be ever scared of rest areas. Like, remember, if you're gonna texture something, you can tell a lot with textures. So that's where we are. That's where we were, and this is where we are now with Dark Ages. Now the tools for success, Dark Ages and ZBrush. So what did we do to achieve this in ZBrush? I'll start with the ZBrush hard surface stuff. Now, anybody that's returning back from 2021, we covered this there. I won't go in great depth about it, but for all the newcomers, I will still call out the bullet points. And this will give a chance also, you'll see all this in action. Solomon will be covering the organic side, hard surface side will be Dens. So a couple of things we use. We use ZModeler for block out and finding forms. It's no different than our 21 presentation. It's still there. If anything, we're just a little bit more efficient with this now. I think we've learned how to be quicker about it. We use a crease tolerance of 35, a value of 2 across everything. Now, the crease tolerance of 35, I think that's the default. You can go up and down on that. That's just helping you find your creases for free, so you're not clicking, individually on everything to find it all. 35 is just a general good one, but we always use a value of 2, and that leads to the next slide here. Is we also use it with a dynamic subdiv set to 4. Now, we always use a crease value of 2 because we're merging and breaking apart pieces all the time. So if we have multiple crease values, you'll lose them or they'll inherit. It kind of gets in the way. So we found that with a dynamic subdiv set to 4 and a crease level 2, if you took if you went into Maya and just put a cube and put holding edges on the edge like the old school method, that would basically, a crease value 2 sub 4 would be equivalent of doing that and subdividing it like twice. So it was a good transition because most of us, actually all of us in here at it, except the newer, younger generation, all came from hardcore poly modeling. And that's kind of where that comes from, the 2 and the dynamic subdiv set to 4. Again, Dens will definitely touch on this stuff. And then also using holding edges for broader curve radius. what that means is like level 2 doesn't always catch each edge, and you can't have every edge creased the same, or else it'll just look boring. So there'll be plenty of times where we'll just throw a holding edge to get more of a rounder edge instead of like a real tight curve. So it's some of the typical polymodeling stuff still comes into play. Here's a quick example of this is just Slayer's thumb armor, just the top of it. It's just a quick demo, just explaining, you know, crease 35.2. You run that. It'll find most of your creases. Now, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to crease some things you don't want, and you have to go through and hand pick what you want creased and not creased. It's funny to note this is actually an earlier iteration. This crease right here shouldn't be there, like, but it gives me a chance to kind of talk about why this should be a softer curve where you want a radius, because this gets a little too rectilinear. You want that nice round highlight where it comes across here, and I'll touch on this in a render in a bit. But I like leaving that in here just for a discussion piece. But yeah, 35 crease level 2. This is kind of the basic setup of how we do hard surface, Z modeler, crease it, dynamic subdiv over here. It's also important to note, like in our trees, in our folder, sorry, we always, whenever we're done a piece like this, we're like, okay, cool, we like this. We will actually merge all this together because it's all crease level 2, put it to subdiv 4, and we'll usually label it dynamic off and put it on top of our folder tree. And then we'll duplicate it. That way we know in each final ZBrush folder we have an asset without that's not we're not committing to the subdivision for detailing, because eventually you'll collapse it. So like each piece is up there, so you can have like reusability. Like you can jump into another old file and be like, oh, I need that piece of armor, but I don't need it all banged up and committed subdivision. So we always have this at the top of our folder tree. It's a really clean way to work, and it provides a lot of freedom.
Nice. I know you said this was a thumb example, but a question that came in the chat was, sure, is this the actual like game engine mesh? Like, is this would this be the lowest level you go, or?
No, well, close to it. No. This would actually be just, well, now I will take, what we do is we take this and delete edge. Like for instance, like depending on what we're doing, we would probably clean this up and bake that area down. But like we always start with our mesh. Like we don't just retopologize from scratch. We take the mesh from ZBrush, the one before it's subdivision at the top of the stack, and we use that and edit it where we out for the game mesh. So it's partly used for it, but not wholesale, no.
Okay, cool, very cool.
Next, I'll touch briefly on the organic side of things, because they're a little bit different, right? Hard surface organics, they have different kind of things that flow. You always want to keep it fast and loose, right? In the beginning, you want to be moving quick. You don't want to like, bog yourself down. Make quick, fail fast, basically, when you're trying to find forms. We avoid C curves and favor accelerated curves. Now, a lot of people are going to be like, what's that mean? And I'll touch on that briefly, but the guys will actually show you through that in our design philosophy at the studio. We also follow a lot of George Bridgman drawing size. That's what, just the chunkiness in the radius of edges, instead of having like nice smooth C curves. What an accelerated curve is, instead of having a perfect C, the height of it is at the top of it, we just move that over. So it's like 70-30. It just gives you an interesting shape language. That's kind of why everything in Doom looks chunky. We really focus on that. Chunky in a good way, not fat, but like just interesting edges that they're not super curved all the time.
Yeah, chunky's good. Chunky's good.
By the way, real quick, it's okay to have C curves. Like there's plenty of places in design to have that, but just sometimes you can you want to break it up when you can. Work in lower subdivisions to find forms. Avoid the urge to add more polygons. What this is just, I can't express this enough. Always sculpt like a lower resolution, so you can you're faster that way, and you're not bogged down with pushing more polygons. So I stay really low when I'm sculpting, just to find where everything is. And plus, once you work through that, that means afterwards everything will be faster. Like it just makes it easier. If you don't work that way, I suggest practicing it, because it'll make you quicker. Store morph target and morph brush are your friends, equally valuable for hard surface third reads. Absolutely. And we get towards when the model's more refined, we'll actually store a morph target, and then we'll use that to either use it with noisemaker and other stuff to find anything to break up. For instance, like the armor on the Slayer, I might get really wild with it and make it dirty, but then I'll morph it all back in. It gives you the ability to be sloppy and then pull it back, or loose. Sloppy is a bad word. Utilize layers to break out detail paths. That's kind of self-explanatory. We'll actually have everything on a layer that you can turn on and off. Again, Solomon was going to touch on all of these on his presentation. Keep your toolbox light. So let's talk about that real quick. So you have your toolbox on the left and you have your toolbox on the right. The one on the left is ZBrush and all its tools. The one on the right is what you're taking into battle with you. You want to keep this light. I think it's a big boon for your speed. And what this means is like don't overcloud, don't overdo your UI. If you have, I generally set like a brush palette up that has like 5 or 6, like a handful of brushes, like maybe 8 to 12, and I even have one that's smaller with like 4. That I can just be quick and fast about it. Like if you ever need anything, well, I keep your toolbox light. I kind of jumped ahead a little bit here. It's speed. You want to go fast. And in all seriousness, it keeps this thing simple, and simple keeps you moving quickly. And I think that's the name of the game. Only take what you need. You always have your big toolbox for more specific situations. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is like, yes, you sometimes absolutely have to go back for specific things in ZBrush. But if you're just sculpting a creature and you're being quick, just take what you need. You don't want to, and it's going to lead into my next slide, is, well, 2 ahead. Less brushes and alphas will keep you nimble and quick on your toes. Definitely mean that. Like I'm guilty of it, of having too many alphas. That's actually the next bullet point I want to talk about. There's nothing wrong with dense libraries of brushes and alphas. We all have them, but pick your battles. And I think that's what I'm talking about by saying less brushes and alphas will keep you nimble and quick on your toes. Just keep the ones you like. But actually, more often than not these days, I've been finding I use a lot of the basic ZBrush alphas and just my with masking and cavity and some of the regular just clay brushes and stuff to kind of get surface aberration, just because I feel like you burn daylight trying to find that exact alpha. Now, there are times when you're looking for, like you might be creating the same character or the same information another one has, and obviously that makes sense to reuse an alpha that somebody else is using for consistency. But like in general, just try to be smart about that. And then lastly, I can't go wrong with a nice optimized UI built around your sculpting habits. Your UI should be nice and light and easy. As a matter of fact, sometimes I actually have 2. I actually have a couple UIs. I have like a 4K one and a 1080 one, just so it all fits on the screen. Because I used to have 2 Cintiqs that I jump back and forth between work and home. But like keeping that optimized the way you work is really smart. It's even not a bad idea sometimes to make one for whatever specific modeling you're doing. I did have that for a while. I found that kind of obnoxious to maintain, so I just have one now. But like to each their own. So I've seen some people with their whole screen, it's just chaos. But I mean, if you were fast that way, I'm not gonna tell you not to do it. I just preferably like it nice and clean and keeping your toolbox light. It just kind of makes you it kind of gets you from A to Z a little bit cleaner. Let's just look at some of this stuff in practice. This is the Slayer. Again, soup to nuts, built in ZBrush. The only thing, except the splines, the hair and stuff, that's all spline from XGen. But yeah, this is typical. The Slayer was built all in ZBrush using the box modeling Z modeler technique. With cube mesher and all that stuff. You can see the like crease level 2s all around here. Dynamic subdiv, obviously then committed. And then once we're committed, we're actually then using like the morph brush and noisemaker and stuff like that. And what I'll do is I'll just go through the armor and just drag it out. Like put it often it'll be ugly looking, right? Because I'll just be like damage all over it. But I have that morph target, and then I'll morph it back and only keep that damage in some areas and kind of use that for look dev on balance. And then I'll come back in and then like make it more enhanced, or, it's actually very freeing. Can't say enough about that. Using layers to have that on a layer and the morph and morph brush are huge for us. I'm sure there are lots of artists who are out there nodding their head like, yes. I don't think we do anything revolutionary at id with ZBrush. It's just trying to optimize it and pushing as much as possible. That's generally our methodology.
I think that's fantastic. Real quick, I mean, like you said, there's probably a lot of artists shaking their heads, yes, but I think too for them, it's good confirmation to see what you guys are doing, because I think there's still this mystery as a new artist trying to get a job. Like, what do I do? Like, what do I need to show? So I think this is such a cool way to like kind of confirm that too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Is like I remember that too. It's like you need to be reassured, right? Because there's so much information online. With like it can be overwhelming. Which is funny because when we came up, I've been in it a long time. The gray hair shows it. Like there wasn't that. It was like Nomon DVDs and like CG Talk forums and 3D Total. Like there's so much information out there now, which is awesome. But they can also be kind of confusing on like what's the real way, because there's a million ways to skin a cat, right? So our approach is always basically very simple. Now I'm sure Dens and that's the one thing we're super team oriented in software, and we all share as much as we can. Everyone uses these things a little bit differently because that's the part of it being an artist. It's unique, but it doesn't matter because these techniques all like translate to the same at the end. Even like on this gauntlet, like this is all Z modeled with crease level 2. Obviously, some radius stuff in there. There's that piece I showed earlier that without the crease in there should be nice and soft and round. It gives a little bit of balance and play, and light, translates over that pretty well. But yeah, this is a real nice close up of all that stuff in action. This is a back shot of the Slayer. You actually never really hardly ever see. You don't see this actually because I'm good thing I modeled all this, right? But because he's got that cool cape on. But like any kind of character stuff, you got to be prepared for what can't not model that stuff underneath there, because you got to see it. You never know when certain angle. You know what I mean? Plus, it's a hero character. So on this slide here, this is a representation of a lot of the team's work. All the heads and all the hair and splines on this are all Solomon. And then I'll touch real quickly on the body of Azaric is Angel Bedello. The Slayer obviously was myself. The Princess, the body of her was done by Adam Beardall. King Novik, again, head and hair Solomon. The body was by Bruno Camara. And I'm sorry, Bruno, I didn't mean to mispronounce your name. And then Joe Arkovich did the body. And then lastly, this is Valen, and I really like his facial expression. He doesn't look pleased to be here. He didn't like picture day. And then this is by Denzel did the body. But great work by the team here. This is Surat the Dragon. This is modeled by Peter Bohm. And there is some additional texture work by Chase Jordan and myself on this. But then also this really excellent scale was done in some designer painter stuff that Kat Tamburello did for us, which actually really kind of set this off because it was really tricky getting those scales for like the size what we had to do. So having some designer love over on this really pushed this to where it needed to be. So I appreciate that work by Kat. And then look at this big bad boy. So this is Denzel doing the Atlan, which is, in my humble opinion, the coolest fucking thing in the game. Sorry to curse, but it's just that cool.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that thing.
That's that cool. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's really wild. And what's really impressive about this, I'll let Denz talk more on it, but because of this is scaled so large, it's very common that we use the Z modeler stuff we talked about in there, crease level 2, but then we'll commit and do panel lines and stuff like that. But when you have something of this scale, when you start sculpting on top of it, you got to be very careful, because you got to get close to it. And depending on viewing distance, you can get away with a lot of sculpting detail. But with something that's massive with scale, you can't. Got to be very careful with that. So a lot of this is just really super hardcore Z modeling in here. And Denz will go through this. Again, this is the coolest thing in the game, in my opinion. Denz killed this. Super awesome. He'll cover some of these points in a bit. This is my last slide. This is a Mecha Cthulhu, also by Denz. Great pose. Awesome model. Again, using combination of the organic and the hard surface stuff we just talked about. But that's it for my portion of this. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to hand it over to Solomon and Denz, who will get into the real meat of this and really walk you through some of how we apply ZBrush to the Doom pipeline.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's so cool.
Much.
There's already like a bunch of questions like asking about topology and like how you guys achieve things. I'm telling the chat, don't worry, they're going to get into it. So so buckle up.
Yep.
Will do.
Hey everybody.
Right.
It's my there you go. Okay, so what I'm going to begin is actually I'm going to go over again some of the points that Jason covered. So the first thing I would actually like to go over is the toolbox stuff that he was talking about. So I'm going to just kind of point out a few brushes that I use that uh, basically work with what I'm about to do. Like Jason said, there are a bunch of brushes here, and I do use a whole slew of these along the way, but these come much later when I do details. But at the very beginning, the initial parts of my sculpt, I try to keep it as simple as possible because, as Jason mentioned, if you keep it simple, you move fast, and that's what you want to do. So I use the standard brush is actually a new addition to my toolbox, thanks to Den's, with the alpha number 18. I use the move brush. That's actually what you're going to see initially me use a lot of. At the very beginning, I use this to block out shapes. I know that some people prefer using like clay tubes or the clay brush to sculpt shapes. I like to use the move brush for that, and you'll see in a second how. And then I use the dam standard to chisel out. This actually works in tangent with the standard brush with the alpha 18. It complements that brush, and again you'll see later on how I use that. And then what's my other brush? Oh, and then the final brush that I kind of use sort of in the transitioning stage to detail stuff is the clay buildup, and I use that with alpha 49. And this is really for more muscle stuff. So that said, I'm going to switch over to a quick video. So this is a time lapse of how I begin essentially base bodies. Now we have here at ID, we have a library that is already set and is already done. But essentially, if I were to create a base body from scratch, which has happened, basically I would start it really simple, low poly, and I will use the move brush to block out the major forms. And what I'm doing here is essentially trying to get the gestural shapes of the body. I'm not looking to get this anatomically correct in the terms of muscles. Like I'm not looking to figure out early on where the three heads of the deltoid go, and the different heads of the bicep, and and the pectoral muscles. That's not important right now. What I want to get is basically just the shapes, the interesting shapes of the body, the elegant shapes that come here. And so once I get beyond this, then I start moving into landmarks. So I basically started looking at all the different parts of the body that kind of give me clues of where I need to position things. Again, I'm not looking to establish details yet, especially anatomical details yet. But I'm looking at this stuff in different areas, kind of as a guide to let me know, okay, this is where you should put the arm, and this is where the elbow should end, and this is where the hand should start, and this is where your back should end, and whatnot. And so I'm using both the gestural forms and the landmarks to kind of establish my way through the blockout of the base body. Again, avoiding trying to overcomplicate this and just really flying through this, and mostly, like as you're seeing here, just using the move brush initially and a little bit of the dam standard to kind of pull shapes and again just get going. A lot of other things that come into play here as well is proportions. So initially I start with a character that is about 7.5 heads tall, which is kind of like the basic, human height. And then for our game, obviously it's a more idealized more superhero type of, kind of physique. And so then we start going there and adjusting limbs like arms and legs to adjust the height of this character and determine, what are the interesting focal points based on design that make this character whatever they are. So in the case of the Slayer, he has this very tankish, thick, robust form. And so you start playing around with different shapes. So all the armor and everything that gets added on top of it, is complementary to that. And you can express whether this character is a villain, or a hero by all these simple shapes. And so that ties into, other aspects of organics like counterbalancing forms, that are actually all over the place in the human body because of the muscle. Like you're going to get, an angle that swoops this way, and then you're going to get a counterbalanced, angle up here. And then also things like shape language. Again, is this a villain? Is this a hero? Do you want more round shapes, more triangular shapes, more squarish shapes? And then as you progress further and further down, this whole thing, you'll start getting again to your end goal, whatever this character is supposed to be. And then I start worrying about now adding secondary details, not going into things like pores or veins or any of that stuff, but just secondary reads on forms. And again, still using the initial principles of landmarks, and shape language to get this stuff in there. And also what Jason mentioned earlier about C curves and the 30-70 rules, and applying that also to the base body. Here at ID, we really lean on a lot of like George Bridgman, type of anatomy. So there's a lot of like very angular shapes and very prominent shapes around the body that break the silhouette. That's actually, very important that the silhouette is interesting. I don't do much here in this video, but as I'm sculpting, I am at times distancing the character away from me to determine, hey, does this read well? Does he look interesting? And so as you can see, I'm also here adjusting the positioning of limbs. And again, one of the things that I'd like to actually touch about this with the positioning of certain limbs, I at the very beginning, like I said, I'm looking at the gestural shapes of the human body, but as I progress further and further, I will make adjustments due to technical issues like rigging, where limbs have to be very straight at times for them to be deform better in animations. And so that becomes a challenge in itself of trying to balance the interesting shapes that exist in the body, and then also trying to work with whatever limitations that are set for all characters.
No, that's really cool. We do have a question coming in.
Oh yeah.
About like, for this process, obviously it's a time lapse, but how long does this process usually take? Let's say if you had to start from scratch.
So this video was a composition of 5 different videos, each an hour each. So this is about 5 hours worth of work. So I'm just kind of gunning through this stuff. I've done this so many times that I know kind of like, okay, I need to go here. I'm not kind of figuring things out. I know like I need to go here. Like, for example, this is a perfect example. Like the fingers, I didn't worry about them early on. The same goes for the toes. What I did is I leave that stuff later off to the end. And here, I've done hands so many different ways. One of the more recent ways that I'm doing hands now is that I will sculpt one finger and then cut it out, and then kind of duplicate it over throughout the hand, and then paste it back in. You'll actually see that in a second. So yeah, that's me cutting it out, right? Taking it out, positioning, and I'm just roughing it in. Like the fingers don't look nice yet, but I'm just taking that that one finger that I spent, a decent amount of time pasting that back into the mesh, gluing it back. And I will do the same thing, like, for example, for the toes here, which I kind of don't do in this video. And again, just once I get to that point and I have everything kind of where it needs to sort of be, then I start worrying about topology. So initially, all the stuff started as a Dynamesh, but then I do ZRemesh to get myself a base that I can subdivide and go up and down in subdivisions, because I am going to slowly transition into tertiary details. And so I want to be able to control my mesh and not have it fight me throughout the way. And also too, if I keep using Dynamesh when you get to this part of the stage of the sculpt, you are going to get areas where it is going to weld if the proximity of one mesh and another mesh are too close together. And so, I mean, I could set the Dynamesh settings to kind of be really high to avoid that, but I rather just at that point just move over to Z-remeshing this thing and then just getting a clean sculpt from this. And so you can see, and again, still not, this is still secondary and primary forms. I'm not going in there sculpting nails or wrinkles on the knuckles or, pores or any of that stuff yet. And
so we have a few questions. I mean, actually, the chat is going crazy with questions.
Go ahead.
We have one that is asking, how do you deal with the limbs having to be straight for rigging? You want them to be curved or in interesting form.
I will address that, because I'm going to do now an actual kind of short version of this in a little bit. But to answer that, in a quick way, is you basically it's going back to what Jason said about all the C curve stuff, the rules of 30-70. It's like you're integrating all that stuff into it's kind of like you're trying to force it into this rigid kind of structure that we have for rigging. So you're trying to balance that off, because obviously I can't go in here and just make all his limbs into tubes so they could work really well with rigging, because then the character is not going to look interesting. So there's a little bit of balancing and actually talking with the rigging team and deciding, hey, where can we add these things back so this performs well and it doesn't it still looks appealing.
Real quick, while he's talking, another thing that helped explain it is, like, we always have the limbs on a plane, so it's like from a plane from point to all the way down. So like they're kind of typical A pose. So as long as it goes, and what Solomon's talking about is, you can still have some interesting shapes, but you generally, for rigging, they have to be in the plane, like like from point to wrist, or from the hip down to the ankle joint. They have to be facing like pretty straight. There is times where we sometimes that's not attractive for sign off. So sometimes we'll adjust that a little bit for model approval, but we'll always set it back for rigging. And what I'm talking about that is sometimes the feet looking dead forward is just not appealing. They look just kind of ugly. But for rigging, they do need that. So yes.
Right. And there's also other areas too that kind of, you can get into like a weird spot with it. So then once we are done there, right, then you end up with, basically a base that you can kind of move over and then take through the different layers. So once I do this pass, right, it may take me a day, maybe two. Then it goes over for review and it goes through Jason and Hugo, all the people involved for this, and then we determine like, hey, maybe we need more shoulder mass, maybe we need to bring out a couple of these angles out some more. But then when all that has been approved and done with, then we start going and creating the actual base body. And so these base bodies come with a proper low poly with the proper edge loops that correspond and where they need to go. And then from there, what I do is we store this in a library. So instead of creating separate Z tools for a large or even a female character, they all share the same topology, and then we kind of use a morph target to just kind of, you know, morph between these and make adjustments and create, you know, the different unique aspects for each individual body. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of here.
Hey, Solomon, real quick, can you bring that image back up? It's a good example to talk about that last one.
Yeah.
Sorry to throw you off game.
Hey, no problem.
The accelerated curves versus C curves. If you notice on him, his shoulders are a little bit like a C curve. So I just want to throw that out there. C curves exist in design. We just try to push them where we can more. And I think his thighs and his calves, you can clearly see how we're exaggerating the tip of the outer thigh, and then we're kind of pulling it the same on the inner calf. We just push that a little bit more. Those are all found organically in the anatomy. We push on a little bit more. Another, sometimes on the biceps, instead of in a big round ball, this thing, we kind of go flat, and then at the head of the biceps, we drop it down. So it has that nice bold shape to it. So it's a good example of the C curve versus accelerated curves. Sorry, Solomon, go back.
Yeah, no problem. So again, I'll kind of show you kind of briefly like how I get this going if I were to start this from scratch. So I'm going to do this with Dynamesh. So what I do is I'll take usually a tube. You could use a sphere or a cube, whatever shape. I like the tube better, and you'll see in a second why. And then I just drop the resolution down somewhere like really low, just because I don't need. Oops, let me get the move brush. Really low topology, because like I said, what I want to do is just kind of fly through this. So I usually start off with the torso for this.
And while you're doing that too, one of the questions was coming back in about measuring the body. It's like, are you measuring the length and height of the body by head size proportions? Like
yes,
you mentioned earlier.
I am using head size proportions, basically the head of the character, which again, that all ties down with the design of the characters. You're going to see after I move on to the next portion of this, I'm going to show you like an actual character that we did, and his portions proportions demanded that he have very elongated, elegant features. And so when you have a character that's tall and elegant, you know, you might have a head that's slightly smaller, and so that's going to affect and trickle down to his limb sizes and you know, where things land. So yes, I am using the head, but again, that all depends really on what this character is supposed to be. So again, it's kind of everything that I'm doing here is gestural shapes, right? And so if I were to do, like, for example, the entire arm,
I like how you're just like taking the move brush and just not caring. You're just moving along.
Right. Well, the thing with what I find it with this is that this is my personal reason of why I do it this way. It's because it has disciplined me to stay in low poly. Because when I used to do it the other way and use brushes to sculpt, I would be tempted to like run up subdivisions or divide the mesh. But with the move, if you have a really dense mesh, you really can't use the move brush because you're really gonna hurt yourself. So I use the move brush because it forces me to stay in a low subdivision, and I don't have to go. I'm not tempted to try to sculpt this with subdivisions.
It's important to note that, like, what I call back to what I was in one of my slides like this. I will sculpt an entire body and form with about that much topology or less.
Yeah.
Even when it's like you there's points where you're trying to find form, you'll want to up subdivide it. Your brain's like, I want to do that. I will force myself not to, because there's usually enough topology to get what you want, and it prevents you from wasting time detailing, because every sculptor knows how it is. You get to a spot and like, oh, I want to get in here, you know. But we stop ourselves from doing that and to focus on that, because you can work through so much form at low topology. You do not need to push that much around. I think the discipline of keeping yourself from going there, at first it might frustrate people, but like at the end, it's really freeing.
And I agree with what Jason is saying. It is frustrating at the very beginning because if you're accustomed a certain way to sculpting, you might be like, this has worked so great for me. Why would I want to change this? But again, when you try this method, and it might seem like it might take you a while at the very beginning, but once you get accustomed to it, you realize, actually, I'm just just mowing through this so quickly, and again, it's just this is just forcing me to also block out like the large forms, not worry about secondary forms or even tertiary forms. Not that I would worry about pores or that kind of detail here at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's also really cool to note that your focal shift on the move brush is very soft. Like you have a major fall off, which is cool. So I'm imagining that's for like the transition to not be so harsh.
Right, exactly. And then when I do want to make any kind of transitions, this is where I go into my damn standard. And by default, it's set at 33, and the Z intensity is set at 33. That's actually another thing that I'd like to point out. For most of my brushes that I use, I always kind of lower the intensity by half, or just really low, just because I like to build up slowly, when it comes to that kind of detail, because when you're laying down muscle stuff, it's at least for me, it's never been a good idea to just like harshly just like carve into things, because I feel like if you avoid that, you can really methodically start thinking about like where you want to put certain things, and what ends up happening in the long run is that all your muscles feel naturally laid out over the body.
Nice.
By the way, how much time do I have?
We still have.
Check?
Yeah, we got to do a time check.
I don't want to eat into Denz's time. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Looks like, I mean, in total, as far as like the total time, it looks like we got about probably about 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
As we go until 12:20. So yeah, we have some time.
I've got 20 minutes on you, Solomon. So still good.
So yeah, so like I said, so if I do the bicep here, right, it's just adding big shapes, and then just kind of going in here with the move brush, and then just refining and going back to that counterbalancing shapes, right? It's kind of like
We had a question a few moments ago regarding when is the right time to change from Dynamesh or to ZRemesh it actually and start working with subdivisions. Did you find like that's usually when you're blocking out just the proportions, right? Your Dynamesh, and then when you start building the anatomy, you go.
For me, the best time to switch over to good topology is when your primary forms don't need any more touch-ups. So
Right.
if your primary forms, which is like the foundation for the whole body, if those are correct, you can move to your secondary. If your secondaries are fine, then you can move to nice topology, because now that's the part where you're going to want to lay out details and stuff. So that's when I would like to have stuff just for other things like layers, using layers, as you're going to see in a second with the actual in-game character, and pores and all that other kind of information. But initially, it's best to just not jump there until your first, specifically your primary forms are solid. Because if you're jumping to that, again, there's that temptation of I'm going to go up and down in subdivisions and kind of be all over the place as you're sculpting. Because like Jason said initially, we're trying to move through these pretty fast because there's a lot of characters, that need to get done. And so as you're going through this, you want to hit this strategically. Jason likes to use this example. I think it's neat. It's like, he kind of refers to like sculpting, this kind of stuff. Like he's referred to precise sculptors as like snipers, because it's kind of like, you're precise, you're direct, you're not like you just all over the place, just trying to like figure your way out through this. You're being precise of like where you're going to lay out this muscle, where you're going to do this stuff here. So and it helps you move really quickly, and not kind of be there figuring out things along the way. So once we get there, then we start getting to an actual character, right? So at this stage, like I said, you can start seeing like how, let me isolate his body. So you can start seeing like, what I mean with like specific, information with his body and proportions and physique. This guy, he's the bad guy of the game. So you're going to also find throughout his body in shape language a lot of triangles, right? He's also, kind of weird looking. So you're going to have weird things happening in his body. You're going to start seeing like things being broken up weirdly and strange, right? And when you understand all the principles, that I was kind of going over quickly initially, it's easy to navigate through a variety of different body types and characters and what they're supposed to be, and really kind of pinpoint where you need to adjust things to make that personality of this specific character shine. So let's see. Actually, so let me go here. So once you're in here, right? Like I said, the topology gets cleaner. It follows the muscle of the body better, right? For whatever reasons or things that we need to have on here. Now, in the event, because like I said, we do solidify our base bodies. So if this character, for whatever reason, which this is actually a great example, if he needed certain things that needed to be cut in, and we didn't want to damage the underlying body, I have built things on top of him, kind of like a prosthetic would live on a person, for a movie special effect, which offers me also a whole lot more resolution to do things in here. Whereas if I were to if I were to sculpt this directly onto his chest, I might not be able to get away with some of these interesting, details that I'm getting from this shape. And so what I've done is that I basically taken any place where it merits having those details live there, and separated that off and made it into its own, CG prosthetic.
Very cool,
But then
very
when I
cool.
then when I get to the base body, this is where I kind of tie into the layer stuff. So once again, your primary, secondary details are all good, then you can start moving into, a lot of the fun stuff that we all like to do, which is like, the minute details like veins, subtle pores and wrinkles. And this is also not getting very like microscopic details, because again, this is a video game character. So the likelihood that anybody's going to get this close, right, or that he's going to be on screen this time a lot, is not a thing that happens often. So most of the details that's placed throughout the body is enough to give the skin breakup, and then also, we kind of lean into our game engine to do the heavier push, So let me see, there's other stuff here. It's for the kneecaps, because he has these like weird things on there.
Yeah, speaking of details too, like you're talking about it being a game, one of the questions they had is like, what's your total poly count that you're trying to adhere to towards each character?
I'll let Jason answer that one.
Yeah, it's super specific. For instance, like he's mostly, well, it really varies. If it's an AI in gameplay space, they're relatively low. A matter of fact, lower than even Eternal, because we put more on the screen. Not with everybody.
Right.
Funny thing, the Hell Knight in Dark Ages is like 5,000 triangles less than Eternal. Just because we were a little in the beginning, it was like as much on the screen as possible. So we were a little bit conservative there. The total count for him, I think, was like 20. That's a little aggressive, honestly. Most of them are a little bit higher than that. Our LOD in our optimized system in engine got much better towards the end, like insanely better. So it could really like crunch through a lot. But setting out for it's different these days because we're creating for like the lowest version of the Xbox up, and then there's also the handhelds. So having these cross-platform everything, the numbers aren't as high as you think. So, but when it comes to cinematics, they go higher. So well over like the Slayer, I think it's like 150, 170,000 triangles. This character, Solomon, I forget, but it's probably 100, 150. He's got those huge wings. So we have to count for that.
Yeah.
But the cinematic stuff can go way higher, because there's less on the screen. Or if it's a boss, for example, some bosses spawn in a bunch of characters, so you have to worry about that. But if it's like a more, one-on-one situation, which is rarely the case, but if it is, the numbers can go higher. And it also depends, like, is it a teched out character? Because that's going to be more triangles. So when you go to like the AI on the battlefield, they're 20 to 50. It depends on how many there. It's hard to put it in the size. Usually it's like small, medium, and large. But you can have like a heavy, like a really important, strong character be the size of a human. Just the Marauder comes example for Eternal. That's considered a super. We usually call them fodder heavy, super heavy bosses and titans. So a super heavy, sometimes it goes by size, but not always. So it depends on the use of the character. If it's AI and there's going to be a lot of them, their triangle count's going to be low. If it's a super heavy, there's only going to be 2 on the screen, but like a ton of soldiers and imps, then it can be a little bit higher. So there's kind of 3 categories: 1, cinematics; 2, AI edge use case, how many is on the screen. That's what dictates everything.
Now for the wing for this guy, I'm gonna kind of run you down a little bit. So we generally like create a type of proxy that gets shot over, so people can kind of test things out. But as I'm also creating this stuff, I'm also creating it in a way where I can kind of iterate on this really quickly. So obviously, if there's changes to a wing that's like final this, and let's say, for example, they're like, punch another hole here or do this stuff here, it can get problematic when you have to go back and forwards and, change stuff that, took you maybe a couple of hours to generate. So I try to work smart with that kind of situation. So in the case of his wings, I broke it off into several pieces. And this allows me also to kind of show Jason and kind of go over with him and figure out, like, again, like, hey, the 30-70 rule, right? It's like, do you want me to push this more out here? This more out here? Do you want this to live maybe here? And this is where we kind of figure out, like, is the shape language, are the C curves and all that other stuff, the design stuff, are they solid? And then, once we establish that stuff, then I start basically just adding in all the other details in here that correspond to this. We start figuring those out. And then all this gets merged together into a piece like this, right? And then we'd look at this and we start to determine, like, no, this doesn't look right. Let's go back to, moving these other shapes around until we get to essentially, the final version of this, which is, this, right? Where everybody's happy, where the details live, the eye socket placements, and we can move forward and, start texturing this guy. Now layers, like I said, really come in handy because as well for this process, because it also allows me to iterate really fast on changes. So I can turn off layers, move this layers around. And this is especially true for faces. So for example, for faces, this guy kind of went through different styles just because he's the villain. And so we're trying to, figure out, like, how do we make him more evil, more monstrous, more, whatever he was supposed to look like. And so I can show you like a different version of his face. So this was a more different features, thinner lips, more angular shapes, right? And again, this allows me to go in here and just kind of just start editing details to, like, also, facial details, like, do we want to move these scars in a different position? Is he going to have ears? No ears, right? And the same also goes for this guy had horns. Is he going to have large horns? Is he going to have little horns? Right. And so all this stuff allows me to iterate on this really, really, really fast. And the same goes too for facial expressions, because if we're like we want to see what this guy's going to look when he gets angry, or he has a weird transformation. It's like, let's block that out, see what that looks like. No, we don't like it. Okay, we can do something different. And all this stuff, if I go to give me a second. Ooh. Right, it's in a layer. So you can really just kind of block this stuff out, and then also determine transformation wise if things are also transforming correctly. This has also been super helpful for me when having discussions with animation or rigging about certain things, and they're like, we don't know what this is going to look like, and it's easy to kind of iterate with them and just show them like, hey, look, like this is what it may look like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the different changes, the blend shape, all that's really cool. With the texturing, somebody had a texture question earlier, like you choose what's your strategy in the sculpting phase? Are you using like generic noises, or using surface noise, or using alphas?
So let me actually illustrate this with this head. So we do, for the most part, use X, Y, Z information to get pore information, but I do start off with the base. Like I said, the base that I start off for pores and that kind of stuff is actually, it lives here in ZBrush. Anybody can generate those brushes. So I use a mixture of standard with spray, and I use alpha 7, and I lower that to about 6. Again, my intensities are always very low. And then I don't know if you could maybe pick an area that's not, there you go. You can kind of make out, like, I don't know if you guys can read that on your end.
It's coming through a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So it's very broad, porous information. And then for areas where like the skin may bunch up, or you get kind of wrinkles forming, it's the same standard brush, and then I use alpha 60, and I basically go along the lines of where these wrinkles would primarily form, or the skin would basically squeeze and compress. And then just kind of, I don't use this one everywhere. I just use it in areas where I know, like, okay, this is where folds will overlap, and stuff will, kind of like compress. And then I refine that over. So then, once I have this stuff in here, then the same standard brush, which is actually pretty universal. I can go back to a very low subdivision, and then start, erase that to 22. Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot. Stroke. Oh no, it's already set. Oops, drag. Yeah, start basically blocking out again, kind of kind of larger, or I guess secondary forms to the wrinkles, right? And then just go back and forth between this, and just really, like, if I wanted to give him bags under the eyes, obviously this guy would not have any, but if I needed that, that's what I would do. And I would use this brush to kind of also bring out important wrinkles. That's actually another thing that I actually enjoy doing with this phase of the modeling with details, is that sometimes when I use some of these brushes to add details in here, when I go to a lower subdivision, there's some interesting information in here that kind of opens up the door for like interesting wrinkles or things that I could add in there that I got for free when I use that brush. And so I usually take advantage of those and just kind of like lay them in here.
No, that's super cool. Yeah, just real quick, just giving you guys a time check. We got about 25 minutes left, but
Okay.
that's a really good tip. And for those who don't know, the standard brush actually does a great job keeping whatever tertiary details you have on top. That helps.
Yeah.
It keeps them, almost inflates them a little bit, but it helps keep that detail there. So it's really neat to see that brush. I think the standard brush is one of the most underrated brushes in all of
Yeah.
ZBrush.
It is a very good brush.
We use it all the time. I love standard brush. 100%. It's yes.
So I'm going to end with this. So again, using all those methods, right? For details, layers, all the stuff that Jason covered initially about our way of doing things here at ID, in terms of design, C curves and Bridgman shapes, and then all the stuff that I covered with the layers and working with your primary forms, getting that grounded. You can kind of end in this position where you now can really spread this across various different characters, various different shapes, different facial features, and really, again, just kind of really go through them really quickly and iterate quickly on them. And this can apply to, again, any type of face, old, young, people with a lot of scars, with no scars, or in the case of this bad guy, with a different set of eyes and things like horns. And then again, you get basically to the final version of him, and we will look at him from all angles and just determine, like, hey, we're happy with this, and it's all good. So yeah, that covers my portion.
Wow. Yeah, so cool. And thank you for all
Amazing.
the demonstrations too, the techniques in ZBrush. Everybody's just going nuts on that.
Yep. Standard brush, they're saying that we should rename it to the standard brush. This is coming from Daisuke, like the standard brush.
It's funny, like in early days, people were trying to get everybody away from, I mean, I hate to date myself, but I've been using ZBrush since 2. I just remember in the early days, Paul coming, when I worked at Blur, coming in, he's like, hey, do you guys know there's other brushes other than standard? But I totally agree. Like, it used to be clay. I mean, standard has become, it's almost like it was the beginning and then people forgot about it. And it's like, man, it's super, super useful brush, man. Like we definitely use it.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
All right.
Cool. Geez, that was awesome. I haven't seen that that time lapse before, so that was really cool. Solomon. Yeah. So just quickly, I was thinking about this earlier yesterday. I've been using ZBrush for over 20 years, which just absolutely blows my mind. I'm Denzel O'Neill, by the way. 20 years in the video game industry, 10 with id Software. From all the way back in 2016, as Jace was talking about, the first reboot through to the latest iteration, Dark Ages. And ZBrush has been a part of that the whole way, which is pretty crazy. Just goes to show, how much of an amazing piece of software that is. So yeah, I'll be doing the hard surface kind of portion as opposed to the organics that Solomon just went through. This right here is the Mechatland that.
Just want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Denz is also. I know he's covered hard surface, but this guy can organic just as much as he can here. Just to throw that out there. So it's not that he just specializes. Yeah. That's so important at our studio. We definitely we really harp on the fact of being able to do both. I mean, some people, we're always strong in some areas, but I think it makes you a stronger artist if you can actually, you're that much more marketable you can be put on certain things. It's just the best way to go is try to balance both of them. But it's funny, the last few times we've come here, he's harped on the hard surface, but the guy's an incredible organic sculptor as well. Just throwing that out there.
10's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason's right. We put a high value on all of that stuff. So yeah, it's all part of character modeling. Yeah, this one right here is the mech outline that Jason was talking about before. It's one of the big guys in the Dark Ages, and he was 100% ZBrush, and a little bit further than that, he was 100% ZModeler. So I'll kind of go into the reasoning why we went that route with this asset. So ZModeler hard surface. Yeah, so one of the things we had to kind of think about is I feel like we always use ZModeler at some stage in the hard surface, but with this asset, we decided to take it all the way with ZModeler. There's some pros with ZModeler, just in general. You get a clean, precise result. It's just the nature of sub-D modeling. It's always been like that. Compared to sculpting, you might get a little bit warblies here or there. The file itself is very light to work with and to turn around. This one right here is actually decimated just for the pose, so it's a bit heavier, but the actual asset, this whole thing is like 200 megs, so loading it up and spinning it around is like super easy. And yeah, a lot of the changes, like notes, easy to fix because nothing's like baked down. We can just work with the mesh that's there. And the main reason we went with ZModeler with this asset was the size. So Jason alluded to this before about how close up we're going to get in this thing. So the Allen is a big boy. I think the Slayer comes like somewhere up here, if you can see my cursor, on his toe. So we definitely knew you're going to be getting up on the surfaces. And one thing that having a sub-div model approach allows you is to have clean cut lines that really stand up when you bake the model down to low poly. So definitely like sculpting, that stuff is fine as well. It was just really the size of this thing and getting up close onto it that we didn't want to see kind of jaggies coming through in the bake. And of course, with ZModeler, you can mix and match all the approaches with sculpting. I think at ID, we've gone through the whole gamut, Jace, back in the day, like pure sculpting and then different kind of iterations of mixing and matching to where we are today.
Yeah, me and Denz have worked together for a very long time, pretty much close to 14 years, around that. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like yin to the yang. I kind of know where Denz is going, but like it's weird. That's what you get when you work with like artists for that long. Which we pride ourselves with that. We try to keep this team together. You make games better and stronger and faster and more and better looking the more you stay together as a revolving door. We try to really harp on that at software.
We're old, is what Jace is trying to.
Yeah, there's that too. We've been around a minute. We've definitely been around a minute.
Yeah, so that's the outline in a whole. I was just going to break out a few pieces to show just kind of some of the methodologies that go into making our assets. So the first one I was going to show was the shoulder piece. So one of the great additions to ZBrush was folders, actually, because it allows us to organize things and just keep everything organized in our head. So usually each kind of piece or part will be broken out into its own folder, and then within that I'd have a structure of we would have the main mesh here. So that's generally kind of the level of topology I'm getting with these pieces. It's not clean 100% in a lot of places, but I just try to keep it clean where it needs to be clean. So at the end of the day, does it smooth the way we want it to, then that's good to go. Yeah, so we'll have our main hulls. There's one here. There's another kind of bottom piece here. Just more kind of techie pieces. And then under all that stack, I'll have a Boolean subtool. So this is to get your more greebly, tinier details. That even with poly modeling, it's pretty hard to get that level of crispness. Definitely with just a sculptor mesh, it's even harder again. So with that turned off, you can see how it just kind of adds a level of detail to what was there before. And then under that, I'd usually have a Boolean 2. So a Boolean 2 allows you to nest Booleans within your Booleans. So for example, this part here, I have a divot, but I wanted to add just some little details inside the divot. If you put another Boolean subtool under that, you can keep digging into the mesh. So you can just keep going and going, Boolean, Boolean. And then under that, I would have an additive layer. So the additive subtool, if I turn that on and off, goes under the Booleans so that it can go on top of the Booleans, if that makes sense. The Booleans don't cut out of it. And then you can kind of continue this chain and do Booleans within Booleans and then additive within those Booleans, etc., etc. You can just keep going nuts if you wanted to. Yeah, so that's the general layout I'd have for a folder for each piece. I'll move over to the Canon, which was a lot of fun for me personally, actually, because we all love big giant robot guns. Just undo that a bit. Yeah, so for this gun piece, I was just trying to show how we have segmented pieces, and using the folder structure, we can really, the really great power of ZBrush is you can make these pieces functional and able to work for animation. So we knew from the get-go we wanted these cannon hoods to kind of open it up when it fires. And with ZBrush we can do that, and we can, you know, get into real nerdy details and model things on the inside of the gun and underneath that you wouldn't normally see when the hoods aren't open. So just quickly, so we have our model and we want to test how this looks open. So if we come to the folder, we can just transpose the set, and that will do the transpose all pizza box thing. And we wanted this up and out the bottom. We want to transpose set down and out. And then this piece was made to, is just an individual piece. Flip around and turn out. So we can kind of see how that looks. And then also we can do things like test tolerances for how this thing might animate. So these cannons sit on his backpack, on his back, I should say, sorry. So it was pretty important to make sure that the tolerances worked when the cannon swiveled up and down and around. So there was, you know, minimize the clipping when that kind of action happens. So we'll use the transpose set again as well, but this time we'll just kind of select them manually. So just get rid of the arm. And then, yeah, we can move that around. Super easy to test, like the back of this gun doesn't clip through the arm, all that kind of stuff. And then if we want to remove the hoods, we can get into all the details and all the nerdy stuff all us artists love to kick out over. Yeah, and that was a lot of fun, that piece.
Yeah, that's such a cool tip. I'm glad you showed that, because the chat's going wild. They're like, we didn't know you can transpose the set like that, especially with Boolean stuff. That's cool. And just for the chat too, you can also in movie time record that. You can set those and then record an animation, so he could also animate that whole thing as a movie if he wanted to.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. That's cool. Yeah, I got the pizza box thing. I think that's a throwback to one of Paul's, how we used to call that, was pizza boxes. Yeah, where's Paul, by the way? He didn't show up.
Yeah. He's handling the Sculpt-off stuff in the back, and Dress cool. We Trust, who was also Pizza Box, was called out a lot between those two.
Yeah, maybe that was Dress. Yeah.
But Paul Yeah, Paul is bummed that he couldn't be here. So yeah, he's dealing with the Sculpt-off stuff. There
No
are
worries.
some questions. There are some questions too, and also
Yeah.
I mean I know
Yeah,
there's.
it's
I
true.
wish we could have you guys on longer, but there's a 10-minute check here. One of the questions, which isn't super relevant to what you're talking about, just a quick question, is that like do you change the camera angle in engine when you're switching modes between when you're changing to like Dragon Rider mode versus the others?
Oh,
Like
just
if you scale the characters down to give the illusion of the change in focal shift in focal, not focal shift, Jesus, focal length, sorry. If there's a change in focal length and if you scale characters down to sell that illusion or not. That was, I think, Carmichael, right?
No, the camera angle, I mean, outside of cinematics, is always the same. It's what you set it as in gameplay. We definitely have assets like, for instance, like to your point, when the Slayer is on the back of the dragon, the LOD system handles a lot of that. But there is versions, like for instance, we use splines for hair almost on all the cinematic characters. But when the character is really small font in the back of the dragon, that's just like a really like lower end card variation where his cape's flapping. So there is variance to the characters, but most, like honestly, that is kind of like the only case. Most, there's not like we build specific LODs. The engine handles that. But in some situations, you might want something specific, and the guy on the back of the dragon is one of them. But we didn't create. That's the cool thing about the topology these days is like we use the exact same topology on the because the cinematic characters can have a dense topology. Like first person hands, that's the exact same topology that's on the actual base layer. The only thing difference is the UVs and texture sizes, but the topology is exactly the same because we just set out to be like, hey, let's just do this one time because I don't feel like doing it twice for a topology. So we just spent a little bit more on the actual cinematic version because because the Slayer is only seen in cinematics. The only thing you see in gameplay is the first person hands and then the legs, front of the leg, basically the front torso of the body.
Nice.
Yep.
And the other question too, I guess, is an addendum to that is what's the focal shift of the camera for game engine?
I mean, guys, what is it, like 70, I think? And then like it's set to like, and people can send it to whatever. I mean, it depends though. Sometimes when we're reviewing, I'll give you an example. If Solomon's doing a portrait, right, we're not going to view that at like a 70 FOV front up because it'll just make it all weird.
Right,
So we do have to flatten and bring it back and forth for reviewing and stuff. Because again, cinematics are set by the cinematic team, so the focal lengths will vary all throughout what that cinematic requires. But gameplay, when you're actually entering gameplay, that's whatever you set in the settings, which I think standard is 70 FOV. What that is millimeter wise, I couldn't tell you. It's just all like a FOV slider. But here's the important note though, because it's Doom and it's fast, we know people are going to go all the way the highest FOV possible, so everything's completely fisheyed. So we don't model to that, but we do consider it sometimes. Ultimately, we're not going to sacrifice how a character looks to look cool in 90 over the base, but we still turn it up and look like how bonkers does that look. But how much that factors into design is minimal, but it is thought about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I noticed that because I see you guys sculpting in both perspective and orthographic, so that's really cool.
Oh, on that note, when we're redoing reviews, it's almost all orthographically because the silhouette is everything. So like usually when people are posting process, it's always flat orthos and then a perspective shot. But when I'm doing paint overs in art direction, it's always on orthographics because what you see dead on in the character is what matters the most. It's not that we ignore perspective, and we certainly sculpt in both. I'll let Denz like comment on that, and but I'm constantly turning perspective on and off when I'm sculpting. Mostly it's on, but when I'm doing ortho stuff, I turn it off. So it's like I'm checking both. You know what I mean? It's never just one on all the time. As a matter of fact, that's burned me a few times where I'm like sculpting, thinking like I'm in ortho, like, and I'm pushing too much, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm in ortho, and I hit perspective, and it's like yoink, and I'm like, uh-oh. So, but you do need to sculpt in both. In my humble opinion, it's just being aware of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Denzel, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, no worries. I was just gonna piggyback on that. Talking about the author. Yeah, author is great for getting that front shot. I think we all judge the front shot with ortho, just because it takes the length out of it. You can really see what the character looks like. Another place I use ortho is when we're in the weeds of just purely modeling. So like it just helps, in my opinion, just to read. Not really looking at shapes, but I'm looking at, looking around the object, looking at verts and edges. I feel like
ortho is also king for Move Infinite brush, which is a standard, huge for hard surface modeling. Move Infinite is like ace, but you need that in orthographic to work properly, or else you're going to be pulling points you don't want to.
Move Infinite, Jason's talking about, is just the brush shoots all the way through, and when you're in orthographic, you can judge all that stuff. I'm gonna I think we've got 5 minutes, so I'm gonna sorry if I'm gonna be talking really fast here. So the Atlan, I did actually kind of miss a piece. Sorry, 1 second. Another reason for choosing high poly versus sculpting versus Z-modeler. This guy, the Cthulhu, is the same size as the Atlan, but the surface is a lot more forgiving. So because it has an organic kind of feel to it, it's all kind of dinched up. So not having to go, being able to sculpt those details in is definitely forgivable. So on the Atlan head, I just want to show how we kind of break pieces off from different meshes. I don't know if you've seen this, Jason. I snuck in a little transformer out there.
Cool.
And and versus leaving pieces on. Generally, the way I work, I like to keep things modeled together as long as possible during the process, just because you're always moving things around. And when things are modeled together, so this piece is all together, keeping verts and edges like in the same region, they all move together. Whereas if they're different objects, you kind of have to go back to this one and move each one, and then they're not going to line up exactly. And then at a later stage, we can start breaking pieces off where we see fit.
We do use transpose master, but sometimes depends on complexity. It's just, you have to go through the whole process, and you obviously know if you have a lot of subtools that can get in the way. So don't think we don't use that, but sometimes when it gets heavy, like to Denz's point, there's a real reason why keeping it all together kind of makes a little bit more sense. But both options are always viable. But I've been where Denz is before. It just because transpose master has to walk through everything in there, and trust me, that thing's got a lot of subtools.
Yeah, definitely. So cool. That was the Allen pieces. I did have a little demo piece set up. I'm kind of just going to run through it because only a couple of minutes here. But so this is a little fuel tank with just using all the same processes that we just talked about, like a motorcycle fuel tank, I should say. I think it's based on a Ducati. Just kind of sci-fi'd up. So I have the whole history here. So we start. I love that ZBrush has the history. Starting with block-in. Usually we'll start with a primitive that most closely resembles the shape that we want to make. So a box, shoulder pad, you might start with a sphere to get the round shape. Cylinders for longer pieces, etc. And then just using the ZBrush Z-Modeler suite, just basically moving things around, cutting things, just to get closer to the shape that we want to have. At this stage, actually, at most of the stages, I also love to use the sculpting brushes in ZBrush, which is really, in my opinion, what sets ZBrush apart from other polymodeling packages, is that you have the full suite of the time-tested organic brushes to use it like at will. So if I clone this off, just your clay standard pinch, what have I got here? H polish. The trick with these is I like to keep them pretty low intensity, so it just helps keep the mesh more organized without getting out of control. So say if I want to push this piece up here, just give it a little rub, and then I use Alt-1 for, I'm not sure if that's the actual shortcut, but repeat last. And then you can kind of step to, and you can kind of see where you want it to get to. You got to keep the camera still because it takes into account the camera, but you can kind of just step through it, and I find that pretty efficient. So same with the pinch brush. It's great for getting edges closer together, which makes the edge tighter. So that's too much intensity, so just kind of gets things wacky. Just a little bit, and then you can step it, and you can get really precise. So I want it just a little bit more. And yeah, so using that in conjunction with the Z modeler brushes to get, to the shape we want to get. Z modeler brushes, I like to have a couple on hand. So it just makes cycling through the different brushes a little bit faster. So I'll have just the classic Z modeler brush, which is what the catch-all for just generally using. And then I'll have a mask. So I've just used a shortcut basically. So this is all about masking. So every vert, every edge is just masking stuff. And then I have a slide. So if I'm just modeling, I just want to slide stuff, I'll go to my slide brush, can slide edges around, just handy for keeping things nice and straight. And I did have another one here, slice. Yeah, slice is probably actually the most important. Always, I mean, that's just probably modeling 101. You're just always cutting stuff in. Yeah, so currently at the stage, still no subdivisions. We're just doing block-in.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I think I've actually pushed it over. Are we? What are we doing?
That's okay. Why don't you go for like another minute or two? Finish your thought, because I think this is really good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I didn't want to push everyone else out. So still got the history. Yeah, just doing all this stuff, and then I'll start adding. So refining the shape. So I've gone ahead of myself here. Refining the shape is where we start adding creases that Jason was talking about at the start. So the creases will make the edges tighter. So if we look at this in subdiv, we've just made that a bit tighter. So before it was really blobby, and then we need that tighter, so we just add the crease. And I'm just kind of doing that around the mesh. I'm not really worrying about what we call the quality of the edge, like how tight or soft it is, just putting everything in place. And then we can kind of refine that a bit later. So yeah, here we have all the edges in place. Things might look a bit harsh, but it's just everything's in place. So what I'll start doing is refining edges. So if this part of the fuel tank here, we want to be softer, so we start removing creases and then adding edge loops. So all creases is basically edge loops, but when we add in manual edge loops, we can control how soft the shape looks rather than just a hard edge. So there's still a turning corner, but it's a lot softer. So, and that's kind of what we're after. And then just, a lot more of this. And then just one more thing I just want to, is kind of the more important parts. Just 1 second, sorry.
Go ahead.
When adding detail, there's a method where we collapse the dynamic subdivision. And what this does, it allows you to add a lot more details to your mesh whilst retaining the overall shape that you worked hard to get. So if I started adding all kind of little details in here with this current mesh, there might not be enough supporting geo. And I'm going to kind of start fighting the surface. But when we apply the dynamic subdivision, which is in the dynamic subdivision tab, it kind of bakes in all that shape for us. So when we start working in here,
yeah, you're gonna get rid of the undo history.
Yeah, I just made sure. I've done that during practice 1,000 times. So I went to a clone. When we start adding details, the surface is a lot less disturbed with the extra geo we add. But if I was doing that kind of shape on here, it's just going to be fighting a lot more. You can get there, but I think just makes your life a lot harder. Yeah, I'll just kind of run this through. Just more of the same modeling, all the geos in there. So adding the panel lines is like really easy. Don't have to worry too much about the surface. IMM brushes. And then
Nice.
the icing on the cake is just booleans, so cut lines and booleans.
Yep.
And yeah,
Wow.
that's it.
No, that's
Sorry about that.
fantastic. I know we run out of time, and everybody's super excited about it. But I just thank you so much.
Yeah.
I know we could talk.
I
about it
I
all
could
day
have
long.
stayed here all day just watching you doing your thing and hard surface, man. Like that was,
Yeah.
One
No,
thing
it's
real
cool.
quick. I want to add one thing real quick, just to be sure, because credit's really important to me, and I want to make sure people got it. I cannot be positive I said it, so I want to call it out. I know I mentioned Hugo originally was the concept designer of the 2016 Slayer. Alex Palma did the Eternal one, and to be clear, Emerson Tong did the Dark Ages concept. Can't be positive I said that, but I want to throw it out there that Emerson did that. I think he also concepted Azric the Prince, and then Ben's mentioned it, but he also did the Emerson
Yes.
the Atlan. So
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I give our design team props, because they're the best I've worked with in the industry, and I appreciate those guys. They kick ass, and congrats to all them and the work they've done.
yeah.
Everybody, it is awesome.
Yeah. Well, congrats
Yeah.
to you guys. Like, the game is amazing, and Doom is one of my all-time favorites, both artistically and visually, and gameplay-wise as well, right? And I'm pretty sure Ian is with me on this one as well.
Oh no, 100% with you.
And I'm pretty sure most of the audience is also with me on this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stuck around for a lot of this. And this has been awesome, amazing presentation, guys.
Thank you so much for having
you.
us. We love to give back. I mean, it's always a pleasure. We're always here. We'll always answer everything. We're open book. We don't hide anything. We're just a bunch of guys trying to make cool stuff and try to push ourselves each day.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it shows. So thank you guys again. It's a pleasure to have you here. We're going to go ahead and wrap this section up. Don't go away, everybody, because we have some things to showcase what we're giving away. And then, yeah, we have more presentations.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks for having us,
everyone.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. Well, we could have.
All right.
See, I could have stayed there the whole time. And
Yeah.
it's crazy. Each presentation is just so amazing, and I literally just like want to give our presenters an entire day every single time if we had. but let's go ahead and get into just real quick. We're going to run through this pretty quickly, but I'm going to share my screen. We're going to go ahead and start by giving again, all the giveaways. Please, if you needed to fill out the giveaway form, because we're giving away these next week. We'll be reaching out. You just need to make sure that you links in the description, but when the QR code's up, go ahead and scan that for these giveaways. We're going to go with the Gnomon Workshop annual subscription. Again, such a great thing. Tons of resources. If you get this, definitely take advantage. Let's see what else we got here. Let me see.
What are you giving? What are you giving?
I'm gonna have to real quick
generous.
over here. Yeah, I always try to be, because our sponsors are super generous with this stuff. So believe you me, it's really cool. Just want to make sure I pull up the right one. No, not that one. Yep, this one right here. So CC5, Character Editor 5 with ZBrush Face Tools by Reallusion. So shout out to them. Thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and let's do. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a cool one. Another one of these, super awesome. The jewelry workshop. This one's super amazing. Again, Tamal, if you're here, thank you so much for being a sponsor. Great one. Jewelry. Amazing. Really cool stuff. Let's do one more real quick. Let's see. Let me make sure where it's at. I always want to make sure I pull up the right one. Where is it? That's not it. That is not it. Hold on a second. I had it right here. The
Anticipation.
exactly.
Anticipation. Anticipation
See,
is killing them.
Here's this one. Hold on.
Oh,
Here we go. Right here. Boom. The Ultimate
You
ZBrush Guide by Plumlander Academy. Thank you so
Ooh.
much. Yeah, this one's
that's a
super
good
cool.
one. That's a good one.
Yep.
For
Yep.
frog jewelry, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "Oh, I'm gonna make my own frog jewelry with that one, with a jewelry."
Exactly. And to the question in the chat, yes, all you have to do is take that link, register, make sure you, if you get a confirmation email because you've never registered with us before, make sure you fill that out and you are a part of that. If you've already filled out a registration form in the past, then you may not get one, but just make sure to check your junk mail, promotional emails, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Okay, that being said, we're going to just take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes because we do have another amazing presentation with Hasbro and G.I. Joe by Matt Hilton. So stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned.
All right. Bye.
for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version.
Right, welcome back. Well, that was a much more quicker break. Much more quicker break. But anyway, my name is Ian Robinson again. This is Rodolfo Silva. We're back here with more presentations. Id Software was super amazing, as every other presentation has been so far over the last couple of days. So if you're just tuning in, don't worry, because we have some more fun things to get into, and we're not even going to waste our time much more. I'm not even going to crack a joke on this one because we have an amazing presentation by Hasbro by Matt Hilton. Let's go ahead and bring Matt onto the stage. Welcome, Matt. How are you doing?
Hey guys. Hello. Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah, it's such great. Thank you. Yeah, it's great to have you here. Thank you for coming on and talking about Paul's favorite, and also it is near and dear to me, G.I. Joe. I mean, that's just so cool. Yeah. Can you? Anyway, sorry, looking at the chat too. What's up, chat? How's it going? Matt, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, definitely. So Matt Hilton. I lead the 3D product development for G.I. Joe. I've been doing it probably about 6-7 years now. Prior to that, I was actually in the games, working primarily games, so character art, and then kind of made the transition over to physical product, and been doing this, ever since.
Nice, man. Nice. Well, it's amazing to have you here, and we're really excited about your presentation. So we'll go ahead and get your screen up right now. Of course, to anybody in the chat, if you guys have questions, please feel free, because myself, Rodolfo, and Daisuke are always looking in the chat for questions, and we'll try to get to as many as we can, obviously given the time. But Matt, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Sweet. Yeah. Also, definitely shoot out questions. Going to be kind of winging it some, so we'll be jumping them back and forth from quite a few different things. So feel free to shoot out any questions at any time. But a little additional, I guess, backstory. Starting at Hasbro, I'll pull up some older work. So I was leading the Fortnite line as well. So the Victory Royale, just pulled together a couple of the figures. The line went for probably about 3 or 4 waves, and I had quite a few. These are some of the cool ones. Following that, did the starting lineup figures as well. So that was like your NBA, this whole lineup here. It was a short run, but it was a fun one. A lot of fun portraits, work like that. And then now I am on G.I. Joe. So that's the classified line, and then we're also working with the retro card back. So distinction between the two is that the classified design philosophy is a little different. It's kind of more the modern interpretation of these old school figures, whereas the retro cardback figures are more, they're basically recreations of those old school kind of O-ring figures, but at this different 6-inch higher quality, higher articulation range, the same modern interpretation basically, but the old design aesthetics. And jump right into ZBrush. Don't have a full PowerPoint or anything. We're gonna go. This is the ZBrush Summit, so let's spend a lot of time in ZBrush.
Yeah, it's what the people want, so go for it.
People are here for.
Yep.
All right. So that was the cylinder, primitive cylinder. This is just a basic lineup of a couple figures. It's kind of a scale reference, but it helps to kind of show some of the diversity that we're trying to achieve on the classified line. All of these are part of the classified. They're not the retro cardbacks, but the retros are going to be basically the same thing, just like I said, a different design aesthetic. It encompasses everything from animals to vehicles to all the character lineups. We also have a ton of gear that comes with these guys, which is another aspect of the line. Because it's a Hasbro-owned IP, luckily we're able to really jam pack all these offerings with a bunch of different material, a bunch of different accessories, and that's a really fun part about the line. Is a lot of times we'll build it to where this web gear will come off, it'll key in, you'll be able to swap it across different figures of similar scales. Obviously, you're not going to be able to. It may not look good putting a, Road Pigs shoulder pads here on somebody like Pythona, but within reason, we try to make it cross compatible. And so we have a whole bunch of different stuff in here.
Yeah, that's super cool that, like you were saying, you guys have the IP, so you're able to do a lot more. You're able to really dive in and go nuts with that. And I think that's super cool, especially with this type of lineup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun working on G.I. Joe because of that freedom. You can take a gun and be like, wouldn't it be cool, if we had the silencer come off or the mag actually come out? And it's like we can split this stuff up into many more parts than you would normally, be able to do. Like on a more licensed or on a licensed brand, but they could, they still figure out ways to pull it off, which is awesome too. But it just gives a little bit more freedom, which is always fun. But that's another aspect of it is like all this gear. We kind of want that toyetic aspect to it, which is that playability. What would be fun to play with? Kind of, tapping into your inner child as you're designing this stuff out. Like example is this ridiculous contraption that comes on the heavy duty offering. And I mean, it's just literally a bunch of guns that attach to a chassis. Actually, you have one right here where it's, well, you can basically kind of see
try to make full screen.
Right
there you
here.
go.
But you can kind of have, all these different like little parts and pieces that, pop off. This kind of has that whole Avatar-esque construction where it kind of clips in and sits on the character's back. It's got a peg hole or a peg there to plug into a peg hole. All of these swivel up and down. Ammo cartridges, at least in the original design, they did pop off, but we ended up molding a couple of those due to like some costing constraints. But these whole ammo ribbons, we're able to feed that out and feed that through, plug into these weapons. A lot of cool. They were able to pull off a lot of cool like deco on there. which is just another word for paint, or those unfamiliar with the industry term. But yeah, it's a pretty sweet offering. I can jump back in. Yeah. Oh, we got an autosave. Let's cancel that.
Wow, yeah, that is super intricate. I'm just going to go ahead and ask it because I'm very curious, and I'm as a toy maker myself. What is your favorite articulation piece that you like to model, and do you model those inside of ZBrush?
So favorite, two-part question. I would say I really like the animals, like we have over here, Law and Order offering. It's a German Shepherd. This one was a lot of fun developing because it's a little abnormal. I've cut so many double joints and elbows and knees at this point where it's like I want a different design. I want to design something else, and that's where these animals come in, and they're always a lot of fun. Especially trying to make him highly articulated is kind of a challenge at this scale, especially 6 inches, and then you got a dog that's maybe only 3 inches tall, which then now you're adding additional constraints. And then what was the second part of your question? It was
yeah, do you model all your articulation pieces in
Yeah.
ZBrush?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. The whole process takes. We do the whole thing in ZBrush. So typically, it starts off with your traditional high poly sculpt, high density. Everything's kind of split off into sub tools. But once we get into the engineering phase, that's typically basically a massive Boolean hierarchy that will start sizing things out, chopping the arms off, and then start working through that chain of just that arm. We'll do that through different Boolean hierarchies. Once it gets to there, at a certain point, we're going to send it off to be tooled in steel because this is all plastic injection molded. So at that point, our partners over at the factory will take those engineered files and they'll probably pull it into some sort of CAD software like SolidWorks or something like that to create those inner wells, like hollowing out parts and creating putting on those final mushroom caps. Little things like that to really get it ready for tooling. But a vast majority of the actual figure development does occur in ZBrush, yeah.
Nice. I might be this guy. It's okay. You could tell me no. You could be like, Ian, stop asking questions. But if there's time, maybe if you have time to do a small demo of how you approach joints, that is a really big question. A lot of artists ask. No one's asked that here. I'm asking because I'm selfishly curious.
Yeah, absolutely. We can build that in for sure.
Okay, cool. And we do have a question from the chat, so I'll let the chat. Most of the ligaments? Yeah, are most of the ligaments of animals and figures hollow inside? And do you sculpt? And do you sculpt that in ZBrush? Is the question.
Ligaments is in the internal parts.
Yeah, I believe that's where they're going with that.
Yeah, it feels like that's what they were asking. Yeah.
So typically, like this, for example, is a bunch of different just kind of, I've cut it in a little sloppy in some areas, but it's going to, once it actually gets molded, what they'll most likely end up doing, and what they did on this one is we'll cut out holes in the underside of this, the backside, and we'll create little channels in there because we don't want, if we were to actually mold this, I mean, that's 12 millimeters of plastic thickness that you have in there just from one, measurement. That's not accounting for width as well. So it would be from a plastic weight perspective, it would get pretty hefty. And it's also any familiarity with injection molding when plastic it's hot and molten plastic. So when it's molded into there, if you have too much wall thickness, like in this scenario, all of that plastic is going to cool at a different rate. And so you're going to end up with pockets that may, trap air, may create bubbles, it may, dry unevenly. You'll get sink issues where the outside of your sculpt may start to like kind of sink inwards, which is never good because that's fundamentally changing the primary forms. But so yeah, we would end up like coring out a lot of this stuff while maintaining, you know, this engineering that's already cut in there to showcase like this is the desired functionality, and so then we'll go and refine by coring stuff out.
Nice.
Yeah, good question.
Super cool.
Yeah, so I can kind of jump on. There's no more questions on this lineup.
Yeah, no questions yet.
Okay. So kind of just jumping into the general anatomy of a G.I. Joe classified figure. You know, we start off with this is kind of a base body sculpt for the latest wetsuit. It's always fun to be able to generate a new base body because that generates new opportunities for potential, you know, reuse later in the line. You know, we might want to paint it differently or change up a couple things, but it creates an opportunity to create some of those tooling standards, like the diameter of you know, certain mushrooms, which is sweet. But this is kind of a clean base body. And then moving on, you know, we have pins, which I've kind of grouped all in here together. And so a typical G.I. Joe classified figure is made up with a double barbell head, a ball joint lower neck, butterflies that are capturing shoulder discs, double discs, you got your wrist discs. We'll sometimes cut those, depending on the character, you might cut those front to back. If they have like kind of more trigger finger type action, like maybe some of your like more like Wild Bill, which is more of like a cowboy-esque type figure, comes with some revolvers, and so we want to get that kind of like double recoil action, or more side to side if you have more like it's usually like handheld swords, things like that, where you want to kind of get those cool poses. And that's really kind of the key, is trying to increase the posability of these figures as much as possible. Underneath this PVC, which is just like a soft plastic brief, is kind of like a chassis that we'll use. And then those actually incorporate like hinges in the ball joints on the hips. So those will go up and down as well as rotate on those balls. And so you can actually pull the legs down and fold them up if you want the figure to like sit inside of a vehicle, is the main function of that. And then you can also push the hip hinges back up into the body of the figure at a more neutral pose to get a more natural, neutral position that looks, you know, more pleasing on your shelf. And then of course we have, you know, those double knees and then ankle discs.
So we have a question coming in from the chat. Do you paint your pieces in ZBrush and then you injection mold that poly paint, or do you get do you have a pre-made color scheme set up separately? Like, do you do any painting in ZBrush?
Yeah, so I'm in the sculpting department, so we don't actually do any of the painting of these figures, but our model shop, it will go over to them and they will do a decent amount of, some of them are using mostly ZBrush for that, so they're poly painting, poly grouping. They poly group because I think a lot of them are using like KeyShot to render, and so having those poly groups separates as a material in that render engine, and then they can kind of assign different materials to different parts based on the color breaks. Yeah, a lot of painting does happen in ZBrush, and then that's of course sent over for painting physically, but none of the poly paint ever comes out in final product. It's always kind of just a point of reference for a factory to apply actual paint.
Okay, cool.
So then we also have, you know, our hinges, which is your shoulder hinges. We have an ab crunch, which is technically a hinge. You have your hip hinges, and then we'll also throw ankle hinges on there. So if I was to combine those two, you can kind of see the full breakout of a typical articulation scheme for classified figure. Kind of cool.
Wow, no, that's super cool. One of the questions that just came in too is like a figure like this and its complexity. How long does it usually take you just to complete one figure?
It's we go through a lot of figures in a year. So at Hasbro, we it's very rapid development cycle, and so at least on GI Joe, we do like I want to say like close to 70 to 80 figures every year. And yeah, some of those are partial figures, so we'll only be doing a couple new parts, which it makes, it's less work, obviously. But I would say if you were doing a full, complete figure sculpt, that first sculpt of the actual figure, that's going to be ideally 2 to 3 weeks of development time just for that initial sculpt. And then another week for cutting the articulation. So you're looking at ideally 4 weeks of development time. And then by the 5th week, we're reviewing with like extended design partners on the design team to be like, what do you think about this? What do we want to change? Blah, blah, blah. And then you're probably looking at another like 2 or 3 weeks of just like going back and forth on, let's change the backpack, let's change the articulation to do this, what have you. So in all, 5 to 8 weeks, ideal, typically.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that makes sense because, like you said too, I mean, you'll be chatting about the anatomy and stuff, and you want the sculpt to represent the character, the concept, the IP as best as possible. Very, very one-to-one process.
Yeah, exactly. And like, we run into different design challenges based on the brand. So if it's like, or at least the line, so if it's like the retro line, that retro card back figures I was talking about, it's a little easier because you have a direct one-for-one reference to pull from, which is, that old cartoon, those old O-ring figures. But then on these classified figures, we might mock something up and it just doesn't read, it's not reading. So it's like, let's change it up. Let's change up the shape language. Let's push it, what have you. And that iterative process can take a while.
Nice. And then don't worry, we're getting plenty of questions, so we can keep you busy. Nice. What are the processes? What's the process you factor into tolerances between the pieces, or more specifically, what tolerances do you really keep an eye on?
So we keep an eye on all the tolerances. Basically, anytime that a part connects with another part, we're considering tolerance. In the sculpt phase, so in this phase of like cutting all of this articulation, typically we're going to move on to a 3D print as well. So a lot of our tolerances are based off of a resin print for just prototyping and testing, and that offset is ideally about 0.12 to 0.16 millimeter wall thickness, which is very subtle. One way you can quickly kind of do that and visualize that is like, let's say I took all of my articulation here and I know all these parts are plugging in. I can say, just throw a Dynamesh on it. All right. So I'll Dynamesh it, and then I'll just like, typically if I'm creating offsets, I'll just run like a subtle inflate, which is under the deformer. You hold control over the button. I'm always holding that control button over these because I have this custom UI. Yeah. So I'm like, where is that at again? It's under tool deformation inflate. So, and then I'll just inflate it a little bit. I should actually probably make a duplicate with the history rolled back. There we go. And then with both of those turned on, I can use transparency to kind of see that offset, which which I can then measure. And so right now it's at 0.2, which if you look up in the top left-hand corner, whenever you use the transpose line, so I'll click on a surface right here, and I'll hold shift to drag out perpendicular to your camera view, and I'll just kind of eyeball it, center line there. So that's 0.22, so that's actually a little bit too much. So I would roll that back a bit until I got closer to 0.12 to 0.16 millimeters. And then I would typically just kind of dynamesh that at a lower resolution, maybe run a smooth on it, just to kind of smooth out some of those nasty parts. And then I could actually use that as a Boolean for my offsets.
Wow, nice.
Now kind of seeing that cut in at that 0.12 to 0.16 offset. You're also seeing that overlap a little bit right there.
Nice. No, that's super cool. That's super cool. Another question that came in too is if somebody creates a portfolio trying to get into toys, should they include images of their 3D prints as to showcase that they can manufacture something from ZBrush to the real world?
Yeah, absolutely. Always, yeah. I mean, we're always looking for like high quality sculpts first and foremost, but after that point, to kind of stand out, it is showcasing if you have something tangible that you've actually taken into some level of physical production, whether that be 3D printing, what have you, that's always super valuable to show, because that shows familiarity with the process. It shows a familiarity somewhat with like engineering parts to fit and work together. And articulation is an even added bonus if you go in and actually cut in joints. A little tip you can do, like for action figures, and then I'll sometimes do for prototyping, is like on these joints, in the center of that pivot, you'll see kind of a hole here that I have. That's for injection molding. That's for the plastic to actually go through, and it solidifies, which allows it to naturally capture that joint. But we'll even put it in there for our print samples, because I'll take that as a Boolean and I'll extend it out to come out the actual forearms or wherever that joint is. And then I'll actually use like a hand drill or something when we 3D print those, and you can put like we'll do it to the point of it's the same diameter of a like a styrene rod. I'll sometimes use like toothpicks, things like that, and I'll just punch it in there, clip off the ends, and then you can actually like test your articulation joint on a physical product and play around with it and see if it works. So that's also a great thing to add if you want to start pinning figures and testing that out.
Oh yeah, that's super fun. More questions? We're good. We're doing good. How do you keep everything in scale for the required measurements throughout the process of creating the figure, or do you worry about scale after?
Ideally, you're going to focus on scale from the very get-go. You're going to create, typically what I'll do, start with like a buck. So I'll start with something kind of like primitive, say nothing much 3D. And so I'll go into like Z plugin under Scale Master, and then I'll leverage this to be able to get my initial scale of the scene. I actually like to take this, and I like to set this with that initial buck to 20 millimeters. I'll tell you why in a second. So if I hit that and I make it 20 millimeters, you'll now see the XYZ size of this scene is 20. And that's kind of like ZBrush is like arbitrary internal scale in relation to real world. And this scale also influences all of the other sliders I've found. So like all of your deformers, your Dynamesh, that resolution. And so the reason I set it to 20 millimeters is so that I can then unify the scene back to a scale of 2 at a real world scale of 20 millimeters. And what that gives me, at least in the 6-inch scale, is it gives me a little bit more reliability when I use my Dynamesh slider down here, that I know if I was to crank this up to 4K, I'm going to have this object, which is at 20 millimeters, have a higher resolution in the millions, which is what I want. Or if I crank it all the way down to 8 and hit it, I'm going to get a really low resolution. And so it just makes it a little more predictable. I know that we have this new button that you can click, but I still kind of prefer to know what I'm going to get out of what I'm doing. So, but on that, now that it's kind of unified to that, you can go back in here and say, we'll switch over to inches. Oh, crashed, guys.
Oh, it's okay. You're demoing. It happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
happens
you're
in
right.
life.
Yeah. No, but you're right. Yeah, absolutely. The scale will definitely influence. That's something we talk about too with Dynamesh. The resolution sliders it's an arbitrary number. It doesn't really matter. It's the scale of the object itself or the scene that you're working with. So, to your point, that makes sense that you would want to set that to something that's definitely reasonable, something you can work with. And yeah, we have 100 different ways to do the same thing. So whatever works for you is perfect.
Yep. I always love to have that controlled environment. I originally I play around a little bit with the Z scripting, and so was trying to kind of create bucks that you could script out to where I could create a startup Z tool very quickly through scripting and creating the little buttons that will create kind of leverages somewhat the logic behind Z scale. And it's very difficult to get Dynamesh and those tools to work correctly if you didn't create sort of that controlled environment by unifying everything to a set value to where everything kind of it had a predictable result essentially.
Nice. Well, we'll definitely have to also, if you didn't know too, we just added Python, which now has the Z script body. Basically, you can code in Python instead of having to learn a whole new language. So be curious to see what kind of tools you'll develop with that as well.
Super excited about the Python. I can't wait to dig in.
All right, awesome. All right, we got ZBrush back too, and yep, chat still loving the show, which is good.
Yep, a lot of questions pouring in.
Awesome.
Yeah, Joe.
There's a whole conversation going on in the chat. It's good to see. It's good to see like that. A lot of people interested in toys and collectibles.
We'll actually switch over to Python. It's all relative. So back to the scale aspect. After I've kind of unified the scene, I will typically just we'll actually do it real quick. Really, again, plugin, scale master, docket.
We have an interesting question while you're prepping this too. Just going to ask it. What's the most significant change in ZBrush over the last couple of years that might have improved your workflow, or a new feature where you're like, yeah, that was really cool?
Introduction of live boolean was big, especially for toys. I would say the most recent one. I really like the cloth brushes now. I've always sculpted them by hand, and there's still a decent amount of that. At least getting into those idealized folds, especially for action figures. You want tension folds in certain places around articulation joints and things like that. But the cloth brush is implemented is sweet because now I can go in with a dynamic nudge and just slightly pull to create a little bit of asymmetry in those folds very quickly, being able to push and pull and squash some of those hand sculpted folds to be a little more natural looking. And then of course the knife brush. I love the knife brush. Chop parts off and having that clean polygroups. So I'm going to stay away from trying to hit that the inches right after doing that unify, because it seemed like it was maybe crashing in.
Wasn't liking that with the stream. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, yeah.
But what you can do. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to jump in with another question. follow. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
I was going to say that if you go in there, switch it to inches, then you just type in 6 inches or whatever scale you want your thing to be. You can click a new subtool at the scale or whatever button. It's in there, and it basically create a primitive shape that's at that scale that you're working with, and then you can kind of use that as a ruler as you're developing your sculpt. If you do finish like a full sculpt of like say a high poly model figure, you can also just go into Scale Master and change that entire figure to 6 inches pretty easily with that tool as well. It's not something to play around with because it's, you know, whatever your current tool is selected, it's going to scale that to whatever is input as the measurement. And then if you have things like if you have all turned on, it's going to then scale everything in your scene as well relative to that pre-scaled object.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So the question was, other than anatomy, what would you say is the most useful thing to learn when designing figures and toys?
I think it's all of those topics, you know, in sculpting are valuable. Anatomy is one aspect of it. Accurate drapery, how cloth folds, different material thicknesses. You know, learning that leather is going to have larger, softer folds. It's going to behave differently than say silk, which is going to have a lot of tighter, thin folds. It's kind of the anatomy of cloth. I would learn hard surface stuff, like you know, even the last presentation was a good example of that, of just like the variation in your hard surface design, having you know, edge profiles that have varying levels of bevel included and varying levels of hardness and softness, and not everything's just 90-degree cuts, or not everything's the same uniform bevel on everything. That helps everything read better. I would master those, just the fundamentals of sculpting. And then I would start to, you know, play with like some engineering, cut things apart. If you have the access or the ability to 3D print, that's always valuable to be able to then test things. Yeah, I would say that the sculpting part, at least for me, was the part that takes the longest to master, and then the learning, the engineering, the manufacturing. It's something you can just add on top, kind of like you would in games. So it's like learning topology and, you know, those more technical processes involved.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so here I have 2 different versions of Python in here. So this is kind of the final sculpt file of this figure. You can kind of see what we also have to deal with is design for manufacturing. So areas you'll see, like in the inside here, we have a cut in the hole. But then we also have like these teeth. And typically, like in toys, what we'll do is any part that's not draftable, so it's typically from like a certain angle, or you can pull some sort of slide to be able to capture that detail. If it's overly complicated, where there's a lot of overlapping parts that interfere with draft, we'll typically like cut those parts out, and then we'll try to find another way to like key them together and glue them. Or we'll be worried about like wall thicknesses. Like a lot of these points are too pointy. They would create a lot of like material thickness issues. Typically, like a general rule of thumb is like 1 millimeter is kind of the golden standard of how thick your walls should be for when we 3D print something and manufacture it. We've pushed it down as far as like 0.08 millimeters, but this like right now is hitting 0.35 or 0.4 millimeters. And so when that actually prints, or that's manufactured, it's gonna break, or it's not even going to come out at all. And so an example of what ends up happening during the manufacturing phase is that we'll actually go in and start to kind of radius some of this stuff off, which at that scale, you know, it doesn't look as great in the sculpt, but at the actual product scale, you couldn't tell a difference. Same thing with like the earrings, and then also, let's see here, let's see if I can auto group it. Yeah, we actually like split out the tongue, and then we have that piece plug into the back of the head. And so that way you can also capture those teeth, because your draft angle is front to back here, which another tip if you want to like test your draft angle. I used to use this a lot, and not so much ever since the introduction of the draft analysis, but like polygroup front was one I used a lot, which would basically take like your whatever direction your camera was moving, or you can change the angle of it and then get kind of an idea of where that draft line was going to be. You can kind of see right there, that's where that draft line would be, right across the center there.
Very cool. Wow. Yeah. It's all those little tricks and little nuggets that kind of help bring it all together, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We had a question about just the jobs in general. Would you say there's actually a good amount of jobs in the toy industry, or do you think the toy industry is kind of a niche field?
I think there's a decent chunk still. I think a lot of the work in the toy industry, it may be different at other companies, but at Hasbro specifically, we're a very small team. So there's only like 6 3D dev leads, and we're each heading a different brand. And so a lot of work that would come out of like our department would be like vendor freelance work. And so if we were to send things out, it'd be 2 vendors and freelancing, which is a lucrative opportunity. At other companies, I don't know if they have like more internal art staff that are all developing internally, but at least for Hasbro specifically, yeah, I mean, freelancers are a major force.
Nice.
We love to leverage.
Someone was asking, how do you use the draft analysis? Can you show that real quick?
Yeah.
Like the new draft analysis tool.
You guys might have to help me find it because I haven't used it in a minute. I thought it was under render.
No, it should be under the transform menu.
It's transform.
Right
If I
here.
remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Transform. All right. So you can basically set this on, which shows your draft analysis. You can change the actual angle. So typically we're working at a 3-degree angle for toys to pull out a mold. So I will typically set it to 30. That, and then you can also set your direction. So you can sit there and look at something with your camera. Say I want to draft it from this angle, or try to. You can set that direction, and then now it'll readjust. Or I can set it from this angle, and it'll show you the draft analysis. And then basically that yellow portion right there, this is decimated, so the topology is kind of whacked out. But basically that center yellow line right there is telling you what your draft line is currently within that 3-degree tolerance. And then the red and the yellow is obviously your front or your back side of whatever mold or draft you're going to be pulling.
Nice, nice. The one you might have been thinking of too, because you were under render, was the live Boolean option of showing the coplanars or showing issues, which you could use with live Booleans. Have you used that tool before?
I have not.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's just under render Booleans at the top. So if you had live Boolean turned on, any parts that are like kind of airing out or showcasing, yeah, if you click that one, that usually will showcase like any type of like issues, thin walls or something like that. So that might have been the other one you were thinking of. It's a pretty cool tool.
Yeah, I'll have to play around with it after this. It might be the new go-to.
Yeah.
There's Paul.
G.I.
Hey!
Joe! Wild Paul appears.
There it
What's up,
is.
Paul?
What's up, Matt?
Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for accepting
Hi.
our invitation.
Yeah, better to be here, be late than not here at all.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Just showing some general draft tips.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah. Let's
So
see here.
I can switch back to the
Alright.
G.I. Joe anatomy really quick. I meant to show this as well. Just kind of on these accessories. One of the aspects that we like to build in, like I was saying about playability, toyetic nature of these, is just having parts that kind of plug into one another, like being able to kit out your own weapon at the 6-inch or the 6-inch scale. And so we'll have like portholes actually built into, like, say, the end of a silencer or something, also at the end of the barrel. So that's the same standardized port for both sides, so that you can kind of like daisy chain pieces together. And so on the end of that, we would put like sculpted fire or like a flare effect, or a projectile, trail type FX sculpt that you can plug in. The same thing with like the silencer. And then we have like a mag, that'll actually be plugged in.
What are the tolerances you usually give everybody for these, Matt? For thickness tolerances, and especially because you're dealing with a toy where a kid's going to be playing with it, right? So what do you usually set for your tolerance, and what things do you look out for?
So typically we're still aiming for that like 1 millimeter ideal wall thickness around, well, typically your walls. But then we were saying that basically the offset, if you're going to like 3D print this or test it out between actual parts, it's that 0.12 to 0.16 millimeter offset.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Okay, so
My G.I. Joe didn't have this much articulation. It's not fair.
Just going to do a quick time check here. We got about 15 minutes and stuff. I'm kind of curious. There are some questions in the chat still too, but I know at the beginning of this, I had mentioned if you might be willing to do like a articulation tips tricks demo, something not too complicated. I know it takes time. Do you mind going through a quick demo of how you approach articulation?
Yeah, for sure. Let me load up this tool here. It's kind of big, so it might take a second. But
that is okay. Cool. We have another question too while that's loading. What are the things you need to tinker with when you receive a scan of a prototype sculpture, if it was made in clay, before you change it? Do you guys do any type of photogrammetry?
we do not on G.I. Joe. On other brands, we will. So like Marvel or Star Wars, sometimes you might receive like scan data from the studio of like an actor or an actress. If you're working with that, typically it's kind of low resolution, so you're going to end up, doing the typical like scan cleanup of, cutting off those stray parts, cleaning up, smoothing the surface out, and then kind of resculpting and refining the portraiture. Typically is what we're using it for. On G.I. Joe, we don't have any of that. We're just sculpting everything because these are fictional characters. Might be cool to get a couple weapons and then scan them and pull them in, but the manual sculpting of guns has worked out fine.
Nice, awesome. All right, yeah. Demo seems to be a high thing, so I'll let you cook.
All right. So yeah, I have a sci-fi here. So this is kind of an early iteration of sci-fi. This is just before articulation is being cut in. So I can kind of show sort of what I meant earlier about that whole Boolean structure. It gets pretty lengthy where we're going in there and cutting all these pieces out. But like we could start at, say the head. So, typically those are made up of like, separate subtools. This is all combined, but we'll actually go in there after the fact and I'll start cutting parts out. So like I'll cut out the neck, we'll resculpt things to make it, a ball joint. You'll have a ball joint there that you can actually use as a reference to kind of conform it to. Creating these like little joints. It's pretty easy to do, just like these simple primitives, just a ball with a cylinder. And then this is like an example of, chop the head off, following, the jaw line, cleaning it up a bit. It's all kind of, dirty on the bottom there, but that's just kind of a starting point. And then I'll actually take usually that ball joint. So like say I was to duplicate this. This is where I really like that knife tool. Go in there and actually start cutting articulation. So I'll sit there and I'll find kind of my center line. I'll first position the joint where I want it, which is typically like on a head. I'm going to position it towards the top of the cranium, towards the front of the forehead, which is where it's currently sitting. And then I'll go in there, and then at about I'd say about the 60 to 70% point on the hemisphere of the ball, with your 50% being right down the middle. I will go a little below that because you want a little bit of that bite, a little bit of that overlap, so that you can pop that joint on and not have it just, fly off the figure. We'll take a chop, which gives me a clean polygroup on the bottom, which I can then isolate, mask, snap my gizmo to the bottom of it. Then I can just use that control modifier to start pulling it out. And then I'll start, pulling it out, start flaring it out. I can actually turn off some of this stuff so you can see what's happening. So now from that, I have a pretty basic like primitive here that I can play with. May go in and add a bevel to kind of soften some of these out, or even sometimes I'll go in and like crease, apply a crease and then just apply subdivisions to smooth all this out. But for the sake of this, we'll just add a bevel. We'll actually keep it kind of dirty. Why not? It's just, you can just use that as a negative. We'll pull that down under the hierarchy of the head. And now you can kind of see that cut. Let's turn all this off. See kind of that cut in there. And then I may, with this actually turned on, I'll typically like grab my move tool, turn on that symmetry and start to like kind of massage it kind of into place, those verts into place, pull them in a bit, start to get a little bit cleaner of an edge, because like we were saying before, you have those wall thickness concerns that we now need to consider. So that 1 millimeter of wall thickness, starting to pull it in.
And just to be clear too, you're messing with the actual the joint itself, the negative. You're not messing with the head.
Exactly. Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
And then that's another aspect that kind of I've learned through trial and error, is that no matter how complex your Boolean hierarchy is, there's always going to be a little bit of cleanup typically at the end once you pull that trigger on that Boolean for toys. So at the end of the day, like if I pull that trigger on that, we just went into the gear and hit Boolean with subdivision. It should pop it out right below it. If it doesn't, which it did, so never mind, won't have to worry about that. But I'll typically take that tool, maybe throw a Dynamesh on it. And then actually get in there and start cleaning up some of this stuff with like smooth. If I go around the edges here, start smoothing some of this stuff out, it's going to get rid of some of the surface detail, which I'll have to go back and like, put a spray on with like a fine tip alpha, and I'll spray, some of those sculptural details back on there. But I'm starting to like clean up stuff. One thing I really like for specifically toys is we're always going around and like thickening walls and stuff, just like little minute thick like areas of added thickness. So I really like the move tool and then turning on back face mask. And then with that, I can actually go in, find an angle, and then perpendicular to that, I can kind of start to pull a little bit of that material out. Should turn on symmetry.
Now, when you were talking about like some of the back of the detail itself is kind of faded away a little bit, do you use project history and kind of bring that info back, or like a morph target?
Yeah, sometimes it depends on like if it's just fast enough for me to like quickly throw, like this, for example, it's just a spray operation with a fine detailed alpha. I'll probably just do that. But there are times when, I cut something and then it's like a really intricate hard surface detail that I'll actually go back, pull that old subtool and like project that detail on it. Sometimes with articulation, that's really the only way you can do it with articulation, because once I've committed to that Boolean, projecting the history on it, it's gonna like try to project onto geometry that's no longer there. And so that sometimes creates issues, and so, I'll just go back in and like start cleaning up things, but this is usually just like damn standard with backface on.
Nice. Wow, that's looking really cool. That's awesome. Just like that. Cut a joint. I love it.
Cut a joint.
That's so cool. Well, just a real quick time check. We got about 5-6 minutes ish left. Time for any last questions that are coming through. Make sure to throw them in the chat. Let me just make sure we didn't miss anything. Here we go. Here's one. Do you ever add relief cuts to allow the Boolean to snap in easier? Or is that 60-70% that you were talking about kind of help with that?
You talking about relief cuts as in like
for that ball joint for the head? Like, do you factor in relief cuts, or is that just kind of take care of itself with the way you built it?
Yeah, that typically it'll take care of itself, and then a lot of it, it's like a lot of time we're moving so fast that I'm chopping, booleans out really quick, and then kind of a little bit of this re-cleanup sculpting that occurs right afterwards. And ideally, it's like build the boolean to the point where the cleanup is minimal, but like I was saying, like we don't often. It usually takes more time to build a Boolean that is, the second you hit like execute this Boolean, it just comes out perfect. There's no touching, you don't have to touch it any further. That usually will take a lot longer than just quickly chopping it out and cleaning it up after the fact. And then we also, like I was saying before, it's like we have design changes and stuff that go on for like 2 or 3 weeks. And so it's like I might be working on a part that's we've already cut, printed and tested. And so like going back into that Boolean structure and having to like finagle with the Booleans again to get this new design change implemented, it's usually easier to just work from that cut piece than it is to like finesse your old Booleans.
Nice. Yeah, makes total sense. For the sculptural details, another question that came in is, how do you know how much depth to give the detail for it to read once it's gone through manufacturing?
Yeah, so it's there's a standard. There's like an ideal depth. A lot of times I'm eyeballing it. Like I've done enough of them at this point to know like what's going to read well. But I would say like in general, you're looking for around like a 1.16, similar to like your offset, to like a 0.2 millimeter actual depth of a texture. So, something like this, it's just like a generic weave that we're cutting in there, but it's pretty aggressive. We also have that like stored on layers so that, if I need to punch something up for production, it's like I can just be duplicating that. It also has a morph target so that I can go back in and morph out details where I need to. So that non-destructive workflow is ideal for textures, especially.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. This is also too where I would recommend anybody who's even curious in getting into toys, just get into 3D printing, print out your stuff, and see how soft something actually is when you think it's like cut in, and then you'd be like, oh, I should actually push that.
Yep, absolutely. It's one of those things too where it's like, we're designing it out and it's the economy of detail, it's that only certain details are really going to show up anyway. So it's like when we get to that tertiary step, a lot of the times we're blowing out those details sculpturally it looks blown out, but then when it comes out in production, it's softened, the plastics, softened out, and those textures are more subtle. So we can't really add like all those little, I would love to like, really go in there and finesse all these hard surface scribe lines and everything everywhere. But at the end of the day, like a lot of that stuff's going to wash out. And so you gotta be intentional with, where you're going to put things and how deep, based on what's going to read at the end product.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
One last question from that I'm curious as well. Do you have a standardized joints across the product line, or is the articulation for each toy? Is it made for each toy individually?
Yeah, so on G.I. Joe, we have more of a standardization. We're up to like close to 200 figures at this point. We use standard, so it's something we built from day one. That has changed over time. Like your joints will evolve as the functionality does, and so we might start swapping parts out and then reusing those for future figures. So yeah, like diameters, things like that are pretty standard. A lot of like the butterfly connection points where they pop in, a lot of that's standard, so that we can kind of rip the arms off of one figure and try it on the torso of another figure. Maybe that would look cool with those arms, those types of things. We might kit bash and play around. Things like if you can see my screen here, like things like the heads. So like I have that sci-fi figure. This is an early engineering prototype of him. So like that head there, that's a standard joint that I can pop off. I could take somebody like a wetsuit here. I'll take his helmet off, pop his head off. Then I could take, their heads and their standard fits. We can take, wetsuit's head there, pop it onto sci-fi's body. And then there's also like a depth that they sit. We want them to be kind of at least along the same body types. We want them to have similar depths so that when they sit on the neck, they look proportionate in place. The depth of those cuts are different. Than you might have one guy that has like a giraffe neck, the other one looks like a turtle, and that's not ideal either. So yeah, so there's the level of standardization for sure.
Oh, cool. Well, I hate to be the guy who has to say the next sentence, but our time is coming to an end. So, Matt, thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you to Hasbro as well for taking the time to come and answer questions and demoing an articulated piece. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was a blast.
Yep. And thanks, Paul, for showing up.
Hey,
Missed you.
Thanks for having me. This was really a blast. I love me some toys, Matt. G.I. Joe,
American hero. Yeah, it's so awesome.
Right.
Yeah. Well, as they say, knowing is half the battle, right?
Absolutely. There we go.
It's my whole childhood. It's my whole childhood. I seem like I'm battling more than knowing.
All right. Well, Matt, we'll let you go. Thank you again. It's been a pleasure. And don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back.
All right. See you guys.
All right.
So, how's your day been going?
It's been going great. How's your day been going?
Oh, good. I see the purple dragon now. We got her on camera, eh? Behind you. That's cool.
Yep,
That's
yep,
good.
yep.
Right.
Doing well. So, yeah, it's like I said earlier, is one we had to get on. Unfortunately, went through some shipping issues, but we got on a camera for a little bit. I think I have to readjust, but it's starting to fly again. So we'll figure that out soon. But hey, Paul, you know what? You wanna do the honors and do some?
No, I'll do
announcements?
you do it. You do it. I will do your assistant. I'll be your assistant this time.
Okay, you'll be my assistant. Okay,
I want
cool.
to be
That
your
sounds good.
assistant this time.
All right,
Okay.
sounds great. Sounds good. Well, of course, if you haven't signed up for the giveaways, make sure to do that, as we'll be giving these away next week. The link is in the chat. But Nomen Workshop annual subscription. That's the first one that we're going to be announcing right now. Well, it's not the first one. We've mentioned this one a lot. Great for knowledge, games, films, sculpting. All of it is there. Really cool. Let me see. Let me load up another one, and then let's do. Let's see. This the one. Yep, this is the one. Here we go. Real Illusions Character Creator 5 with ZBrush Face Tools. So again, a super awesome one. Character Creator, we've also shown the ad a couple times too. Helps you pose your characters and do all that. And then of course the face tools for ZBrush. Let's see here.
One more. Come on.
It's
Be
cool.
generous.
There's a few
You know
more.
what's cool?
Throw a few.
Jewelry's
Okay.
cool. Just
Ooh,
FYI.
right.
I like
Jewelry's
jewelry.
cool.
So there you
Yep.
go. Yep, lifetime membership. Thank you for Tamal Whittlebach, who's gifted these over. So lifetime membership for the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Great. If it's great for jewelry, but it's also great for just learning ZBrush and hard surface workflow. So really, really cool.
Yep.
Let's see here. Boop. I'm thinking if you're into games or clean topology, then ZWrap might be something for you as well, with a 2-year subscription. So if you're big into games, good into topology, and needing to move quick, Faceform has given the 2-year subscription of ZWrap. Really, really cool. I think we should do one more.
All right.
All right.
Feeling
Is that
generous.
cool?
Yep.
That work?
Frog jewelry. There we go.
We are
There's
getting
Tony.
into the season of holidays. So
We are.
rock and roll.
Yep. Let's see here. Let me make sure it's the right one first. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
the
on.
right that one, not that one.
No. This
Yeah.
one.
No.
Wait.
Wrong
Which
one.
one?
Which one? See? Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Technical difficulty.
Hold on. There it is. I got it.
Did you? You got it?
There
There
we
it
go.
is.
Creature
There it is.
Workshop
There it
with
is.
There it is.
Blender Academy. Yeah. All right. Well, I've destined to fail at some point. There you go. The Creature Workshop. Really cool stuff. Sculpting creatures. Pablo's amazing. So really a great course. Yeah. You guys can do you can win me over with frogs and jewelry and in Creature Workshop.
That's
So,
still alive
Thomas-
today, huh? The frogs are still alive today?
still
Well,
alive.
Thomas
Actually,
Whittlebach was just saying I have a frog for you. So
oh,
In the
see,
chat.
so you win me over. Well, it's already been determined that in one of my next live streams, we're going to be doing some sort of frog creature. It's a
I'll
must.
be making a frog pond at this point.
Yeah.
I'll make an environment for your
environment.
frog. I'll make
Okay.
the environment for your frog, you know.
I like it.
All right, perfect. Love it. There's a collab for you. It's done.
There it
So-
is. There it is.
All right. Well, I know, Paul, we just got your face back, but we're going to go on a small break, and then we'll come back because next we'll have some toy photography with Mitchell Yu. So stay tuned. Boo, 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 boo. Sound effects.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing, with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from Sculpt to Print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later this year, the ability to create from scratch or manually retopologize has been greatly enhanced. Our team has been diligently developing new retopology tools that will empower you to design to create individual faces, precisely place vertex points, draw geometrical lines, expand by edge loops, select through various topology patches, and so much more. Our aim is to enable you to retopologize more efficiently than ever before within ZBrush. Another significant update we will be releasing later this year is the new folder restructure, which serves as the foundation for expanding user profiles. This enhancement will simplify the process of transferring these items from one version to another. Additionally, this improvement will facilitate better management of the ZBrush folder structure for educational institutions and studios. One of the most requested features for ZBrush is also coming soon, an all-new UV editor. You'll be able to create, edit, and manage UVs directly in ZBrush for desktop with precision and control, seamlessly integrated into your sculpting workflow.
right.
Hello.
Oh, what's
Hello, everyone.
up? How everybody?
What's
What's happening? Paul. Paul.
Yeah.
All right. Story
Okay.
time, man. What have you been doing? What you been up to, man? I feel like
camping out, doing this, doing that. Honestly, I've been gone because we did have a little fun on Friday. No frogs were harmed in the Sculpt-off. Some were created. But so we had the Sculpt-off right on Friday. So I was talking to the judges and working with them to see who the winners were for both the groups, going through them. So that I was tied up with them, working with them on that stuff. So we know who the winners are now, but you guys will find out in a little bit. It's the last presentation today is who our winners are for group 1 and group 2 of the Sculpt-off. What have you guys been doing?
Hanging out.
Talking about
Hanging
frogs.
out.
It's all good. Yeah, nothing too much. Nothing too crazy. So nothing too
All right,
crazy.
well,
Just hanging.
I'll tell you one thing. I am stoked to see what Mitchell's going to show us. I am such a gigantic fan of his work and what he does. We will constantly be sharing to his YouTube, his Instagram, because this is where I actually found him, was on Instagram, and I'm like, this stuff's awesome. Puts a smile on my face every time I go see what he's doing. And I love that he shares on his Instagram too, a little bit of what he's doing, and on his YouTube. It got me hooked. I was showing it to my daughter and everything, and I'm like, we got to have this guy on the summit. This would be awesome, right? Might as well have him on, following up from a toy company as well, because he is a toy photographer. So he's going to show us how he does his process of making toys, pictures, which I don't want to spoil it too much, because he will be able to show us and tell us a lot better than I could put it into words. So I'm looking very much forward as well. We've had some amazing presenters throughout these last 2 days for sure.
Cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, you know what, Paul, you sold me. So let's get
you're in. You're in.
Yeah,
that's it.
We're in. Let's go.
Okay,
really
let's
hard
go.
to do.
Let's go. All right.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Hold on one second.
Maybe not just yet.
Not just yet.
Psych.
Ha, gotcha.
1 second. We'll figuring it all out. 1 second.
Wait.
There we go.
There he is.
There he is.
Hey.
Is my mic on?
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I was on my other camera, the one that I looked actually pretty good on with the background. That was cutting my signal out for some reason. So I
Oh, really?
Most of this is going to be like photos and video. So screw me. I think the videos and stuff will still look good.
Yeah.
Well,
Mitchell, thank you.
So.
You look good. And again, I love it. What's over your left shoulder? That's it's one of my faves. Little Woody and Rex.
Right on. Hey man, I've been watching off and on when I can. This has been an amazing summit. Your guests have been blowing me away. It really makes me want to. You'll see a couple of like examples of me doing some sculpting, but not in ZBrush. ZBrush is definitely a game changer, which everybody knows, but it looks really, really amazing. I want to try it sometime. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And if I remember right, your wife is also actually an instructor for sculpting, right? At a local school.
She teaches sculpting and ceramics at Ventura College. But not the kind of sculpting.
Yeah, but that's fine. It's art, baby.
Okay.
It's art.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why I go ahead, Rodolfo.
No, I was just saying it's all the same foundation. Like if you know how to sculpt, you know how to sculpt, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, tell you what. I'll just throw this out there now, just for you. But between the three of us, just hit us up. We will help you out. Absolutely. I'll get
right on. I appreciate that.
Walk you through some stuff. No problem. Absolutely.
Very cool. I know I'd be in good hands with you guys.
Yeah.
Well, that's sweet of you. Well, let's you take it from here. So and then we'll chime in from time to time, but we'll let you go from here, and we'll be sharing your YouTube and Instagram, everyone, so you guys can follow them. Everybody follow. All right. So Mitchell, please take it away.
All right. Thanks again, everyone, for taking the time out of your Sunday to tune in to this fun, lighthearted chat. I appreciate your being here. So I'm Mitchell Wu, and I create and craft stories through toy photography. I capture the illusion of motion and emotion where none exists, and most of my career has been spent working with the incredible 3D forms created by artists like you guys. So when Paul and the ZBrush team invited me to speak here today, it made me realize how much my career has been sculpture adjacent, meaning I was often working with a sculptor's 3D work in one way or another. And the first career being product design and development straight out of art school. I graduated from the California College of the Arts with a degree in illustration. And I was soon hired by a company called Willits Designs in Northern California to draw carousel horses and other things like clowns, animals, so on. And it was for the gift and collectibles market, stuff that would be sold eventually through Hallmark stores, gift shops, stuff like that. Those drawings that I did would then be sent to Taiwan, where they'd be traditionally sculpted in clay, molded, and produced in porcelain at the factory. This is how long ago that was, because it was going to Taiwan, which was considered a low labor cost country, which it is not now. After Willits, I was hired by Disney Consumer Products on the heels of the wildly successful Lion King. I managed the product design and development of Disney's high-end collectibles line. It was called the Walt Disney Classics Collection. They were basically frozen moments from Disney's most popular films translated into ceramic figures. And this was just several years, I don't know, 4 or 5 years before ZBrush made its debut, I think. So our figures were still sculpted in clay and other materials. I had the honor of working with the top animation sculptors of the day, as well as the top animators. I worked with a legendary sculptor named Kent Melton. He sculpted these figures as well as many others for our line. He also was one of the main sculptors for Disney Animation's maquettes, the sculptures that the animators referred to when they were creating their drawings. And yeah, I have so many fond memories with this line. Disney moved us down from Northern California, and we've been in Southern California ever since. My role was essentially the same as when I was with that other company, Willits Designs, except at a much higher level of quality from start to finish. And this is what I mean by having a sculpture adjacent career. On rare occasions, there would be a tertiary character that was simple enough that I'd be able to design and sculpt it myself. This is Babette from 1991's Beauty and the Beast. I sculpted her in Super Sculpey, and honestly, I really lobbied hard to sculpt Babette because she didn't have any arms or legs to worry about. Yeah. And in between gigs, I did a lot of freelancing. I created the sculpture on the right here by having one of Cirque du Soleil's top performers of the time 3D scanned. I then had it 3D printed, refined by a sculptor, and then it went to Asia and was cast in pewter, which were then sold as limited editions through Cirque du Soleil's VIP galleries. And it was a super cool gig.
When was that? Wait, when was that? When did you do that one?
Oh man, that was probably 2002-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where toy photography enters the scene. How'd this happen? In 2015, I had been a professional photographer for already 10 years. 7 or 8 of those years were spent shooting weddings. It was the only time in my adult working life that I didn't really have a sculpture adjacent career. My kid was entering high school in 2015, and she was a competitive club swimmer, and that's her closest to us next to the creature. By the way, the creature is about to kick some butt in that pool with his webbed hands and feet, not to mention ginormous gills. Anyways, I digress. The point is, I was missing a lot of her weekend activities because that's when 99.9% of the weddings happen. So because of this, 2015 was going to be my last year shooting weddings. I just had no idea what I was going to do after that. So around the same time, my nephew, Johnny, he asked me to go shoot some toys with him the next time I was up in San Francisco. I'd seen some of his toy photography on Facebook and honestly thought it was really bizarre, but also pretty intriguing. So the next time we went up to visit, it's August 2015, I bring my camera with me. I didn't have any toys, so he lent me some really cool samurai stormtroopers. Oh, and by the way, before I forget, you can check out Johnny's incredible toy photography on Instagram at Sergeant Bananas, SGT Bananas. Anyways, we go to a park close to Johnny's house, and I set the figures up in the crook of a large oak tree, thinking it might look like they were walking through some kind of like alien canyon. And this was the very first toy photo I took. And I knew from the second that I pressed the shutter that I'd found my next career. It wasn't like maybe, it was like being smacked in the head with a sledgehammer. So honestly, 10 years later, I still think this image holds up pretty well. But if I could go back in time, I'd probably remove all those oak leaves at their feet because they give the appearance that the stormtroopers are either extremely small, like toys, or that the leaves are gargantuan. So I like to say that I went from shooting Bridezilla to shooting Godzilla.
Yes.
I like that because I've actually done wedding photography, so I totally get that.
Yeah, and you know, I enjoyed it, but yeah, that was not meant for me forever. Toy photography is. So this is Vasquez Rocks, an otherworldly park, just about a half-hour drive from my house. It could pass as Tatooine in some areas. It's really cool. It's been used as a backdrop for so many television shows, movies, music videos, and commercials. Some things that were filmed there were Army of Darkness, Galaxy Quest, Blazing Saddles. One of my favorite things that were filmed at Vasquez Rocks was the Star Trek episode, The Arena, where Captain Kirk fought the Gorn. And what really stood out to me as I rewatched this episode recently was how far fight choreography has come since then. And here's the town of Bedrock from the live action Flintstones movie. I love it. Just makes me feel like Hollywood is magic. Anyways, you could randomly throw a rock anywhere in this park, and wherever it landed, it would be a cool spot to shoot toys. And that's only a small exaggeration. So if you're familiar with Pablo Picasso, you probably know he had what's known as his blue period, where his paintings were painted in monochromatic shades of blue. Just like Picasso's blue period, I had my loitering period where I took photos of toys loitering in really cool settings, not really doing anything, but hanging out and looking cool. This pretty much all happened when I was at Vasquez Rocks. And so although I wasn't saying much to these images, I was learning techniques unique to toy photography and starting to develop a style. Loitering. Here's some Predator loitering and Jawa loitering and more Biker Scout loitering. Very cool rock formations though. Okay, so now in the next couple slides, you can see that I was starting to play around with some practical effects like the hovering speeder bike here. And I feel like we're starting to see some semblance of stories just starting to form. It's an attempt to show more than characters loitering, and this is still at Vasquez Rocks. And more Biker Scout loitering. Hold on a second. Okay, and now we're pushing things a little further. So my loitering period lasted around a half year. And in that time, I continued to learn and develop my style. I look back really fondly at this period of my journey. And then it happened. This was taken in March 2016.
I'm sorry, I'm probably going to laugh a lot with your image because I just
that's cool. That's cool.
You bring me so much joy. I'm not kidding, man. Your images always make me smile.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. So I titled this image, Gravity Really Brings Me Down. And it was a milestone image for me, one where I was telling a story as well as creating some pretty cool practical effects to help support that story. I had the falling Biker Scout suspended with wire, and just out of the camera frame, I was throwing those small rocks and pebbles into the scene to kind of give the illusion that the unlucky trooper may have slipped on some loose rocks near the cliff's edge. This is another angle of that same setup. And here's just the camera setup. If you look closely, you can see the figures in the back. But yeah, this is still at Vasquez Rocks. Okay, this is August 2016, still shooting at Vasquez Rocks. This figure was actually part of a Lion King cake topper set, so they were basically fixed posed, iconic moments with no articulation. This image showed me the importance of how story can create impact with the viewer, or not, as the case may be. So The Lion King came out in 1994, more than 20 years before I created this image. There was no story or level of discovery here that people weren't already familiar with. I personally had seen The Lion King a dozen or more times when my daughter was growing up. So although this image was, it was fine, it was unremarkable and easily forgettable. So yeah, move along, nothing to see here. Then about 3 months later, I came up with this idea. And I'm not sure how I came up with it, but at some point, I realized that some figures, like some words, can have double meanings. So while this figure was meant to look like Rafiki was on Pride Rock, showing all the animals below that this was their future king, it could also be seen as Rafiki offering Simba to someone or something. So I created this image with a Rancor and titled it The Offering. And now while some people loved it, others couldn't bear to see what was about to happen to sweet baby Simba. But what was clear was that the image created impact with people that saw it, and many people, and made people feel something. And from that point, that would be the goal. Okay, I know some of you are looking at this image and are concerned about the welfare of these hot dogs. Well, let me assure you, hot dogs were definitely harmed during the making of this image. So this was my take on the meat locker scene in Rocky, which really made an impression on my teenage self when I saw it. I can't really tell you how I went from sides of beef hanging on meat hooks to hot dogs hanging on fishing hooks, but I did. And when I was shooting this, I had the theme song from Rocky playing on repeat, and super memorable shoot.
Just the one? What one? Wait, which one? Just the theme song?
Yeah, just the main theme song.
Just the theme song.
Gonna fly now. That one.
So how long did this one take then? Like how many times did you listen to that song then, do you think?
Definitely over an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was cranking. And yeah, and it's a day I won't forget because it was just so memorable. But yeah, and this one really did. I mean, it's so bizarre and out there. Once in a while, I really get to show my warped personality through my images. This one really made an impact with the community on Instagram. Okay, so this is the Iron Giant. I often like to think beyond the character's provided narrative, like, okay, so I think you'd agree, there's no way the Iron Giant was walking around Rockwell, Maine without this happening daily, right?
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, he was already running through the forest, didn't care about the trees or anything else. Like
exactly, and he was in town enough at least once or twice.
Eating garbage, throwing it around. Yeah.
So yeah, this is kind of my thought process. Okay, pretty much every toy photographer has or had a Black Series Darth Vader action figure from Hasbro at one time or another, and I probably have 3 like in my somewhere stored away right now. So when I got
unopened.
I know I have 1 unopened, but the other 2 have been opened.
Oh wow!
I'm really rough on toys. So when I got this really cool figure, I eventually asked the question: is Darth Vader really evil 24/7? Like, what happens when he gets off work? Does he continue to think evil thoughts and plan out who he's going to force choke tomorrow? Or does he head back to his cabin on the Death Star, kick off his boots, take off his helmet, and let down his hair? I mean, if his hair didn't burn off in burning hot lava when he was younger. And that thought process of imagining characters in ways that are different than the narrative were provided about them is how I came up with this next image. And this was done a long time ago. And sometimes I think, I could probably reshoot this and do a few things different, but in the end, it says everything I needed to. So anyways, I've learned that asking myself certain questions can often lead to some pretty fun stories, like this next example. Another amazing figure from Hasbro, the ruthless, coughing General Grievous. I actually struggled with this guy because my first instinct was to create a super dynamic, badass image of Grievous fighting with 4 lightsabers. I mean, I was so blown away the first time I saw him doing that. So cool. I probably should have shot that image because, and no exaggeration here, it took a long time before I figured out what to do with him. I had him sitting on my desk for over a year, waiting for some kind of inspiration. Until finally one day, I asked myself the simple question: what would I do if I had 4 arms? And that's how this next image came about. Yeah, maybe not as exciting as Grievous expertly swinging 4 lightsabers while fighting Obi-Wan, which I just watched that scene again yesterday, and it is really cool.
Your storytelling in one image is incredible, man. It's incredible. It is so good. I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites. So waiting a year for me was worth the wait. And just a little note on the smoke from the barbecue. let's see, that was created by lighting a small stick. It may have been a branch. It may have been like a shish kebab skewer, lighting it, blowing it out, and just moving quickly the extinguished stick quickly over the barbecue. And that's how I got that smoke. And I just love keeping it simple.
Sorry, somebody was asking earlier how you made the speeders float. I'm assuming you're probably gonna be touching base on how you make things float later on.
Yeah, but I can just say it real quickly. When I first saw my nephew's toy photos, he was not too far into his toy photography journey either. And the first thing I saw on Facebook was this Ninja Turtle on a BMX bike soaring across a canyon or just in the air. And I just kept staring at it going, how did he do that? And so in my mind, I was imagining he was like, he had a little jump ramp or something, and he was launching this toy up in the air and taking 100 photos until he got lucky and taking it and catching it. But in reality, what he did and what I do is simply suspend whatever it is that's supposed to be jumping or floating or falling, suspend it with wire. And then you just remove the wire later in post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So peek behind the curtains.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just trying to show characters in new ways and maybe in unexpected situations. Although I could totally see this happening to C-3PO. And a little Monsters Inc. Star Wars mashup. And this is something you don't see every day, right? Or ever.
No.
That's Jabba's, okay, in my story, that's Jabba's Aunt Roz. And you can probably get what she's saying. What she's saying is, I'm watching you, Jabba. Always watching. I mean,
so good. You're right. That's so good.
They really look like they could be from the same species, right? And
yes,
when I realized that, then this image wasn't far behind. But when I first picked up, I forget which one I picked up. I'm going, wait a second, and then I got the other one, and then I'm going, holy crap. Okay. This was one of them in the thing that on our promos, but exactly the claw, and this was reinterpreting the claw in a different, more literal fashion. And so whenever I see this image, I think of it as an adorable nightmare.
Love it. Love that.
Thanks. This image was created for Disney for the release of Toy Story 4. I consider the Milk Splash the third character in this image because it holds as much weight and importance to the story as Forky and Duke Kaboom do. And this is a good example of how I try to leave as little to chance as possible in my setups. The characters are propped up with wire at the exact angle I wanted them. Even the cookies are propped up to give the illusion of being bounced around the table as a result of the action that's going on around them. The one thing that's less controllable, obviously, is the milk splash. But having created so many liquid splashes over the years, I'm really starting to get a pretty good feel for how the liquid will react to certain actions.
So it is actually milk, right? You're not doing.
Yeah, that's actually a heavier cream, which maybe you can tell or can't tell. But it seemed to move a little slower, and that was not on purpose. It's just something that we happen to have in the refrigerator, and I used it. But really creates dynamic splashes. So cream is probably a good thing to go with for this kind of thing. So yeah, I would do a large number of takes to ensure I get the splash or splashes. And then the entirely unarguably worst part of the whole shoot is the cleanup process after the shoot. It's intense. There's so much milk all over the place. It's ridiculous. Okay, little Iron Giant Toy Story mashup. And this image happens to have my favorite title caption of all time. Okay, step on it, they both said. Get it?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm with you.
People, I thought that was so good. All right. Let's start looking at some fun behind the scenes videos. So whoever's manning the videos, can you play video 1, please? All right, this image was created in my backyard in front of our old chicken coop. I really appreciate my understanding neighbors who really have no idea when to expect what's coming from my backyard. Loud explosions happen all the time. All right, please play the second video. Yeah, small little comment on fireworks. They're really hard to get in California. So these are actually considered safe and sane fireworks, but literally the only time you can get them is the week leading up to 4th of July at some of the stands, if you have any around. So the last time, probably 2 4th of Julys ago, I bought years worth of those crackling balls. So
someone just said, "You're basically being Sid."
Yeah, I saw
hey,
that.
that's a really good
He's
comment.
basically Sid in real life.
Yeah, I actually have a really cool T-shirt. I should have wore it, but it's got a picture of Sid, and he's got some toys ripped up, and it just says Sid's Workshop on it. So
Yes.
I identify with Sid for sure. Okay, this is a recent image inspired by the question, what if? As in, what if Marty McFly dialed in the wrong year in his DeLorean time machine and found himself in a Cretaceous period some 100 million years ago? I would watch that movie, but I'd probably wait to stream it. I shot this in the toy pond, and that's spelled TOI, like koi. So it's a toy pond. It's a waterfall, stream, and pond that I had put in my backyard several months ago, primarily for toy photography. So it's a lot of fun to shoot in there.
So let's get it. You built your own pond in your backyard.
I didn't build it. I had somebody else build it.
You had someone build it. But
exactly.
you literally have a pond just to make your photos like this in your backyard.
Yes, and there's going to be a few videos with it in it, so you'll get a pretty feel for what it is, but it's a game changer. All right, play video 3, please. Right on.
I love it.
I love your music change too. You're like going completely different with every video.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that actually, because music takes so long to figure out the right tunes to put in these things. But you can see in the final image how you saw me dripping with the gravy, what that thing is, the bulb thing. You can see it coming down off his jaws right now. So a little splashing at the feet, just trying to convey some action to it to add to the story. Yeah.
So how long are these usually taking you now? Like how long does this one take you? Because you're setting up in water, you're doing are they still taking you like an hour, or you're
no. Yeah, it really depends on the setup, how many toys are involved. This one, I mean, I would say it took an afternoon or a morning. I forget when I shot it, but it was a good four hours maybe. I have a YouTube video about the entire process, and do I have it? Yeah, I think I do. Anyways, it's a big part of it was like finding the right spot to shoot along. Even in my backyard, it took a while just to find the location to shoot it at. So it probably took the better part of a day actually.
Nice.
All right, now let's take a look at some super cool ZBrush files. I've been in an amazing creative collaboration with Boss Fight Studio now for 3 years. This is a toy company that was formed by several ex-Hasbro creatives who are first and foremost fans of the properties they create and license. And that really comes through loud and clear when you see the toys they make. I really wanted to include Boss Fight in this talk, since having a career that is sculpture adjacent, it's really driven home when seeing my images next to their ZBrush files. Huge shout out to the amazing, talented sculptors Tony Tellerigo and Fred Axon for bringing to life the characters you're about to see and for inspiring the work that I create. So first up, Red Sonja, legendary sword and sorcery character created by writer Rob Thomas and artist Barry Windsor Smith for Marvel Comics in 1973. She could also be seen at times fighting alongside Conan the Barbarian in both comics and film. And I love how Boss Fight brought Sonja into 3D form. Her accessories, the additional faceplate, the articulation just inspire storytelling and play. So let's take a look at how I shot this scene. Play video 4, please. Yeah, so this was actually the very first image I shot in the toy pond, and Sonia was a dream to work with. The faceplate expression was perfect for the situation, and her insane articulation like easily let me nail the pose I was after. All right, moving on. I grew up watching Popeye cartoons, and like many kids, I ate spinach thinking it would give me the superpowers it gave Popeye. Having seen what Popeye does while on spinach, I'm convinced he's more powerful than Superman and the Hulk combined. Unfortunately, I think the spinach industry was behind this brainwashing. But anyways, conspiracy theories aside, when I saw that Boss Fight Studio, which was a company I wasn't even familiar with at the time, when I saw they were coming out with a line of classic Popeye figures, I made it my life's goal to collaborate with them. In my opinion, there's never been a better collection of Popeye figures made. So here's some of Boss Fight's ZBrush files of Sweepy, which is Popeye's rambunctious, daredevilish little kid. Again, love the different expressions and moods available with the two faceplates. And everyone's favorite damsel in distress, Olive Oil. They absolutely nailed these characters. So this scene here, it's a screenshot from an episode called The Jeep, and it's what inspired the next image. Let's check out how I put this together first. Video 5, please. Yeah, so much fun. The beautiful brown house or brownstone house that you see, the diorama, it was built by the talented Jordan Afonso, and he goes as Euler's Workshop in Instagram. But yeah, I love this image.
There was a couple quick questions about just actually speaking of this, the hardware you're using. Like someone was asking what camera you use, and for you for lighting, are you usually just using the sunlight, or are you setting up any studio lights?
Okay, I'll start with the camera. I use a Canon R6, which is a mirrorless camera, and lenses depend on the distance that I'm going to be shooting at. Usually in my studio, it's a smaller distance because it's a small space. So it could be a 24-70 or a 50 millimeter, even a 35 millimeter. But when I'm shooting outside, and especially if I'm blowing off fireworks or making a mess with splashing water, I'll throw on a longer lens just to keep my camera back a little further from the chaos that's happening on set. And so I often shoot with a 135 millimeter f2 for some of those shots, or sometimes I'll go down to like an 85 millimeter. And then lighting. In the studio, I'm always using lighting. Sometimes colored LEDs, sometimes just white lights, LED panels. When I'm outside, I could use, I think we'll see some of them in some of these videos. I'll use lights to create some rim lighting around the characters or some fill light. But that shot that I just did of the dinosaur with the DeLorean, that was all natural light. So it really depends. If I can keep it simple, I will. Sometimes I like to, fancy it up with some colored lights. So it really depends on the environment and my mood. All right, ZBrush files of the Phantom. And a little trivia. So the Phantom is credited with being the first superhero to wear a costume. Did you guys know that?
No, I didn't know that. Really?
I heard that, yeah.
You heard that, yeah. So I mean, we're so used to costumed superheroes at this point, but that must have been like a huge, audacious move at the time. I mean, purple tights, right?
Yeah. Mitchell, do you remember the movie The Phantom? Because that's when I heard it.
I think Billy Zane.
Yep,
Yes.
Billy Zane.
Yes. I mean, I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember he was in it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I heard that, because I went to a convention when that movie was being released as a kid with my parents, and it was just wild. So
I don't think a lot of people remember that movie, so you're okay there. It's just, the greatest one of them all.
It was fantastic.
I like guys, look, I'd like to point out Boss Fight Studio actually does Fraggle Rock, since it's been a theme at our summit this weekend. There you go.
Oh, that's so awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
So even though he had purple tights, when I was a kid, I actually had a model kit of the Phantom. It was by a model company called Revell, and they're actually still making models today. And
Yeah,
just for fun, I found this online, and this was it.
Yeah.
It blows my mind sometimes when you can go back a gazillion years and find stuff that you had as a kid. So this was the packaging for the exact model kit I had with the Phantom and the Voodoo Witch Doctor. Anyway, let's check out the behind the scenes for this next image. It's video 6, please. Yeah, so this is the Phantom and his trusty steed, Hero. And one of the incredible things about toy photography is the ability to create so much out of so little. So as you just saw in that video, I set this scene up on a 4-inch wide railing on my porch. The dirt and debris being kicked up under Hero was just me throwing handfuls of dirt into the scene. All of those years of throwing dirt at my older brothers and my friends when I was a kid has really paid off.
It's coming. You know the angles to do.
Exactly. Okay, again, the range of properties I have the privilege of working on with Boss Fight Studio is insane. And the common denominator is the amazing sculpting being done in ZBrush by Tony and Fred. Their ability to work their magic across such varied properties, like it might be skeletons one day and strawberry shortcake the next, is nothing short of jaw-dropping. So let's check out some of their ZBrush files for this property. This is strawberry shortcake. And personally, I never had any strawberry shortcake toys as a kid.
I didn't, but I had some in my house because I had an older sister. So
yeah, I mean, but when I saw what Boss Fight was doing with them, I couldn't wait to get my hands on them. And this is her pal Huckleberry Pie. Love all the accessories, which for me leads to more storytelling opportunities. All right, cool.
Do you get it with them early when they go, hey, Mitchell, we're going to start doing this one? Do you get with them that early, or it's just, hey, Mitchell, we finished this line. Do you want some of them so you can do some photography?
Yeah, it's kind of both. It's kind of both, actually. Yeah, awesome. And they're fantastic to work with. They're really like what I would consider a dream client because, especially with their proprietary lines, because I don't have to really like submit a concept or anything. I just come up with something, I submit it, and we're good to go. Different with stuff like strawberry shortcake or any of the other licensed properties. Those I have to put together a concept and get them approved, then create the image, which then gets approved again. Kind of typical, but it's all been super easy and super chill and a great time working with these guys. Right on. Let's play video 7, please. Yeah, I titled this one Skipping Stones, and this is one of the rare instances where I didn't use actual water in the setup. The weather wasn't conducive to shooting outside, so I ended up setting this one up in my studio. And it was fun because I never really tried using like just basic plastic wrap over some colored poster paper to create water. And so, when you look at the image, it's pretty believable. Okay, next up is Z for Zorro. So the next ZBrush files and image are from the 1981 movie Zorro, the Gay Blade. And these are the files for Don Diego Vega, aka Zorro, and his flamboyant twin brother, Bunny Wigglesworth. Both characters were hilarious, played by George Hamilton. So the setup in BTS for this is pretty fun. Let's check it out on video 8. Yeah, so I shot this one in my backyard. And when you just watch the BTS, you could again see how everything was planned out with as much little as possible left to chance. Like the reins of his horse propped up in that position, Bunny's hat, midair, even the flow of Bunny's cape, all very intentional. And I think that was a good example of how I use wire to suspend things, because that setup was filled with wires. And that setup actually took quite a while. Okay, moving on. And back to Popeye. So this is the sea hag, one of the villains in Popeye. And Bernard, the sea hag's vulture and partner in crime. Do you think the animator like had an in-law or a relative he didn't like, so named him Bernard?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, probably.
Inspiration comes from real life all the time, so
it does. Yes.
Because I really wouldn't have been the first choice for me as a name for a vulture, but you know.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, such amazing character designs, and they were really captured beautifully in ZBrush. Play video 9, please. So fun. Anyway, so yes. I shoot a lot of my water scenes in the toy pond now, obviously, but for the last 10 years, I shot all of my water scenes either on my stone patio, like I did for this image, or in a mud puddle I'd make like in a dead spot on my lawn.
What a great idea, though, just pouring a bunch of water first like that and then throwing the water. Awesome idea.
Yeah, and I don't remember when I figured that out. There was a lot of, experimentation through this whole process, but that was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, love these 1/18 scale, 4-inch tall skeletons. Even at their really small scale, the jaws can open and close, and their articulation is next level. Here's another behind the scenes from the toy pond. So please play video 10. Yeah, so I shot this in the middle of summer when it was scorching hot. And I think it was just
why there's skeletons, because there's
they're a little dehydrated. Yeah, I think it was just wishful thinking on my part. Like, I wish I could be these guys just floating down a river with friends while enjoying like a nice frosty beverage. These are ZBrush files for Kit Walker, one of the disguises the Phantom used, and part of Boss Fight's King's Comic Superheroes minifigures collection. They're roughly 3 inches tall, fixed posed, not articulated. And this is Diana Palmer, the Phantom's wife. Super cool sculpture. All right, check out this fun BTS video 11, please. Yeah, I had a lot of fun creating this one.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun. And again, to stress how simple it could be, I just used some leftover scraps of foam to create the alley, a couple colored little LED lights, and then my mini smoke machine. And yeah, it was fun. And some more fixed posed figures from Boss Fight's Sunday Morning Comics collection, which really brought me back, way back to the days of searching the Sunday newspaper for the comic section, which were always in glorious color for one day of the week only. And Hagar the Horrible was definitely a must-read every Sunday morning. I love how Boss Fight captured this iconic, heroic pose of Hagar, clearly following a hard-won battle, and Eddie. And here's what I created with them. Play video 12, please. Yeah, epic moment with Hagar raising a sword in victory, and Eddie. Okay, this was another image created on my stone patio, and I learned long ago, to your point, Paul, that I could create pretty much any type of body of water on my patio, depending on how I set up the environment and treat the water. It could be an angry sea, a calm lake, river rapids, whatever. And that's the magic of toy photography. And literally the water that I pour onto my patio just to set the scene, it can't be more than like a 16th of an inch deep. So it's pretty crazy what you can do. It's kind of like Hollywood stuff, really. It's interesting. All right, this is Javik Mosa from Boss Fight's proprietary line called Saurozoic Warriors. Super fun sculptures with incredible detail and accessories. It's a wildly creative collection of dinosaur warriors that escaped Earth to another dimension before the asteroids destroyed their advanced civilization on Earth, which is not the narrative we've been told. And a board game will be coming out soon, which is super exciting. I can't wait to create some images with the game pieces. Great articulation.
Wow.
Yeah, the 10-year-old me really loves the separate scuba mask accessory. Like this guy would have had so much bathtub time if he was around when I was a kid. But that's okay, because Javik still gets to do some pretty cool stuff with me around. Take a look, video 13, please. Yeah, I created this image while at some tide pools at Point Lobos Marine Natural Reserve along the Central California coast. It's just south of Monterey. And people, the sea was angry that day, my friends. So I was always on my toes while setting up and shooting.
Did you find a golf ball? Did you find a golf ball?
It was
For
a ton
everybody that doesn't know what we're laughing about at the Seinfeld thing.
I know. I was hoping somebody would understand. I knew somebody.
Yeah. Oh, I understand completely.
Oh yeah.
It's not often that I have an element of danger when shooting toys, but the waves were insane that day.
That's a big tub. That's a
big tub. And also, now that I have the toy pond in my backyard, this guy will soon be featured in some cool underwater toy photography. I mean, he has a scuba mask, so I've got to do it, right? And I've just figured out how to do some stuff underwater. So that's next.
Oh, that's awesome! I can't wait to see that.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. All right, these next figures are from Boss Fight's Epic Hack Skeletons collection. They're 6-inch, 1/12 scale skeletons with next level costumes and accessories. Really amazing sculptures. They are 100% built for storytelling and play. Play video 14, please.
Just see those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting-a-ting-a-ling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride.
Come on.
You saw.
I love it. All right,
I hope I didn't trigger anybody with the Christmas song, because I get triggered.
I love it. I love it.
I used flour to create the snow and then blasted it with compressed air to push the illusion that the coffin sleigh was barreling through the snow. Just the side note, the coffin and the food and drink accessories are from another scrappy little accessory and prop company called Super Action Stuff. Boss Fight acquired the license a couple years ago to produce 4-inch, 1/18 scale figures of characters from Sideshow Collectibles' Court of the Dead. And it's an original dark fantasy universe centered around a rebellion between heaven and hell. Sideshow offers stunning 12-inch, 1/6 scale figures. I mean, they're amazing, of these characters, as well as art books and board games. This is the character Galavarbe, one of a number of characters that Boss Fight licensed. Insane detail and articulation. Super fun figures to play and work with, which is exactly what I did here. Please play video 15. Yeah, as you just saw, I set this up and shot it in my backyard with some practical water effects to mimic the turbulent ocean. And what you don't see in that picture is just me off to the side with a watering can, basically, and just splashing water out of it to create those splashes. Sometimes if I need rougher water, I'll use a small bucket. It really depends. Anyways, love the result.
Awesome.
Many of my memories of Popeye center around several themes, like Popeye saving olive oil from Bluto, Wimpy's love of hamburgers, stuff happening at construction sites, train tracks, shipwrecks. I'll actually circle back to the construction site later. But not long ago, I learned about an actual shipwreck just off the central coast of California. It was near a small beach town called Cayucos. And this photo was taken at high tide in it's an old fishing trawler that ran aground in 2017. The captain couldn't afford to have it towed out, so he just abandoned it where it still sits today. The Coast Guard surprisingly, the Coast Guard doesn't remove ships that run aground like this, but they did remove all of its fuel and other toxic fluids. Anyways, this shipwreck was something right out of a Popeye cartoon. So I waited like 3 or 4 months for a really low tide that wasn't too early or too late in the day because I still needed light to shoot in. But before I get to the image I shot, here are the ZBrush files for Popeye and Bluto. I mean, they really nailed Popeye. And they nailed Bluto as well. And I wish you guys had this Bluto because he is super substantial. He's like really huge and super duper heavy. All right, let's check out this BTS on this video 16, please. Yeah, this one was really about the journey as much as anything else and the experience. Yeah. But I'll admit, the setup of the shot was super challenging. First, because I'd never been to this spot until this scene, basically. I went the day before and got that shot of it like at high tide. So first, I had to go out and find the right rock to set up on. And it had to be the right height and position to see the shipwreck, because that shipwreck was really the third character in this scene. Second, I was not expecting there to be so much seaweed, or as I started calling it, sea spinach. It pretty much covered the entire reef. It made walking around challenging, not to mention setting the toys up. But man, what an adventurous day of toy photography.
I have a question that I actually also wanted to ask you. Like, do you have any environments that you haven't shot, like that you want to try? Like, is there anything like particular? Like, is there a scene that you would really want to try and you haven't? Maybe
I can't think of any offhand. I mean, this one here had been on my radar for quite a while. But yeah, I mean, my wife and I went to Europe during the spring, and we were there for a few weeks, and I took a bunch of toys and my camera and went around, shot at castles, shot at all these different places around different countries. So that was really cool. And that took care of a lot of my wanting to travel and take photos. Basically, I had this line called Destination Toy Photography, and that was part of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure if one day I'll do, I want to take a photo inside of a volcano or something like that. That may happen. I mean, but right now it's like I kind of take it like if there's a project like with a client that that would require something different, I'm all up for that, because that's what keeps things exciting for me. But yeah, so this was an adventurous day. Shout out to my wife, Rachel, who always accompanies me when I take my toy photography on the road. She was my behind the scenes videographer on this shoot. So, and she's been that camera person on so many others too. So yeah, this was fun. I mentioned the construction site earlier. One of the most ingrained memories of Popeye for sure involves some kind of shenanigans playing out on an I-beam high above the ground. This screenshot is from an episode called Building Blockheads, and there was another one called Skyscraper Capers, and those definitely inspired me to create the next image. Okay, let's check out the BTS video 17, please.
Yes.
Oh man. Awesome.
There's another amazing music choice, by the way, too.
Thanks. Yeah. So So the Neanderthal I built the I-beam that Popeye and Bluto are fighting on out of some old Home Depot paint stirring ruler stick thingies that I had laying around, if you're familiar with those.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I say Neanderthal because this would have been so rad just to print out on, you know, do a ZBrush thing and print it out and done, you know? But anyways, the city buildings were 3D printed by a little company called iPop Designs, and they have a shop on eBay if anyone wants to check them out. And besides Popeye, Olive Oil, Bluto, and Sweet Pea, the other character that really made a strong impression on me as a kid was Wimpy with his insane appetite for hamburgers. The next image was clearly inspired by that love for hamburgers. You know, here's the ZBrush files of Wimpy and his accessories. Check out that meat grinder. It's next level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Please play video 18. All right.
Another good music choice. I saw Ian dancing in there.
Heads up, I think I'm going to be able to wrap this up in like four minutes. Okay. So once in a while, I'll do some really simple sculpting for a prop, either using foam or Sculpt-y. I mean, be honest. Tell me if you've ever seen better sculpts of ketchup drips than what I did.
No. I mean, I was trying to figure out what you were going to do. This is awesome.
This, although, again, would have actually been super cool and faster doing ZBrush. And I think you could actually print those out in red plastic, right?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. So that would that would have been the way to do it.
But I think what you did was probably better, actually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly.
Yeah. It's done. And it's in my memory and it's part of the process. All right. Finally, one more image using these little skellies again. Sometimes it's hard to explain the genesis of an image or where it came from or how I came up with an idea. But for the next image, it pretty much comes down to bones. And I start thinking about bones. And somehow I get to the part where calcium is good for strong bones. So here's a quick BTS. Play video 19, please. Yes.
You need strong bones.
I need a moment. I need a moment.
And believe me when I say I wish I could have wrangled up a sponsorship deal with Costco Kirkland for this.
I was just going to ask you, was this a Costco thing? That was good. That's funny, but yeah.
And just to finish up here, wow. I think this guy.
Yeah. There's a question. I've kind of noticed you get a lot of things in camera, but how much like post-production or compositing do you do after the initial shot?
Yeah, so for a shot like this guy right here, yeah, this was all in camera. But if you go back to things where there's wire, obviously I have to take off the wire. And then when there's something like a huge milk splash or something that's splashing, sometimes I won't be completely satisfied with one splash, so I might take some parts of other splashes and composite them in. That's kind of the extent of it.
Nice.
All right. I want to close by saying you guys, the creators that are watching, are really inspirers and enablers. You inspire us with your work and enable us to play and tell stories and create. I encourage you to see your digital sculpts not as final models or an end result, but as characters waiting for their stories to be told through imagination, play, and creativity. And in my case, through storytelling and creative toy photography. I can't do what I do without what you do. So thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Yeah.
That was fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're inspiring people. The chat has been blowing up your whole thing. Like just go. People, things are been going on.
Right on.
It's awesome. They want to know, they do want to know, how many toys do you think you now have in your collection? Do you know?
I don't know, but I do know that it's already taken over this studio here. as well as the guest room next door, and then part of my daughter's former bedroom because she moved away, and then a garage full as well. So there's a lot.
And then the last one, somebody wanted to know, do you accept commissions, and can they send their models to you to be photographed?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would love that. I mean, there's some obviously there's amazing things being done by this community, and for me, it's fun is like finding the story and then taking some rad images. So yeah, I mean, hit me up. There's my info right there. So
yeah, I've been putting it in the chat. So guys, I'll put it again, the links, and I've been putting your nephew's Johnny's in the chat as well. So you guys should check that out too.
Yeah, his work is extremely cool. Cool.
Putting his Instagram, his YouTube, Hugh's Instagram, Mitchell's Instagram, his YouTube, and his website. And we'll put Johnny's Instagram in there as well. I'm a big fan of this world that you're in. I love it. And I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your Sunday to do this with us. My face hurts from laughing so much. I'll be honest with you.
That's awesome. I love hearing that. And I appreciate you reaching out to me when you did weeks or a month ago. I mean, I wasn't quite sure what to make of it first, but you know, when I dug around a little more, and obviously I was familiar with ZBrush, but it just made more and more sense as I started to look at it more. And absolutely no regrets. I'm glad we did it.
I love it. No, it's super creative. It's super inspiring. And then too, it's just another way for anyone to take a look at something beyond, like you said, the traditional, I sculpted a model, now I'm done with it. We still have to like create a render. We still have to put it in our portfolio and showcase it as best we can. So this was a really fun way to like see what you're doing with the physical aspects of it, but how that could be interpreted with the digital aspects.
Right. We've seen people in the chat saying that this is a nice way for them to start thinking outside the box to present their models, like 3D printing. Like we have some people interested clearly in 3D printing, collectibles, and toys. Yep. This would be a nice way to actually present your models and present them in a way that's like the physical model, meaning that you actually like to as a segue to the last presentation from Hasbro, how to present your models, understanding joints and all of that. Right. You have articulations, you print them, you make them actually workable and posable, and then you use photography to actually showcase them, which is awesome.
Yeah, and then, you know, I have the gear, obviously, because I was shooting well before toy photography, but there are some amazing toy photographers who use their cell phones, and cell phones have gotten so advanced that this doesn't have to be a bank-breaking endeavor for somebody to get into. It's basically, you need your phone, or if you have a camera, that's fine too. You need your phone, you need your toys, and you just need a little set, and you can you don't need lights really. I mean, you have lights on a cell phone or a flashlight. But when I first started, all those loitering photos and whatnot, they were just done with natural light, ambient light. And even, like I said, even the dinosaur with the DeLorean, that was just done with natural light. So you don't have to get crazy with stuff. Just start doing it and tell some stories.
Wait, one last question before we let you go. Do you sell prints of your photos?
Yeah, I mean, if people reach out, I send them to a link. But yeah, I mean, if people are interested.
Oh, I'm in.
Right on.
I'm not gonna lie, Mitchell. I tried to get my daughter. Go, hey, let's do something. I'm like, dude, you gotta go. Like, come here. Look what this guy's doing. Let's do it together. Let's have some fun with your toys. I couldn't get her quite into it, but that's like, you made me feel like a kid again every time I look at your work.
You know what? You got to get your daughter to try it, because the kids see it and then they see how it's done and they see that it's not super technical. It doesn't have to be. It just has.
And your daughter's done stuff with you too, right?
She's you know, she was already in her teens when I started doing this. So, and she helped me. I think she helped me do some fog spray one time. It was for Marvel 616 that was on Netflix. She helped me do that, but otherwise she's happy for me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So everyone, Mitchell was in a special episode on Marvel, right? They did an episode about him. That's how awesome it is to have Mitchell here with us. Literally, Marvel's like, hey, we want to do you as a documentary. So
yeah, that was cool. That's cool.
That's awesome. Congratulations to you for that too.
Yeah, thank you.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much. I don't know, Rodolfo and Ian. I'm good to go. I'm having a great day, man. This is fantastic.
Well, I'm glad you made it back for my thing.
Yeah.
Like, man.
Oh no, I was making sure I wasn't going to miss this one. That's for sure. I didn't want to miss any of them, really. but I was so tied up with all the Sculpt-off stuff. So I couldn't make the first couple, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, again, Mitchell, this has been amazing. So thank you for sharing your journey. I'm inspired actually to try to think of how I want to create more dioramas in ZBrush, because that's actually an area in which I'm trying to play with more now. And so this is giving me some really fun ideas as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really an eye opener, and seeing a lot of this this presentation for actual models. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was a blast. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitchell. Really appreciate
All right,
you being
take
with
care.
us.
I'll be in touch.
Have a great Sunday.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Dude, I told you, I can't wait for Mitchell's.
Yeah, that was super fun, really exciting. I mean, I already have ideas in my head. I was talking about, the chat has convinced me to do a frog sculpture. Now I'm thinking about what approach I could take to. I'm gonna have to do like a Mitchell Yu approach to this. I'm gonna have to like study his work for a little bit.
I'm not kidding. Every time I look at his work, every time I look at his work, my wheels are, I'm like, why am I not doing this? This is just fun. Even if I suck at it, I don't care. It's just fun. Right?
Yeah.
And then
and what's cool too, I anytime anybody asks me like, well, how do you get good at rendering? I'm like, look, I studied and my dad was a photographer. I studied photography. I did photography. And photography to me is like a direct correlation of real world rendering. And if you understand that, you could just correlate that in 3D and just literally copy paste the same methods, your light source, your shadows, getting everything in camera. So it's really cool to see such a practical way of working with things that we've created in ZBrush to then bring it into another medium that is storytelling and showcasing artistry, which is what we're all about. And I love that. So seriously, my wheels are already turning, chat. I can't wait for my stream already. Like, let's go.
Well, we all know, number one, you're going to do a frog and then you're going to take a photo of it in the water.
Jumping out of the water, like
jumping out,
grabbing a fly or something.
Fantasy frog or something like that. That's battling in the water.
Yeah,
that was Sculpt from Marco Plouffe. He did a while ago. Frog warrior kind of thing.
Oh no, they're flowing. Ideas are flowing. So, but again, this is what I love about the summit. It's just a great nod to artistry as a whole. And every time I'm at a summit, and the chat's been saying the same thing, every time they come, they watch the presentations, they get inspired. So it's so cool to be a part of it.
It's one of the piers, man. It's one of the pillars for when we did this way back when, was inspiration, connection, and then learn, like educate each other, right? So that's what we've always been trying to do when we put these summits together, right? So it's art. We're just celebrating art, and we happen to be celebrating 25 years of creativity with ZBrush too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So you got some more giveaways, eh? So I'm going to be your Vanna White.
Maybe my Vanna White here. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Because I'm not prepped for it. If you want me to do it, I'd have to get the files open.
It's okay. I'll do this one. You can do the next one here. So let's go ahead. First thing we'll be going and doing, of course, is announcing another Gnomon Workshop annual subscription. I can't praise this one enough. I mean, they're all amazing. Trust me, you'll learn from any of these giveaways. But make sure that you guys, again, the giveaway link is in the chat. We're giving them away next week. We'll be reaching out to the winners, so make sure to fill that out.
Make sure when you get the email to click yes, you accept us to. You'll have a little yellow thing that says, hey, you're not done yet, and then you'll have to go to your email and then get a green check mark. That'll turn into a green check mark. If you've already done stuff with Maxon before, you won't need to do that step. Like, you've already given permission for us to communicate with you.
Exactly. So, all right, how about a 3D workshop annual membership? Yes. So I studied under Shane when I was trying to get to that next level, and such a great resource. Seriously, cannot recommend this one enough. Super great. Kate right here is actually one of the models that you end up making in his workshop, among many others. So really cool.
I also used her. Fun fact: I used her for a video once, way back in the day when we did when we allow you to paint and sculpt on the actual UV layout. I used that model.
Oh wow!
Fun fact that no one really cares about but me. So there you go. Have it.
That's not true. But how about this one?
CC Deluxe.
CC5 Deluxe. Yep, by Real Illusion.
Yep.
So Character Creator 5, really cool. You also get a core set of library assets, Human Anatomy Set, Ultimate Morphs, etc., to just make it a whole lot easier to pose your character and get it ready for, well, for doing photography. So, you know, there you go. And let's see here.
You got another one, don't you?
You know what? You know, Paul, I got two. How about that?
Okay.
You didn't think I was going to do that, did you? You didn't think I was going to do that, but you know, we'll do this one. We'll do another Z-Wrap 2-year subscription from Faceform. Really awesome stuff. Clean topology, all that good jazz. I've used it a few times. It's great if you're in games and film. Really, really cool. Or you just want clean topology. You can't lose. You can't lose with clean topology.
All
right.
There's a recurring emoji on the chat with the frog throughout the
exactly.
ZBrush channel now.
We've really created something.
Yeah. Something special.
Lifetime membership of the ZBrush jewelry work. Again, really amazing if you're trying to, again, get into jewelry or just how to build more accessories for your characters. This is a great one. So Tamal Wibblebach, really cool. I highly recommend this one as well. All right, well, that will cover it for this segment. We have one more segment before with Patrick 4D. He couldn't be here in person, but he left us a really cool video to kind of cover what he goes, food photography, etc. And then we're going to finally get to the thing that a lot of people have been asking about, is the Maxon presentation. So we have more to do, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated.
Heyo. What's going on?
All right.
Did you miss us? I am.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's early.
What?
It's early in the morning, actually.
Well,
It is.
It's always
It
good to
is.
see it, so stay on as long as you want. What's going
It's
on?
what, almost. It's almost 12:30 p.m. there. Is that what it is? Time it is right now.
Yeah. It's early. See, depends.
It is early.
You would be
Really?
sculpting right now if you weren't streaming right now. So
Exactly.
Or playing a
I might
video
need-
game.
I might need to dip on the next one, but I'll be on the chat. Try not to burn the chat too much and overload it with what we'll be showing. But I'll be there. I'll be there helping with the questions and all that. And I'm assuming
Okay.
we're getting a lot. We're going to get a lot, right?
Well, if this is the last presentation part that you're going to be on here, we'll have to ask you a few questions before you just dip in the chat. So it's a proper goodbye from the stream. So I'll
Okay.
let you jazz. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Wow.
All
Is that a rite
Well-
of passage or something for for being?
I mean,
here?
it's that, or
Yeah.
we just kick you out. So
Oh,
It is
okay.
your. It is your first summit, ZBrush Summit, being in front of the camera. So
Yeah. Yep, it is. It is.
There,
Right.
yeah.
So
Oh, there are
after the
people that
video, you have to make a
are up at 2 a.m. in the morning watching this. That sounds familiar.
2:20. Just past midnight there. All right. Well, we've still got a couple more things, right? We got, like Ian said, Patrick 4D made a video, very cool video for us. Again, the ZBrush Summit is really all about us all connecting, us learning from each other, getting inspired. And I hope from this year, you guys seen the last 2 days of the presentations that they were just all over the place at different industries, different types of artists. And Patrick is one of those people that you never would think about having a career being a foodie, making food digitally to put on packaging, right? But he's made it a career and he's killing it. Unfortunately, he's traveling, so he couldn't be on camera with us, but he then put a little video together that's kind of also just gives his journey of how he got to where he's become. I think it's another great thing to watch for you all and take in. So I know you guys have hung out with Patrick quite a bit too at our shows. So
yeah, I've had the privilege and pleasure of getting to know him pretty well on and off camera. And like you said, he's traveling. He's currently in Japan doing a showcase with his ZBrush sculpture in food photography. So yeah, it's quite insane for him. He's, like you said, he's blowing up, but he's such a great guy, super down to earth. And he's just somebody who just looked at ZBrush in a different light and how he could what could he bring to the table that was unique and different. And that's something too that we try to always instill upon. Like ZBrush, we always hear it all year long for the past however many years. Oh, ZBrush just does games and film. And it's just not true. There's so much more to it. And the summit gives us that opportunity to let you kind of take a peek behind other types of industries and their curtains that you may not have just naturally come across, because the internet's so full of information, sometimes too much. Okay, a lot of times too much, but so this is like how we can kind of help be like, oh, look at this industry, look at that. I mean, we've had a laundry list of different talents already in this summit alone, not to mention the previous summits. So in celebration of the 25 plus years that ZBrush has been now, the #1 sculpting application of choice, this is a great segment, I think, to buckle up for.
Yep, true.
Yep. So I'm excited. So without further ado, let's play Patrick's video so you guys can take behind the scenes of how Patrick 4D has become Patrick 4D in food. Let's play the video.
My name is Patrick Foley, or Patrick 4D as I'm known on social media. I'm a digital chef and 3D artist specializing in photorealistic renderings of food for packaging. That previously was only done for food photographers in that space. I think I had an entrepreneurial mindset before I even knew what that was. From a young age, I was always like trying new hobbies, loved cameras, anything that could capture something. What was my greatest weakness turned into be my greatest asset, because the things that I could never focus on as a kid, I still have that today, but it's like because I have the freedom to focus on the things I actually found out that I love, that's all I can focus on. And I think that's just what allows me to like outwork a lot of my counterparts. I guess what I don't have that a lot of other people have is being in like a communal environment, in like a room with other people, and you're connecting with people, you're getting lunch with people. With that time that I have to myself, I have the opportunity to go out when I want to. I play tennis every day with some buddies. I'm on Discord, so it's kind of like having these like digital coworkers in a sense. And I don't even think it was a discipline thing, like, hey, I need to like focus on work instead of do this. I was just more interested in filming these music videos and doing these productions outside of school. I think that's where some of the luck came too. Like the fact that I was exposed at a younger age to an industry that I really enjoyed and loved. Like in high school, I was ahead of my peers because I found film and photography where most kids were just going out on the weekends. That turned into, I'm at SCAD, I'm at a higher level education, and still like 4 years ahead. And that turned into, the social media, the Patrick 4D, and even when I didn't know what I was doing in 3D, I was posting like I did. And so that went from, this guy that's just testing out 3D stuff, using some of the film principles that he learned in school, into this guy's like leading this niche in a space and being recognized by the peers in the industry. you cannot go wrong with putting your work out there, especially in the format that I do where I'm posting so often. And I've come up with ways to where I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm able to post content very regularly. It sharpens my skills. When you think of job security, you think of like a 9-to-5. But in these times specifically, being freelance is honestly even more secure than having a 9-to-5, because if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, most people are trying to outreach to a client and cold call a client versus kind of the way I do it. I'm making content, I'm making artworks all the time, and I'm pushing it to the world. When you hone in on a specific niche like I have, it's much easier to pick you out from a crowd versus being a generalist who works or says he works on every single thing. I think a lot of clients are looking into investing in some of the newer technologies around how to get renderings of their products versus just shooting them in-house with a camera. You know, in a client setting, there's nothing sounder to the ears than having full control over the image. Along with having quicker turnaround times, lower costs, because there's just less people working on the productions. Some of the best collaborations happen when you're mixing CG elements with natively shot production photos. Like the Capello's brand where I was doing the pizza renderings, we actually combined those with photos of some of the flavor cues and the other assets that were kind of exploding in the air to create like a really dynamic photorealistic composite. I couldn't even find any learning content on making food in ZBrush. And I think that's when the light bulb really went off for me. When I started making content and started streaming for ZBrush, I'm like, nobody's really making content surrounding food in this program. When you think of ZBrush, you think of game assets, you think of weapons, characters. I chose to use it in a way that wasn't really traditionally used. You begin to realize that this program is not to make one specific thing or 2 or 3 specific things. It's to make anything you want to bring to life. There are so many things that were maybe designed with the intention of being used for like cloth dynamics. I mean, the words in the name. And when I hear cloth dynamics, I think of creating chips. I think of creating table mats. I think of creating different food elements. I probably only know about 10% of ZBrush, if that. And I probably use 5%. And I think that's really important. You can be a figurehead in an industry, but only really use what you need to use. The way I learned, not just ZBrush, but 3D in general, was less of, oh, take this crash course, this master class where you learn every single function. Okay, I want to learn how to do this very specific thing. Learn how to do just that specific thing until it's time and that you're stuck again. You need to learn a different technique. There's people who are super technical that understand software like nobody else. There's very creative people who have ideas for days. And I think the perfect middle ground is that in-between point where you have a vision, you have an idea, but you also have the technical knowledge to take that down. I think it's so much more important to understand which facets of the software cater to what you're trying to make than just learning the whole software. For instance, when I'm making a plantain chip for this company, taking advantage of the cloth transpose tool or the cloth dynamics to get this really organic shape, a much more organic shape than I would have created by hand. Or for Pop-Tarts, creating these little bite-sized pieces, taking advantage of things like the surface noise to create really rigid boundaries of the shape. Using nanomesh to scatter objects all over a surface and then kind of bump them out as a flattened mesh so that I can texture these as one. And I think using these tools to your advantage helps solidify and sell the idea that these are edible foods. I think the takeaway from this is truly the fact that I was a film student that had nothing to do with this industry, but with the help of content accessible to everyone, was able to forge a path to a self-made career. It's funny, I joke around to my friends and colleagues that the renders I'm making in the comfort of my home are ending up on packaging and mass-produced to be seen in stores globally. You know, for a character artist, their highest achievement may be seeing their model in a video game or a movie. For an artist that works on VJ loops, their peak is seeing their work at a festival. And for someone like me, it's literally walking into any grocery store and seeing my work on packaging. And I think that's what it really comes down to, is that if I could do it with nothing other than ZBrush, Cinema 4D, and time dedicated to this craft, so can you.
I mean, like, come on, like
Are you
that's
hungry?
freaking cool,
I am
right?
hungry. I'm
I've been
hungry.
hungry this whole time, dude. I'm hungry this whole time. But that was
That's
that was
true.
that was the segment for Patrick 4D. Like I said, he's an amazing friend. He's an awesome artist, and he's just somebody who just is always thinking outside the box. And he's such a great inspiration. So hopefully that was inspiring for a lot of you guys. Again, like I'm already seeing some questions in the chat. Like, do I even need to know this program to do cloth and ZBrush, or like Marvelous, and maybe I should just stick with ZBrush? You know, like what Patrick just said in his video, he uses like maybe 5 to 10% of ZBrush to do what he does. And it's really about finding what works for your workflow and your process, and then making that repeatable so that you can stay consistent within your work. That's what's really key. That's actually like one of the things that inspired me about ZBrush when I first started learning was, I mean, once I got an understanding of how the program worked, I realized, wow, I can literally just have 5 brushes, 2 features, and get so much done. And that's what's super cool about it. So what an amazing thing, Patrick. If you're listening, wish you were here so we could chat a little bit more about your process in depth. But thank you for sending that video over. It was super amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Like for me, it was the same thing. Like what drew me to ZBrush was the customization, and not just the customization of, let's say, how you handle a certain project or something, but the way you customize the features to your own needs. That's something that I didn't see in any other software. And coming from before ZBrush, coming from a Maya background, Unreal, and all of that, ZBrush just offers that sort of like personalization. It's more like you make it your own piece of software that you don't get it in any other software. Like there's a tool like NanoMesh, for example, a feature like NanoMesh that you'd think could be used for, I don't know, like a repeatable pattern on a shirt or whatever. Patrick 4D is using that for like little chocolate chips or for scattering stuff along a surface of a piece of food or something. You know, that is something that is it makes you think, or forces you to think outside the box for a particular need that you have, a practical need, an artistic need, right? And I think that's what sets it apart. And Patrick 4D is a great example of that. Someone who found a niche and uses the tool for that very specific thing. And he didn't have access to tutorials on how to make food in ZBrush because it's a niche, right? It's not something that you see a lot of people doing, right? So, yeah. That's
well, what
awesome.
Absolutely. And one of the things I could say real quick too is that, yes, unfortunately he wasn't able to be here, but he is on our ZBrush Live team. So he actually streams on a regular basis. And for those who are wondering, he uses ZBrush and Cinema 4D for all of his work. So absolutely his 2 main programs. Paul, is there anything you want to add?
No, I think you guys nailed it. I think it's, to your point, Rodolfo, it's really nice to see, and again, this is the point of the ZBrush Summit, showing the different types of industries, the different types of way people be creative on a computer, because that's just another medium that we're all using, right? And ZBrush is our tool that we're using to get our story across, to get our imagination, get what's in our nightmares, in our dreams on the screen. So, and then now also what I love, the good part about what we live in now is just 3D printing is so affordable now, right? So you can just do that extra, like, and like we said, after Mitchell's presentation, was like, well, I can just print off my own stuff and do some fun things with my own things if I wanted to, right? So that's why, like Ian said, it's too bad Patrick couldn't join us. He's in Japan, so it's not the best ideal. He's traveling a lot, so he put that video together for us to share it with you guys. He would absolutely love to show you more and deep diving into what he does. But again, reiterating, he's on ZBrushLive.com. He is one of our streamers that will jump on there, so you can talk to him yourself. Like, just go watch what he's doing, and then he'll answer your questions for you. That's what all the streamers will do on ZBrushLive.com. So if you've been really enjoying what's been happening these last 3 days, that's always on every day. There's usually somebody streaming on ZBrushLive.com. So and
we as well. Like,
I stream on Fridays. I'm going to be actually streaming this Friday and next Friday. So I'm at 11 a.m. You're Wednesday at 10 a.m. right? Los Angeles time.
Yep. I usually go 10 to noon Los Angeles time, sometimes 10 to 1. And then yeah, Rodolfo, when do you go?
Los Angeles time. Let me see if I can do the conversion.
Your time.
And my time, it's usually 6 p.m. Thursday, right? Around 6.
Okay, cool.
European time. Yeah. So then
Yeah,
you're
so
like
it's like
9 in the
11
morning.
a.m.
9 in the morning.
Time, so it'd be
Yeah.
like 9 hours difference, 8-9 hours, depending on if there's
Depending
time
on where you
zone.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Depending where
exactly.
I am. Exactly.
So you're
Hey,
like
Patrick is in the-
9 or 10 in the morning, LA time.
Right. 9. Well, actually 8 or 10 in the morning, right? Depending.
Nice.
Right. So if I'm in Portugal, it'd be 8. If I'm in
Oh.
the Eastern Europe kind of thing, it's 10 times, right? So 10 hours ahead. So yeah.
Oh, that's
that would be it.
perfect. Yeah. Well, Patrick is actually in the chat, at least on the YouTube side. So definitely everybody say hi to him.
He's there.
and stuff like that. Yep. So, like I said, check out
there he
his
is.
streams. Yeah, check out his streams and all that good stuff. I can tell you, like, I'll tell you this little bit because he's answered this question before. So, hi Patrick, I'm just gonna throw this out there for everybody. When you're rendering stuff like food, just know that everything has subsurface scatter. This was a tip he gave out like last year,
Everything.
and I thought it was like so cool. And there were so many people who like had no idea what he meant, but that's just a little tip if you're gonna try to do something like that. Everything has subsurface. It's a great way to think about it. So, yeah.
And don't eat what you're supposed to. Don't eat your client out, right? So you got to still keep some of it for reference. Keep some of it for reference. You're welcome. You're welcome for that bad joke. You guys. You guys sure you want me to really back in the stream again? Probably.
Yes.
Don't.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Probably
100%. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, that being said, again, a major shout out to Patrick Jordy, Patrick Wally. Thank you so much, dude, for that video and for this segment. Paul, it's your turn, buddy. It's your turn to.
Yep, it's my turn. Yeah, and I want to say, Patrick, since he's listening, you've inspired people because actually, if you guys go to ZBrushCentral.com right now, there's actually other artists posting food work right now. On ZBrush Central within this week. Yeah. There was also another one. So he's inspired people to go in this direction too and see what they could do with things like this. So hats off to you as well.
Yep. 100%.
Well, okay, I got to get my screen ready. Hold on, I got to get my screen ready because I'm blocking where I want to share my screen right now. Un momento.
That's okay. Patrick just texted. He says, hi, guys.
What up, Patrick?
Yes, and you know what?
Yeah,
absolutely.
right.
Aura, you got a good point.
Yeah,
He has there's a pro project, absolutely. In the latest version of ZBrush for desktop and on iPad, he has a pro project where he ships some delicious cookies and a bit of his process. So definitely check out the pro projects. Good point. Thank you, Aura.
And the brush includes a brush, an IMM brush with a lot of the models that you see on that pro project. They're in an IMM brush, so you can actually make your own composition based on what you modeled there, and also make your own brush. So just take inspiration and make your own food. Let's say, right? Cook.
Exactly.
You should be able to cook with your ZBrush, literally and metaphorically.
I tend to eat everything. That's why I have the belly that I have. Okay, that's why I have the belly that I have. Okay, let's see.
I'll do the
you're going to be
part for you.
You're going to do okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me share my screen now so we can see entire screen, and there we go. Share it, and boom. Well, looky! Another Gnomon workshop. What a surprise! What a surprise! So you've got a lot of opportunities to get a Gnomon workshop here. Which, thank you to them. Yeah, the sponsors are so generous. They're amazing how many licenses they're giving of this. Again, this is an annual. You get a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. For those of you really trying to dive into other industries, other things, or just ZBrush, there's a ton of information in there. So definitely take a look. If you are one of those winners, take advantage of this. Like plan out at least every month looking at some section of the videos. That would be 12 sections. You need to learn a lot in those 12 months. Okay, so that is one of the other items that we'll be giving away. So let me get the other one that we have. There you go. Another. Nice. If Shane Olson's still in the chat, thank you, sir, for also giving some of your lifetime memberships away to our viewers and being a sponsor.
So there you go. Another lifetime membership to 3D Character Workshop. All right. There's that one. And you know what? I feel good about this one. Once again, boom, another C-Wrap, another face form. Just plenty of opportunities to win this one. Again,
People
you got to
asking-
fill out. Yeah, go ahead.
People are asking in the chat, how can I win? Just scan that QR code that you're seeing right there on the screen, fill out the form, and you should be getting an email, and you have to accept us sending you emails, like give us permission to send you emails so you can get notified when you actually win, right? So be sure to just scan that QR code that's over there. Someone shared the link as well in the chat in case you can't scan the QR code. Fill out the form, get the email, and then click accept, and you're good to go.
Yep.
Okay. Let's do another one. I'm gonna do another one. All that music that Mitchell was playing too has got my head going.
His choice of music was fantastic.
It was awesome. It's like another thing. I'm like, I wasn't expecting that. It's like, oh, not only is he making me laugh with the images, he's bringing the music with it too. My only concern was hopefully YouTube wasn't going to shut us down. That was my only concern.
I thought that too. I was like,
let's hope it doesn't. Okay.
We're still alive.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Another Character Creator 5 Deluxe bundle. So this is, again, you're getting Character Creator 5, you're getting their core library, you're getting the Ultimate Morphs, and they're throwing in Human Anatomy set. So this is a whole deluxe package that you're going to be getting from them. So that's pretty awesome to get this. Again, another great application that's linked with ZBrush. They even have made a ZBrush plugin that'll help you guys put your characters in pose if you want. You can even animate them in there. So, and then it's very powerful software. Very cool because you're creating in ZBrush and then you're sending it to them to put it in motion and action and everything else like that, right? So just because it's in the background, ladies and gentlemen, this website's called ZBrushCentral.com for those that don't know. Okay, here you go. You're guaranteed to run into a ZBrush artist on this website. I'm just saying because it does have ZBrush in the name of it. I learned a lot from this site, but we were talking the food. And I just want to give the artist a little shout out. Here you go. Right, another artist that's making some food too, right? And then
there you go. Yep.
She put the video too. There you go. Yeah, she's got a couple that she's been putting up here. So you can click on names. You can look at portfolio. Yep. You did. Oh,
yeah, did.
What is a staff pick, Rodolfo?
Well, a staff pick is pieces of artwork that we scour through on ZBrush Central if we find that are interesting, and every week we nominate them, and then internally the entire ZBrush team, and I don't mean just us three. I mean, everyone, development team on web, behind the camera right now, Grace, Kyle, Michael, everyone gets to vote on their favorite. And then the winner would get highlighted in that little row that you see over there that is now currently occupied with 4 staff picks and the 2 basically links to the Sculpt-off entries, right? So that is where the staff picks are going to show. So if you don't have one, just get a ZBrush Central account and start posting your artwork and your sketches, whatever. It doesn't need to be finished, doesn't need to be perfect. Keep posting. Use it like a sketchbook. Like you're doing whips, just post it there. Do experimentation, questions, anything you have, post it there. ZBrush Central has a presentation kind of purpose to that, but it's also a forum where a lot of people just ask questions, post work in progress, post breakdowns of their pieces and their sculpts. So just feel free to join the community, and we're on there all the time, right? So yeah,
exactly. And not to mention too, it's just a great place to get true art given to you on a social media platform. It's a great place to just go and get inspired and see constant, ZBrush works, artworks, the different levels in which ZBrush is used as well. So I mean, there's so many just amazing artists on there posting all the time, and it's a free account, guys. It's free. It's literally just jumping in there, signing in, and just looking at what's being done just everywhere. So it's super cool. So definitely a source of inspiration for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the benefit for you guys too watching as artists is if you are picked as a staff pick, I'm sure you guys have seen it that have visited ZBrush Central or left ZBrush running. We have that screensaver. This is where it's all coming from. All that screensaver that's on ZBrush Central and with inside of ZBrush, it's coming from here. It's all the top row images and the staff picks and our beta tester images that are being put in there. And then you can obviously click right on the image and it'll link right to the post that we wanted to celebrate. So
for you, it's a great way to get some exposure as an artist.
Yep.
So it's another way for you to make artwork and then get out there, and hopefully people can find. I get a lot of students. I probably have some students ask like, hey, how do I get my artwork out there? This is just another way. I'm a big believer in, put it everywhere. You never know where you're going to get discovered, where you're going to be seen. And in this case, you never know. Maybe we pick you, and then now you're inside ZBrush itself as part of the screensaver. So that's pretty cool. You're not there forever. The screensavers are recycling, but you're there for a long period. We have pages upon pages upon pages upon pages that the screensaver is pulling from.
Yeah.
So,
and again, it's all ZBrush art. It's all ZBrush art. So that's what you're getting to see. So you get to pop in there and take a look, and somebody created that, and that's what's really cool. So
Okay, well, we've got a little bit of a break this time, a little bit longer. I know for those of you late at night, early in the morning, I know it's going to be tough, but all that's left is we're going to give you guys little sneak peeks of some things that are coming up in ZBrush that the team is been working on, going to be starting to work on a little bit, maybe some other things. You never know what we're going to show. So our presentation is the last presentation for as far as seeing ZBrush in action or anything like that. And then we will end the ZBrush Summit and the night with our winners of the 2 Sculpt-off groups. So I'm excited for you guys to see who the winners are. And then Rodolfo, this is your last on camera. So officially you're done on camera for the summit.
I'll be in the chat though. I want to see how people react. I'll be in the chat.
Rodolfo, since this is your first ever ZBrush Summit on camera, what was some of your most memorable moments for you?
Well, that's a hard one. I would say the Sculpt-off. The Sculpt-off definitely was a good experience. It was very interesting because even when I didn't participate, when I was in the other side, right, the other side of the stage, digital stage, during COVID, it was very different just watching, and we're seeing what you guys are showing, right? Like at the time. Here on this side, you actually see what everyone's doing because you're pulling from everyone that submitted their links or for their YouTube channel or for the Twitch channel, and you're also scouring the internet for ZBrush Live, ZBrush Summit, hashtag ZBrush Summit, and whoever's trying to participate officially or unofficially. And then you see what a lot of these artists are doing is crazy. It's really good. In 3 hours, it's unbelievable, right? And then also you feel like there's a big connection here. Even you get reminded of that because again, it's one of the reasons I kind of got into the rabbit hole of ZBrush was the community, right? And the artistic community, and you get reminded of that in the ZBrush Summit. And I think that was one of the things that I if I have to take something out of this ZBrush Summit, it's that. Even though it's online, right? It's not. I've been hearing people in the chat, reading people in the chat saying that, oh, it's not physical or whatever. Even though it's online, you still get that sense that people are here for the same reason, and it's a community because of that. They're here for surrounding this one thing that unites us all, regardless of geography, and I think that's also one of the pros of having the event online is that you can actually participate in it regardless of where you're from. So to me, coming from Portugal, I remember that was a huge factor during COVID. It was like, okay, now I can participate in this. I can actually engage with this, right? So yeah, that's the gist of it. I can go nonstop. I can keep yapping if you guys want, but then
No, it's good to it's honestly great to hear your side of it too, because a lot has changed. And I've been reading the comments as well. Oh, we wish we had an online one or in-person one. Honestly, we're always trying to bring the best of the best with what we have as far as resources and so forth. So if people are really wanting to, I would love to see more growth with the summit as well. So in a way that honestly, and I mean this full sincerity, I'm a very authentic person. If you guys are enjoying this and this is something that you want to see grow and turn into something bigger, we kind of need your help with that. So subscribe, do all that stuff, push this around, we try to put as much as we can. We are talking to artists all year long, talking to companies all year long, trying to get good new talent to showcase new industries, to showcase how ZBrush is used. So there's a lot of back end stuff. We have a whole team behind us, people you don't even see on screen that have helped out putting this whole thing together. And so, we want to try to bring as much as we can to it. And so, it's all about balance and stuff like that. So trust me, we understand. We also, too, I love physical in person. Nothing better than getting me to talk for hours on end till 4 a.m. just to do it all over. So, so again, this is how this kind of works. And so, but we appreciate the love and the attention you guys have given us during this weekend. It means a lot. And it's one of the reasons why I got into this industry in the first place. So thank you all.
Thank you so much for having me. Right. This has been a wonderful. Amazing.
Amazing. 2 last minute things before we go to our break. Before we go, hey, I see someone's having trouble logging into ZBrush Central and their IP address isn't accepted. Make a support ticket on our support. Give them your IP address, and then we'll whitelist it. So obviously ZBrush Central has security on it, so there's probably just something there that's being seen. So please do make a support. And in fact, that's for anything, guys. When you run into something for ZBrush, it is best to actually make a support ticket. That way we get the information, we can communicate with you, we can ask you questions and things, especially when you run into anything. That's also beneficial for us to continue pushing ZBrush, making it the best application that we can for you to create artwork. So please create that support ticket there. And there was one other thing that came up that somebody was talking about that I wanted to touch base on real quick before we jump in. So again, we're going to be showing our presentation next. So it's coming up in about 40 minutes. So we'll have a little bit longer break this time. So we're gonna stretch over here a little bit and just get a minute, get some things set up before we go. So we're gonna do some changes here on our side. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be here. We still got stuff to show to give away as well. And then we still got 2 more segments, right? So Rodolfo, thank you. Great job, man.
Thank you.
Great to have you be on this side for your first summit. Be safe getting home. It's late for him and many for you.
I'll be on the chat. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
Awesome.
Just my face going away, but my yapping will carry on throughout the night. So just in text form.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right.
All right, guys.
Everyone.
We'll see you in about 40 minutes. Just wait right there.
See ya.
Bye. Don't blink or you'll miss it.
for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support nano mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version. ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version. ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with a desktop version. ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18+ new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version. ZBrush for desktop and iPad get major updates with our spring release. The most anticipated addition for ZBrush for iPad is the Z Modeler feature, which revolutionizes box modeling and significantly speeds up workflow. Z Modeler's Q-Mesh mode allows users to easily add and subtract topology, making it easier for sculptors to work with low poly models and create base meshes. The update also includes a fresh UI, an insert edge loop snap ability for more flexible edge placement, expanded selection actions, user presets, and long press options for added convenience. Additionally, ZBrush for iPad will support Nano Mesh, enabling users to populate mesh polygons with multiple models without sacrificing performance, and the introduction of UV Master for gesture-based UV unwrapping. iPad users will also gain the ability to create their own VDM alphas, a feature that adds undercutting, making it possible to draw out complex sculpted shapes with a simple click and drag of your brush stroke. On the desktop side, ZBrush will add more Redshift integration with 18 plus new Redshift materials and a 1-to-1 RS standard material feature set, as you find in Cinema 4D and other DCCs. Z-Modeler enhancements will be introduced on desktop as well, such as the presets, insert edge loop snapping, and new selection action mode. These updates mark significant strides in both platforms, with ZBrush for iPad closing the feature gap with the desktop version.
back, everybody. Hey, Paul. How you doing?
What's happening? The anticipation's killing me.
I know. Yeah, that was a much longer break, but don't worry, we're back. We're here. We have a few more things to do before we wrap up for the day, and one of them is the very long anticipated, what is coming to ZBrush in general. So, Paul, I feel like we got a few things that we definitely want to show them. Yeah, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I'm excited for this next hour for you guys to kind of show you some things that are coming to you guys soon, some things that we're going to give a little sneak peek of things to come later. So it should be really fun for you all to see what some of the stuff that we're up to. We're able to share some items with you. There's a lot more that the team is looking into and diving into, but we feel there's some stuff we want to share with you guys now so you can see where we're going and what's happening, right? So it's going to be super exciting for us all. I know somebody was asking, Grace, where did we get the music? Somebody was asking that question. So I thought that song is awesome. It gets me hyped up. I love it.
Yeah. No, like honestly, I think Grace is usually the one who's scouting these songs, usually helping putting the stuff together. So yeah, shout out to Grace for with such the epic music choice. So yeah, it's super cool. Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
So yeah.
All right. So we're going to kick off with you first. And then, right. So you're going to go first. So I'm very excited to get this going and start sharing some things that everyone's going to be able to do with the next version of ZBrush and for ZBrush's futures as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We also got to give a shout out to Casey, who works behind the scenes along with Grace and does a lot of these animations and renders a lot of the beautiful animations you've seen and stuff through the segments. She's been a big part of as well. So yes, absolutely. Shout out to Casey.
Leo, Hashi, Leo.
So many people. There's a lot of people who work behind the scenes. They work
really
hard. Yeah, it is. It is. So yeah. So yeah, we get started because some of these things are definitely features that people have asked for or was wondering if it was going to happen. And so we're always kind of trying to think of like, what can we do to help not only bring a good experience, but also improve workflows and so forth like that. So yeah, I'm ready to share my screen whenever we need to. Let me.
Okay.
Boop, 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 boop. Let me just fly it on up there. Oh, perfect. All right, thank you. So one of the first things we actually want to talk about is photogrammetry. So photogrammetry has been a big conversation piece for a long time. And yep, we are starting in the iPad. So you can see here, I have an iPad that's going on right now. I'm also, just for those who are asking right now, I am using the new M5 Apple iPad. They were kind enough to let us play with it and test it out and see how it works. So really cool stuff. But photogrammetry has been a big conversation piece for a long time. And throughout this whole entire event, we know that Rodolfo likes rungs, right? So what you might notice, he's a fan. So what you might notice is right underneath the new Sculpt, we actually have a capture button. So ZBrush for iPad ships with a camera, unlike the desktop. So how could we use that? And it also has LiDAR technology. So you can just go ahead and press the capture. And if I do that, it's going to ask for camera access, all this other stuff. This is currently live. So I would say allow, and then it's going to start looking for something. But it's really hard for me, tethered, sharing my screen to capture something. So instead, we actually made a little video to kind of showcase the process. And I'm just going to go ahead and talk over it while we showcase it, so no sound. So here we hit the new capture and boom, there's a tree outside my house that I think would look pretty cool. So you first want to line up your shot and then you'll be given this, which looks like a nice little box here that you can rotate and you can position and you can move. I did speed the video up just a little bit at some parts because of course I don't want to, I just don't want to sit here and have you guys watch me capture data. Like anything with photogrammetry, I will say this, that the more images, the more scans you have, the better. That's always how photogrammetry has worked. And we kept that into consideration when putting this feature together. So here you can see me sizing the box, kind of keeping it somewhat stationary. And then I'm going to say, okay. And now I'm going to start the scanning process. This is definitely where I speed it up because, that's life. But you can see.
Well, you don't want to see you slowly walk around the tree.
It takes a few minutes to get this done. But you can see these little white bars coming around, cars are flying by, and it's just scanning. You do want to basically do a couple takes. We give up to 3 takes to do this. And when the first scan is done, it will say your first scan pass has been completed, and that's quality, do a few more passes. And that's what I did. I did not record myself doing that because we already done that. So after the scan, you would say continue. And once you get all of that, then you would say, okay, let it generate the model. And it doesn't take a whole lot of time. This is sped up a little bit, but I think it only took like a couple minutes. Even though it said it started at 7, it literally only took a few minutes. And then once that's done, boom, I can say open, and it's going to open up automatically inside of ZBrush. You can see here that I have my tree scan and I have a texture, which must mean I must have UVs and stuff on there. So I'm going to switch back over now to one of the scans that we had done. Here we go. This scan was actually done by Rodolfo. And you can see here that all that information comes in. He did a nice little bark of it. And this allows me to come in here. I'm going to move my mic just a little bit. There we go. So I was allowed to come in here, have the scan, and you can see here we have a texture. If you don't know, we can pull this menu off here, and I can turn the texture on and off. I can turn off the texture, and we get a triangulated wireframe. And this actually scan, even though it came in at a pretty good resolution here, came in at just 12,000 active points, but we get some really cool effects here, which is nice. And again, we have a nice texture for it. So again, this is a great way to, if you're out in the wild, you're doing stuff and you want to try to scan stuff, you absolutely can go ahead and do that. Now, I'm not going to just stop at a tree bark. We also had asked our beta testers, so what are some of the things you guys would like to scan? And we have Eric Keller, who might be in the chat. If he is, shout out to him. He sent over some scans. He was out and about over hanging out with his family over in Europe. And you can see here, such a beautiful work. And again, this actually came in, again, this is about 12,000 points. Really cool, really simple. And it's a great way to capture stuff. Texture comes in and allows for you to have some good captures. A few more that I want to show you. I did tell Rodolfo there's some rocks. Here you go, buddy.
What a surprise. Environments and rocks.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. So again, we want you guys to think of this in a way of like, hey, you know, it's just something that you can bring into it. Maybe you have a model or a shoe. You know, we talked about shoe photogrammetry cleanup inside of ZBrush earlier today with Jordy. And so again, you can start scanning things, bringing them in, and working directly inside of ZBrush. Furthermore, a lot of that process, Rodolfo had scanned this one, so thank you for sending this over. What's cool about this is, again, we can actually go through the process of up-resing things, subdividing it. So we actually subdivided this model up to about 1.2 million vertices. And again, coming in here, we have a texture map. And you can also turn your texture into an alpha. And when you do that, then you can come in here into displacements. And now you can actually turn off displacements, pushing that element. So now you could do really good workflows inside of ZBrush for photogrammetry cleanup. Really cool. And just look at the quality of this. So this is actually, I don't know about you, Paul, but this has opened my mind a lot for some of the things I can do.
Yeah.
Walking around.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we were talking a lot of beta testers about just who do clay sculpts. They could sculpt their clay pieces. Again, we're using Apple's tech, right, from the iPad, right? So there's certain things that we can control and can't control here. So, but we're using their tech. I know a couple of questions coming through about scanning a room. You can try. We haven't tried that one yet, but you can definitely try. You don't have to do complete full circle 360 scans either. That's not necessary. There's an auto mode and a non-auto mode as well. So it has a lot of flexibility. And it's fun just when we showed this to the beta, how much people actually like, this is actually just fun to do.
Yeah.
Get a quick base mesh from a scan and start sculpting on it. So it's been really cool to see what people have been doing with this and having fun with this as well.
Nice. Absolutely. So this one has been really...
The rock needs a frog. It needs a frog now.
It does. Absolutely. Yes. 100% it needs a frog. So maybe that's how Rodolfo is going to build my scene for me. Maybe he's going to go scan some more rocks, and then Rodolfo and Ian collab is on the way with frogs and rocks. So 100%. Yeah. So wanted to just showcase that one really quick. This one is going to be really fun. I enjoy it a lot. So wanted to bring that up. The next thing that I wanted to bring up, I'm going to move on to another segment. That's all right with you, Paul.
Sure, go ahead.
Cool. So the next one is, of course, hey, how do I look for things? So, you know, those who are new to ZBrush, and, you know, again, self-included, when I was first learning, ZBrush is full with a ton of menus. So there's a lot of times where you're like, oh, I need to go into the tool menu. I need to go into the movie menu or the transform. I need to go places. The stroke menu, I use it all the time. Well, what if there was an easier way for you to find these things? And that is where we're going to go ahead and introduce the search icon now. So just real quick, you can already see I've already searched for a few things, but what if I were to just go ahead and type in, I don't know, mirror, right? That's going to start bringing up my options like mirror and weld. And if you're on a keyboard, the really cool part about this is the keyboard has up and down arrows. So there you go. And if you take a look at like mirror and weld, you have X, Y, and Z coordinates. And so because you have those coordinates, what if I just want to use the left, right arrow keys to select those? And that's absolutely some of the stuff that you can do. So you're able to navigate these things a whole lot quicker, find the things that you're looking for instead of deep diving down a lot of these menus. And what's even cooler about if you're using the keyboard, and if you don't, it's okay, because again, I don't necessarily use the keyboard a lot, but it is a fun function for those who do, is that notice here, I'm going to search for subdivisions, and I see here that I have my subdivisions, and what do you know it with the arrow keys, I can go down, select it, and then I can actually toggle back and forth between my subdivisions. So my eyes have subdivisions and I can move in. But, that's cool, but like, again, one of the parts that makes things really interesting with ZBrush for iPad is the fact that it's easy to customize, right? So I could just literally pull this menu right off, boom, there you go. And if I close that and reopen it, and let's say I clear my search, now it's going to remember the things that I searched for. So if I wanted to search for displacement, there it is, boom, displacement map. I can come through here and look at the different things. Oh, what my distance, et cetera, et cetera. I could play with it, go into my displacement map menus. It takes you right there, which is super easy. And then if I go back to my search, there you go, displacement map. It automatically holds that for you during the session of your ZBrush session. So this is a really cool feature. This one, honestly, when we were beta testing this, I was like, yeah, that's really cool. I like it. And then I was using the public version just like last week. And I was like, where's the search icon, Paul? And he's like, it's not out yet. And I was like, ugh. So it was one of those things I didn't think I needed. Now I'm glad it's there. So absolutely one of that is like, yes, finally, super cool.
Yeah, the key thing here, the good thing here for this search, right, that we want to highlight is you can search for anything. You got the sessions, you can rip it off. It'll automatically open up sub palettes for you, menus for you. You can do the actions right in the quick search. This is why we made it so you could actually rip it off and have it floating around your space. Some people I've seen just that have been testing this beta tester wise, and just some of them just keep it open the way you have it right now, and then just do your actions through here. And like Ian said, the nice part is once you clear out that search bar, anything that Ian has searched for is going to be remembered during this session. So you'll always be able to continue to call on those same actions if you want to. Obviously, you have the ability to create your own custom quick menus inside the iPad version, which you can do up to 5, but this is just another way. I think this is going to be huge for new users as well, just to start getting into it. Yeah, you can search for a brush, like do clay buildup. That's my fave. Yes. You can do that. Yeah, you can find all your brushes. Boom. It'll find everything that's in ZBrush. So, yeah.
And that's so cool. Again, it's one of those things. There you go, backface mask. It's there. Now, don't forget too, guys, that like if you hit the space bar and you move on over, well, I don't have anything there. Why is that? Well, because I don't have a custom menu. So like, again, when you're looking for things and stuff like that, and you're building your custom menu, so, you're able to do this stuff, but sometimes maybe there's a feature, you're just not sure where it's at. You're like, okay, that's cool. Well, this is where this comes in handy. So this is just another way to just get that customized feel and to find the things that you're looking for all the time. Again, if you're not sure where any of your texture maps are, whatnot, just type in text and immediately you'll get to your texture map. And then it takes you right there. And it's a great way to learn ZBrush as you're going. So this has been a really fun feature for me that I didn't think, again, that I needed. And yet here we go. So awesome. Now, I'll tell you what, Paul, I will do one more thing. Okay. I want to hog the spotlight. I know you got some things you want to show. So I'm going to go ahead and show one more thing. And this one is actually another thing that I didn't think I needed until we started playing with it. And that is cropping my image for a render. So I got my beautiful silhouette up here, and it's nice when I'm sculpting to kind of see what is going on. But what if I wanted to frame him for, I don't know, an Instagram post or a TikTok video, right? So here, if I go into the settings and I go under UI, I now have a resolution gate, right? Where now I can actually frame my model, and I can work like this the whole time if I would like to, just by the settings. So I can constantly stay in this perspective if I would like. But let's say I don't, we could just turn that off, no big deal. Come into our export and go to image. And now here, if I go ahead and let's say, oh, I want 5.3, or whatnot. Let's come up down here. Perfect. Turn the resolution gate on. There we go. And so like, okay, what does 1:1 look like? What does 4:3 look like? This is actually a way that we could start kind of organizing things. So let's say, oh, yeah, okay, that's cool. And I could pick my my output size. So if I want that to be almost 4K or 2K or whatnot, I could pick that resolution. I could also come in here and just adjust this accordingly. So I can pick a exact resolution that fits my needs. I can even lock the aspect ratio. So if I move stuff, it moves together. Turn that off if I need to. And then again, for the opacity, you can actually turn this to pure black or to true white, or have a little bit of a fade so that you can still see all of your ZBrush viewport and have the resolution gate on if you would like. And then to export this out, you can name it. And then of course you have PNG, JPEG, PSD, or TIFF. And then you can also export out your alphas and your BPR passes. Or here, yeah, BPR.
It'll just do a BPR render. Yeah, so PNG will now have an alpha. PNGs will now have an alpha on this. And then if he turns on BPR, it will do the render for you in BPR and then automatically open. And then you just save it where you want to save it. Since we're on smaller devices, so now you guys will be able to render up to 4K on iPad, which previously you couldn't do that. So, and then we wanted to make it easy for you guys to have a way to crop. Just look at what we were doing with the Sculpt-off, right? On Friday, right? All those artists were figuring out cropping things to do. This is the resolution gate now that we have here can help process that and put that forward for you all.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, this is really cool because this way you're not guessing anymore, and this is a great way to share your stuff. So really cool. Paul, I think it might be time for me to hand the baton over to you.
Okay, I'll take it for a little bit. We'll show mine. We are going to show some desktop stuff as well, but I'm going to stay in the iPad world for a second here. So one of the things that we gave a little sneak peek to that you guys were all also asking about, we want to share a little bit more about this. So we have a new Retopology brush. So we're calling it Retopo. So you're going to have a new brush for this. You're going to be able to have a new menu, which is actually your IMM viewer that pops up. The big thing too that's changed here for this is you have the ability to actually go through here and have folders for your IMM viewer. So this is now going to work. I'll show you a little bit of how you're going to be able to do this for your also insert mesh brushes, your VDM brushes, anything like that where you've got several types of meshes and things like this. So when the one thing that you guys have when you start working, before we dive into the Retopo brush, you guys have a lot of brushes. I saw some comments coming up about even searching for brushes and things like this. So one thing that we also changed that's coming is when you import items, right? Especially, let's just say start with an alpha. I can select the files, but what's really great is now what you're going to be able to do is I can actually select multiple alphas at once, say open, right? And then you can see there's 11 selected now. So the little blue dot is my finger. So you can see up here it says 11. I say import, it imports them. I go to my alphas. You can see in the users tabs, there are now alphas here, right? So now I have these alphas in the alpha palette. So there's the default, but the ones I just imported are here. So not only that, because we're talking about a brush, we also did that with the brushes too now. So alpha, brushes, and textures. On the iPad, you're going to be able to import multiple versions of these. So again, here I've got some brushes in here that I actually took off the desktop. And now I just, say, okay, I want these ones down here, and I want, those two. Say open, it's got 10, import, now they're there. So once again, I can come into my brush palette, click on the users, and then you're going to have all your brushes there. So the one thing I want to point out too is I saw this asking about the search. So the search is obviously only going to look at what stuff that's there inside of ZBrush. So if you noticed, when I was going here, we actually have an option to say copy to startup folder. So in the ZBrushes you guys have now, obviously when you import something and you close ZBrush down, it's not been placed in the folder, so ZBrush can see it the next time it launches. In this case, this is what we're trying out now on the iPad version, is when you import, you can actually automatically copy them to the right folder that ZBrush needs to see. So every time now you close ZBrush, open and close, they will always be there. So you don't have to keep importing. You don't have to move them to the folder location, which is a little bit different on an iPad too. You don't have the same flexibility that you do on a desktop for moving things around. You know, there's only a couple places you can go there. Okay, so going back to what you guys really also want to talk about is the Retopo brush, right? So this brush is going to allow me to start not only retopologize something, but use it to even build things, okay? So I'm gonna first just click on the surface. It's gonna tell me, hey, this is a subdivided surface. What do you wanna do? Do you want to just make a new subtool that you're just gonna start building some new topology? Or are you trying to edit existing topology, right? So right now I'm just gonna say, yes, make it a new one, right? And then now I have this, okay? And then now I can just start making dots, right? So I can just start making dots where I want them as I go, okay? You can move the dots around. You're going to be also able to delete the dots. If I want to delete them, you can. But if I want, you can see we're giving you a preview of what topology you can actually make. And if I just click and let go, now I can actually make that topology. So I've started making some topology. So I can extrude an edge if I want to. I can extrude edges that I want in here, right? You continue move edges, you can move faces, you can move this. And the key point with this brush system that we're developing here and what we're making here, this has a new built-in projection system. So it's constantly always projecting to the surface. And we're going to use this in a couple other places as well, right? So this is going to start giving us a little bit more flexibility in here, right? So I can even say, you know, I want more. I can go right to the center. So now I've snapped to the center there, right? I can come down here and then say, move it. No, I want to extrude it. Okay. And then I can actually go, do I want a poly loop? You know, what action do I want? So we're making it so you can cycle through these things, right? And have the ability to do this. And depending on my brush size, okay, I can move things around wherever I want. So obviously if I go with a larger draw size, you're going to be able to move more of the surface. It's like you're sliding now the topology along the surface because it has the ability to continually project to the surface, right? And like Ian said, I'm currently, right, using a Pencil Pro with, you know, I got this nice thing. I'm a big fan of this with my M5.
Ooh, yeah.
Right? That Apple is nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. So I actually have this on my lap right now. Okay. Yeah. So I'm using the new M5 iPad, which is amazing. Actually, it's been really, really fun to playing with this with the Pencil Pro. Okay. So I want, yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm just curious because, you know, I think we've held the chat on this question for a little bit, but they're like, oh my God, you know, it'd be really cool if like this was on the desktop.
Yep. So good segue. So let's move to the desktop. I'm going to walk you through more of the brushes too, again, because this brush is going to be both on iPad, and then on a desktop as well. So you're going to have in both. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this brush. You guys now know that I can say, yes, let's go ahead and play with this, make some dots. Okay. So this is just creating vertex points where you might want them. Again, you can move them around. One thing I want to highlight is when I hold the space bar, you'll see that the draw size actually changes, because the draw size is what's determining what we look at, vertex. So any of the vertexes that live within the draw size, that's what ZBrush is going to look at to create either a quad or even triangles too. So then you just click and then boom, you have this ability. Then we want to extrude out down here from the bottom. I can extrude an edge, okay? But what we also did is, hey, you know what? I want to add some more spans on the fly. And then now I have those spans on the fly. I can continue to also smooth things out. And you'll notice when I hold the shift key, there is a new smoothing brush that's called the Smooth Retopo as well. Yes. So we have, which we've done this to the point of we're kind of ripping this out a little bit. So you guys think about, you can now use this smoothing brush with a sculpting brush as well. So you guys could be sculpting and then use this new smoothing brush that'll project you back to the surface how you want, okay? So let's continue this journey, right? So again, we've got this ability, okay? But I can also grow both ways. So I can grow edge loops this way, and I can grow in and out this way. right? And then you'll see obviously the other side's happening because I'm in symmetry mode right now. So whatever I'm doing on this side is happening on both sides for us. So it is symmetrical. You guys will be able to do that. If I want to delete anything, I just start to click and I start deleting. And what we decided to do is, even though you're deleting a face, maybe you just kind of want to redraw it because you want to remove some points around. So you do have the ability to keep these points, but you could obviously delete those points. Or just like we kind of do in Dynamesh, you can just clear them all out and then they're gone, right? So you have an ability to delete edges, you have an ability to delete a face and a vertex. So I'm going to start, let's get rid of, yeah, go ahead. You have something for me?
Well, yeah, it's just curious, but what if I wanted to just draw a line of points and a line of points and just have it like just a bunch of faces real quick? Is that, can I do that, Paul?
Yeah. Yes, your job. Yeah, yes. But I want to show something before we even get into that. Because the first thing I would want to do is I also would want to extrude a vertex, right? So you guys can actually extrude a vertex, and then now I can do this, right? And then now I need to just change my span, and then now, boom, it'll snap, right? So the nice thing about this one is when you are extruding a vertex, it's automatically creating a quad for you guys. But I also could decide to create 2 triangles if I want to as well, right? Because obviously you're going to want to maybe change some flow of your topology, and it's going to create 2. So if I now extrude this vertex again close to it and do that, you'll see we've written it so it's smart and saying, hey, you already have a triangle next to this, so I'm just going to combine it and make a quad for you automatically. So you can make quads and triangles. ZBrush does not do n-gons right now, so it's still just quads and triangles, but you can extrude a vertex point, you can extrude an edge, you can change the flow of that. So to Ian, your point too, about another way to draw out topology is I can actually just draw out a green line, okay? And you can see it has 4 points. I'm gonna knock it down to 0 points right now. And then I can just say, all right, let's go here, let's go here. So it's just another way, right, to make topology that you want. You can move it around if you want to, and then again, tap, and then you're gonna get your topology. Okay,
Yes.
so.
That's my favorite. I'm just gonna say.
You love that one?
Sorry. I can't. I'm excited. So I'm I just like, that's my favorite. Like literally, that's like boop 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 boop. It's the easiest way to like.
You're overwhelmed. You're overwhelmed with joy.
Yeah,
you're overwhelmed with joy.
I've been playing like I cannot. Yeah, I've been holding this in for a long time, so it's bleeding out. I'm like, I just want to talk about it.
Yeah. So I kind of made some really big topology here. So what I can do is say, you know what? I want to add some spans somewhere else as well. Not only that, I can say, hey, you know what? I kind of want to add more than 1 span. And you'll see, because this algorithm, it is matching the shoulder. Again, this is a model done by Will Huff, by the way. Great artist, fantastic guy. He did this on the iPad version, actually. But I just thought I would have some fun trying to play with this, right? So I can add spans. And then right now you can even say, you know what, I don't want that edge loop. I don't want that edge loop anymore. And I don't want that edge loop. That's actually the only ones I did want there. Yes, go ahead, Gordon.
Real quick, the chat's just wondering, because it's hard for them to see with the red poly group if what the topology looks like. Anyway, we can just turn on the wireframe and.
Let's see what color. Here we can probably let's see if we turn off the poly paint, and then we'll make the color a little bit brighter for you guys. And then we'll find there. Is that better
that's a bit
for everyone?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like you are looking at the wireframe, guys. Like it might be a little hard to see just with the thinness, but what he's doing is putting in the edge loops right now. So that's the actual wireframe. What you see every time he puts that in. So you're looking at nice, clean topology throughout. So like a legitimate retopology tool.
Right. And then again, if I switch to like the move brush, right, and then we start doing like this kind of thing where I've started moving the mesh around too much, don't forget now you can actually switch back and then boom, I'm now smoothing it back. I've messed up. Like, I think this is why we were really experimenting with this and seeing what we can do with this. We've got this new source of info here for us, right? Yes, it's Shift F, the shortcut for this. So now we've ripped out, not only do we make a retopo brush, but we've also made this work with our smoothing brushes too. To the point, just I want to call out, there is in your smooth modifiers, there's now going to be a project option, which this is using what we've been doing with the Retopo brush here. So you can turn this on for any smoothing brush, regardless if you have the Retopo brush selected or don't have the Retopo brush selected. We also have a new menu that is now called Retopology that is going to allow you guys to kind of even create your own version of this if you want to, because there's a lot of things that we're controlling and doing, right? So like if I say, hey, if I start moving a point, you can see I can start automatically welding points like this. You can actually turn that off if you want to. This is kind of why we've made this. So we have a slider here. You can control, in essence, the strength of that snapping. So if you put it to 0, obviously it's going to close off. Okay. So I want to grab another model here too, because we want to keep thinking of things a little different. I'm going to grab one of the pro projects, just also because, hey, I want to highlight the pro projects that we have that are shipping with ZBrush Desktop and iPad. So this is one done by Pablo, right? So amazing model from him. Okay, so I have this right here. Okay, so we'll turn off transparency for now so you guys can see what it really looks like. So I'm just going to look at, say, something like this leg in here. Okay, and I say, look, I want to retopologize this. So the one thing too about this brush is it's going to work across subtools, right? So what we're doing is we're creating a new subtool that's actually called a Retopo subtool. This is why we did this, is we wanted you guys to have the ability to also, it could snap to anything here in this scene, in essence, that I have turned on right now. So any points that I make, right, they're all snapping to different subtools. You got different subtools going on right here, right? So when I hold the space bar, see, then it starts to see. And look, so you can have, you decide the topology you want to make, okay? So, and then your space bar, your draw size controls what it's going to make and how is it going to make this. So this is why we have 2 different draw sizes. You have a draw size for space bar, right? So see, there's a triangle, and then you have a draw size for when I let go. It'll have a different draw size as well, right? So you can see holding this to get different sizes. So with that said, we wanted to go, hey, when we are retopologizing, doing things, there's a lot of topology that you just do occasionally over and over and over and over again. So we developed this patch system. So this is where the I Am the Viewer now has gotten an update. Like I said previously, you guys will now have foldering structure that you're going to be able to do where I can actually folder off these patches. Because this is topology that's done. Like here's a human one. Like there's just certain things that you guys are going to probably do over and over again. And yes, you can create your own patches. That's the flexibility we want to give you. But we wanted to ship you guys with some. So we have 228 ready to go patches, right? So I can go, hey, let's look at some squares. Let's grab the 3x3, okay? And so how this is going to work, I'm going to click a point, and then now I'm going to say, you know what I want? I want that to just drag out. And the beauty of this is I can still move it however I want. You see it's trying to follow the surface. And look, where do I want to go? Oh, I kind of messed that up. I can rotate it. I can resize it. I can skew it a little bit if I want to. And I'm going to show you guys something else that you can do with this in a little bit, right? And then you just tap, and then there you go. It's attached to his leg. And now we get back to, okay, well, now I just want to extrude. And then say, okay, I want to come all the way down here and then just add some spans, boom. So the red is it all right with the color, or do I need to also, here, let's see, let's turn off the color as well. Is that better for everybody to see things a little bit better?
A little bit. We could probably boost the if you go up to preferences and draw, we could probably boost the wireframe color a bit too, just making it more bolder.
I mean,
just to showcase, because it is the wireframe. It's just, yeah.
Or
just zoom really close up on it.
Yeah, I'm building new topology, right?
Yeah.
So this is, see, as you can see as I'm hovering over, we're giving that to you, right? Yeah. See that? See as we're hovering over?
Yeah. We have a question, Paul, too, by the way.
Okay.
Let's say I have
a human. Answer.
Well, let's say I have a human and I like this patch idea, but I need some like eyes patches or a nose loop or something like that. I don't want to have to build that from scratch. Do we have something like that will ship with this brush?
Yep. So this brush, we've made some defaults. So right in here, you have several different eye loops, mouth loops that you guys can just use. So, let's drag one of them out. So let's make a dot here. I'm going to select this one, drag it out, and then there is your eye loop. So you can see you got the topology ready to go. Like why redraw this when you guys sometimes have the topology you need? Again, you can move this wherever you want. This will work symmetrically. You know, what's really nice about this, again, this patch says we want to make this flexible. So not only can you do this, not only can you do this, right? I'm rotating, I am moving, I can continue. And again, when it's blue, this is like a temporary thing. Like, hey, figure out where you want to put it before you actually want to drop this, right? So I don't know why I'd want to put it over here, but I want to put it over here. But what I can actually do is say, you know what? I don't have enough points of interest. I want to add more points. And now you've got like literally a lattice deformer for your topology. So you can move this and match this to however you want, right? Again, we're trying to build a system different that's also got some flexibility through here. Because maybe, I don't know, maybe you want to use this eye patch here. I don't know why you would. But there, and then you click, and then it's going to project to any of the subtools that it sees, right? I can hold the shift key. I can clean things up in here, right? However I want. Now, the one thing else I want to add is, you see, as I'm smoothing. In fact, let's use a little bit of a different one because there's something else I want to highlight here that I'm really excited about that we were able to do. Yeah, let's go with one of these. You know what? Let's in honor of our main man over here, in honor of Rodolfo. Let's see what else we got here to start making. Here we go. Let's do something on the environment. Why not? Okay, so I'm gonna let's grab this. Okay, and then I'm gonna drag that out. Okay, and I can actually tell ZBrush to swap through these as I'm going. So you can see I can actually, just like we're used to, right, with our IMM brush as it is, you can do things like this. Okay, and then you can drop that down. Let's say I want to let's drop a different one. So let's make this. Let's drop that one. Okay, and I click it, drop this one. Let's drop this one now. So we've got different patches here. So because of the system we're generating, right? Again, my draw size is going to be a player. So I can move things around, right? I can do stuff like this. So right now it's looking at the focal shift and understand that. So if I change my focal shift to -100, you're literally going to start moving the patch around. Like, and this is going to keep projecting to the surface as you're moving around, right? So you see it's trying to conform to the surface. And you see I'm dragging over this other little part of the patch. This is kind of why I wanted to show this. So what we've done, because of the brush system that we have, in our auto masking, we have topological. So now that'll never happen. And as I move around here, you can see it's still trying to match the surface. And then I can go to another one. And again, it's looking at your draw size. So all I need is go really big. And now see, I can move this one around and have this to conform to the surface. Then I go a little bit draw size. So no matter what, look, I can start moving this around and having this. So this is all part of the process of this patching system, is allowing you guys to have flexibility. You can move things around even after the fact, right? So this brush is really, really exciting. I think it's going to give you guys a lot of flexibility. This is just the start for us, honestly. This is going to be something where we are really, while we're making this brush, we got so many other ideas that we got like a list of things we want to continue to do for you guys with this brush. So it's just like, this is Ian's favorite, of course.
Yeah.
And then again, I can add the spans. I can add spans this way, click, and then there's your topology. Oh, I forgot. I want to put some more here. Add your spans there as well. Very, very flexible brush. Gives you guys a ton of power. So this is a little sneak peek for you guys of where we're going, what the Retopo brush is going to be doing for you. So it is a fun, opens up new ways for you guys to actually work here within it. Now, I want to, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just looking at some questions here. Can you use ZModeler with tools with it? The thing is, guys, is it's creating a new mesh for you. Now, when the first time you open up the Retopo brush and then you click on your mesh, it's going to ask you, do you want to create a new subtool, or do you want to work on the current one that you have? So if you are building something, let's say with ZModeler, then you want to use the Retopo brush to go in and do some tweaks and then switch back to remodel, then yeah, you can absolutely say, hey, I want to work on this current mesh. I do not want to create a new Retopo mesh. But by saying that you do want to create a new topo mesh, now you're creating a whole new mesh, but you can use any other brush with it. You can literally use the move tool, you can use the ZModeler brush, any one of those things you can use with it. So just like in previous features that we've talked about in the past, absolutely think about the different tools you're used to using in conjunction with this tool.
Yep. So to Ian's point, this is what it's saying. So this is the system we're building because we know we want flexibility down the pipe. And just in the beginning, like I said, I have flexibility. I can draw on multiple sculpt tools at once, right? It's going to see them. Whatever is visible, it's going to see them. So this is why we made this choice, is saying, hey, let's make a new Retopo sculpt tool. And this is asking me, do I want to make a new Retopo sculpt tool, or do I want to edit the topology I'm looking at right now, right? So if I say yes, it automatically creates a Retopo sculpt tool, right? And so now I have the ability that, hey, I want to be able to just put stuff where I want them, right? And make a dot, right? And then again, to this point, if you want to have like some kind of eye piece, you can, this is the topology maybe you want to start with, and then click, and then there you have it, right? And of course, I turned off symmetry, so you could have symmetry on and still do this as well, okay? So that is definitely something you can do, right? So you can see it's symmetry, you gotta make a dot, draw it out, now you see you've got both. Both can be moved around, both are being paid attention to, both are gonna size up, size down, rotate, right? And then tap them, and then you'll get your results, okay?
Yep.
So
and it snaps to the underlining mesh that was visible at the start.
So whatever's there, as you can see, this will help because it's a lot smoother surface. You guys can see what it's doing.
Yeah.
Right. And again, if I start moving the topology around, we're constantly trying to snap, see, to the surface. Right. And right now I have my focal shift turned up to negative. So if I want softer movements, right, and you just guys want to start moving things around, you don't need symmetry on anymore, right? Then you can do this. So see, it's still conforming to the surface. So maybe this will help you guys a little bit understand the system and the flow that we're building here, right? And then I can hold the shift key, smooth out this. Not only that, I kind of don't like what's going on right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn down the Z intensity of this. And not only can I smooth this, but I can even smooth the border edges, right? So not just the internal, but the border. And we've kind of made this be really fast. So I turned down my intensity because we're dealing with really, really, really low topology. But because now we've ripped this out, I can see using on a little bit more dense mesh with more things, okay? Yes, backspace masking will work with this brush as well. All right, so that's our Retopo brush. It's available. It's going to be available on desktop and iPad. So one other thing that I want to show before I'm going to hand it back to Ian is this is something that over the years that I've had a lot of conversations with people at studios, people at schools, and also you guys as just general users trying to, again, we're trying to look at things maybe too, it's just, we call quality of life stuff. It's just, we're trying to make things where we can easier and easier to use inside of ZBrush, okay? So what's going to be new is we've rebuilt the entire folder structure of ZBrush itself, okay? So you're no longer gonna have multiple folders where you guys need to store your custom items, okay? There's gonna be one folder where you guys store all your custom items, and what this is creating is a user profile for you now. This is going to help us in the future of development of ZBrush to do a lot of other things. So this is the first wave. We need to get that base. We need to create that basement of what we can do that we can then build upon for you guys. So what I mean by that is in preferences now, there is going to be an asset directory. Okay, so this is huge for schools, huge for studios. So the new ZBrush will no longer be able to write to its own folder in the application folder. Okay, and the application folder now is going from like 30 folders to like 6. It's massive. It's gigantic. Okay, what it's changing to. Okay, so if I say open my directory, what will happen is I will open up where I want to go. Right, I can say reset the default as well here. So it's on my other monitor. So this is the new folder structure. So what we've done is taking the stuff that you guys are used to having in the ZBrush data and your public folder, and then there's also the main ZBrush folder that has the application stuff, the Z startup. So we ripped that out, and you have now one folder, right? As you can see, one folder that just goes to this, okay? And so now you're gonna have your own Z startup folder as a user, right? So if you log on a computer, and then you log off and someone else logs on the computer, you're going to have different ZBrushes in essence with your own custom stuff, obviously, because this is going to help us build that foundation for you guys to move forward, right? Your Z plugin data is all going to go here. This is also where your quick saves are now going. As you can see, my quick saves are here. And Lightbox now has its own folder because what's really exciting, and in fact, let's do this. Let's go here. My Lightbox right now is empty. I'm going to take the Lightbox of what you guys are used to. I'm going to grab some brushes from a previous build here even too. I'm going to say form. Okay, let's grab these brushes and say, okay, let's put this in my brushes now. So we'll put those brushes in there. Let's go ahead and put, oh yes, let's put all my planer brushes in there. There you go. Okay. Then
grab all those
let's
custom brushes.
Yeah, you loving them?
Grab all the
okay.
grab all the custom brushes.
Okay. So I'm not going to take our time going like what the idea here is. I put brushes in here. This is my light box. What does that mean? Is now it will have 2 different light boxes. You're going to have what we are going to ship to you guys on a regular basis in ZBrush. Then we're also going to have a light box that's a user's. So this is looking at that folder. So now if I go to my brushes, right, it'll look and find those brushes in there, right? So this is what we can start doing. You can have, in essence, 2 sets of light box because now we have the new profile that we have there, okay? What also is one benefit to this is you can actually even change the location now. So you can click this button, and here I'm looking at my desktop. If I just want to create a new folder in here, let's oh, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's going to allow me. Oh, well, it might help if I create the folder first. I'm trying to create a folder when it's actually looking for it. This is me being me. ZBrush, we're going to call the folder ZBrush stuff. Okay. And so now I've made a new folder on my desktop. There you go. You can see ZBrush stuff. And then now I can say, hey, in my preferences, you know what? I don't want to go to your default directory. I want to change it, and I want it to go here. This is where I want it to go now. And now I say open. ZBrush is going to tell you, okay, the next time we restart ZBrush, I'm going to remake all the folder structures that you need to have there to do your own custom light boxing and everything else again. So you don't have to go to that one main folder structure. So again, something huge for you guys to move on. So I've seen a lot of people saying, when's it coming? 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 So everything so far that Ian and I have shown you is stuff that is going to be in your hands by the end of the year, this year. Yep. Okay. You guys are getting it this year. Everything we've shown from this point up. So what we're going to do now is we're going to show you some other stuff that we are working on. We've been working on. Some of the projects are still in the earlier stages, but you will be getting this stuff. So we want to give you guys some sneak peek of some other things. So I'm going to send it back to Ian, and he's going to show you a couple other things. And then I'm also going to show you a couple other things. So Ian, take it away. We'll send it back to you.
Sounds great. Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Absolutely. So like Paul said, everything that we showed up to this point, you're going to be able to access it before the end of the year, which is awesome. But we still have a few more things that we're working on that are work in progresses. And we really want to showcase that because I'm just as excited as you are. And it's something that's going to be very important to my workflow. So the first thing here is I'm looking at ZBrush, of course, and I have my model, and I have a few different subtools here. And you might notice that they are all kind of labeled I_low, body_low, spikes_low. In fact, here, why didn't I do this? Let me properly name that. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, cool. So I have this here inside of ZBrush, and now I need to send this to Substance Painter. And the original way of doing this, of course, would be like, look, I need to go to export. I need to find a thing. I need to make sure that I pick, FBX, OBJ, whatever works. I need to find that. But that's a little bit too much work for me. I'm lazy these days, and I just don't want to do that anymore. So instead of that, what I would like to do is I want to go ahead and I want to come up here to Document. And we're going to scroll down to the bottom. In fact, instead of scrolling over, let's just go ahead and dock this over here on the right-hand side. Very good. And so now we're going to scroll over here, and we're going to highlight a new button called Send to Substance. And so that's exactly what it's going to do. If I just go ahead and I click this one time, boop, I'm going to click that. Let me pop over to Substance Painter, give it a second real quick, fast and in a hurry. Boom, pops right over there for me. And what you might notice is that I had 3 subtools, and now I have 3 texture sets. I have my body low, my eye low, and my spikes low. And this is super important for me because, of course, this is just going to get me going into my workflow, get me texturing immediately. Now, what you might be thinking too is, well, again, what else can I do with this? And this is where the team at Maxon and also at Adobe, we're brainstorming things. So we understand that polypaint is super important. What if you want to use polypaint for your ID maps, right? Then that's something, or you have polypaint on there. Smoothing your normals or auto baking, maybe turning on auto baking would be super beneficial. So that way I don't even have to really worry too much. I want to send my low on over. I want it to recognize my high and then start my baking. So, you know, we have that. What if I don't have UVs? Well, that's kind of a problem, right? So I'm going to need UVs. So we want to also force an auto unwrap for things that don't have UVs. And then, of course, too, if you just want to send your current subtool, or if you want to send your low to your high subtool, these are all things that we're playing with right now to see what we can get working and what would be helpful for the workflow. Everything you see right here is what we're considering on it. But again, this is a work in progress stage. But now that we're going to have retopology tools coming in, so we're going to make sure that that's really cool. And then we got to be able to send it to a texture engine. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull this one down because there's one other thing I want to talk about. Also, real quick before that, we are doing per subtool or per poly group. So imagine that your model here has different poly groups, for example, here. So if I were to come in, and of course, I'm being crazy right now and using my trackpad for this because it's a different setup. But if my model had 2 different poly groups, then or more, then I could send it to Substance Painter and have different poly groups become a texture set. So these are things that you can use as well to break up your model. So again, the team is still working on this. It's a work in progress, but I'm super excited for it because already in early test, I'm like, this has been very important for my workflow when trying to get real-time assets working great for games. Now, one other thing I'm going to showcase, so I'm going to go ahead and pull my screen down for a second, and I need to just make a small adjustment to my monitor here real fast. And then I'm going to come over. I need to share my screen on this other machine because I'm quite insane here. I'm running with 2 computers because
that's again, while you're doing that, guys, remember, so this is something we're working on that's going to be coming pretty soon. We're working with Adobe to do some stuff as well, so we can't give you a definitive dates right now on this workflow, but everything else that we've shown, you're going to get it next month. So you're going to get the Retopol brush next month. You're going to get the new folder structure. You're going to get photogrammetry, the new searching, the new ability to import multiple alphas, textures, and brushes on the iPad side as well. Like all that previous stuff, you guys are getting it next month. The stuff we're showing you now, you will be getting it next year. So we are working on getting you some dates. When we have more information to share with you, we'll get you those dates.
Absolutely. So the other thing too is Paul was showing the Retopo feature like just a madman. It was awesome. I still love it. It's one of my favorite new features. So I have like clean topology. Yay, got clean topology. That's fantastic. But I do need UVs. And of course, I could come to UV map. I could just do, go to create because we did add some features beforehand where we could now use crease edges to unwrap. But that's kind of like, that's not always something I would want. So what if instead, again, I'm going to come on up here to my plugin and let's go ahead and just edit the UV instead. So I'm going to go ahead and send this over to a editor that would help me get just that. So here we go. It's going to go ahead and pop up. Boom. And so let's just go ahead and make this like that. So immediately right now, I'm going to be able to kind of move in and let's rotate this around. And you can see that my model is coming in at the low subdivision because I did have subdivisions on this model. And you can see over here just on the left-hand side that I have a texture, UV grid space that's going to kind of look at everything. So if I just go ahead and double click on this model and I say, okay, I can select everything really quickly. And then I have polygroups on him. So maybe an easy way to do some sort of unwrap would be to just isolate the seams with a polygroup selection set. And so by doing that, now I'm like, okay, let's say I'm satisfied with these seams 100%. Then I can easily come on over, click the unwrap, and unwrap my model, giving me exactly what I want. Now, this is, of course, a little bit of a down and dirty version of it. You would want to come in and select your seams, but this gives you a sense on how you can also set yourself up for success, even just using polygroups. And then right now, if I need to move things around, so I can press and hold Shift, double tap, and select a few things, come over here. Let me move this over. You know what? Let me even Let me just go up and down. Woo, scale things. Oh no, I scaled it too much. Control Z, that's totally fine. I can even go ahead and rotate stuff as I need to, and then move it around. So as you can see, we have some options here. So we have the ability, of course, to select scale, move, size, all the things you need to. Your vertices, your edge loops, being able to pick those is super important. That's going to be really good. And then, of course, we also are considering, again, by auto seams, our thresholds, different by poly groups, even to the ability to select welds together and points like that. So this is a really quick sneak peek on this because the team is working so aggressively on this to make this really good and powerful and making it easy to use when you need to. So we did want to let you guys know that it is a work in progress, it's happening, and this is also something that's going to be coming sometime in the next year. So wanted to just showcase that for you and let you guys know we haven't forgotten about it. It is definitely something that's going to be very helpful and very important to that workflow. Did I forget anything, Paul?
Nope, you're good. So I know people were coming through with some questions about the UV editor. Guys, we got to do this stuff in waves, unfortunately, right? ZBrush has never had a UV editor, right? That is working. So the first thing is let's get a UV editor. We all know you guys want UDIMs. We understand that, but we're going to have to do this in waves. Okay, we're not going to be able to give everything right up front. Is the team's working on. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff we're working on right now, and there's a lot of stuff you guys don't know that we're working on, and that's what leading me to this. We're going to announce one of the biggest projects ever for ZBrush, probably. I would say this is up to the level of putting ZBrush on an iPad. This is a very big project for us. This is taking a lot of resources, a lot of the team. We got designing, we got things happening here for this project. We're very excited about this. And this is why some things we got to do in waves, because we have some other projects that are happening right now and some other projects that are overlapping with each other. And this is one of them. This one's pretty big. In my opinion, it's a big one. I've been doing this for 18 years developing ZBrush, and this is a very, very large project that we're about to show you and we're about to make an announcement about right now. So I'm very excited about this. I hope you guys are excited about this. We got a little video that we put together for you, and then I'm going to spend a little bit of time to also just share a little bit more information. But you know what? Let's go ahead and play the video. So let's go. Yep. So guys, some of the reason I saw someone say, hey, we need the search thing in the desktop, 100%. But as you can see, we're building a new UI for the desktop. So we are working tirelessly. This is massive. This is not an easy thing. I got to stress, this is not something really easy to do. So we're not putting a lot of stuff that we're doing on the iPad on the desktop because we've been doing this in the background. We're working on a new design for UI, for ZBrush, that is going to identical be iPad and desktop. We're taking what we've done on the iPad, the experience we've had the last year on the iPad, the things that are working, the things we want to improve also on the iPad version itself as well. So this is huge, okay? This is a gigantic project. This is why some stuff hasn't been going from iPad to desktop, because this has been happening in the background, right? So I want to spend a minute here to kind of just reiterate some of the stuff again. We are looking at things that we can do to streamline the processes and the things that we do on a regular basis. So things like modes, like thinking about there are certain actions that we all do with certain brushes. There's certain actions we do with certain features. We're looking at how can we bring that stuff forward to you guys at a better rate, both on, again, everything I'm talking about from this point on is about iPad and desktop and having a synergy, syncing these two UIs together and being the same UI regardless if you're on a desktop or you're on an iPad. We are taking pretty much what we've done on the iPad and we're putting it on the desktop with adding a couple more things. This would be one of the things that we would like to do. This is from feedback from the last year of having the new UI on an iPad. One of the big things is people, hey, it'd be really nice to have some modes to make things faster and quicker for me. So we hear you, and this is why what we've been doing. And we're starting to develop this and have some designs to share with you guys today, right? So modes is one thing. The other thing that we have is a contextual interface. And what I mean by that is we've got the same interface on both iPad and desktop. We also have an interface that updates and changes. You know, it's dynamic. That's what we're doing on the iPad. When you hold the shift key for smooth brushes, we give you all the smooth brushes. When you hold control, you get all the masking brushes. So things like this that we've seen has been working really, really well on the iPad from feedback we're also getting. We are now saying, hey, let's go. We got to get this. This is not an easy task. It's a big one for sure of getting the desktop to have its new UI. So we're looking at how do we have a contextual interface as well through here. Okay, so we all do a lot of stuff in ZBrush. We are all over the place. We're doing our own elements. So having customization is going to be really important for us. So we're going to open up the customization even more with this project. We're looking at having you can stack actual menus. You can have menus sitting next to each other and have them floating. So there is elements here that we are experimenting with. We're trying to make a better user experience for all of us to continue being creative and pushing the element forward, right? So having that, as you can see in these images, having this is the color palette and the brush palette actually stacked on top of each other in a floating major tray, right? So taking that experience that we've got, and then you still have subtool here. So really experimenting and figuring out what we can do with that, right? And again, our goal here is to take what we've learned on the iPad, really make sure that both experiences are the same, and making sure that if you were on iPad, you go to desktop, you have the same experience. If you're on desktop, you go to iPad, it's the same, right? We want to create this flow for you all to make a nice contextual dynamic UI for you, updates, right? So both will be getting an update. So the iPad's also going to get some of these things that we're hearing in our discussions, talking to artists, talking to people that have been using the iPad version. So we want to make this even a more streamlined workflow for you all. So this is one of the big projects that we are been working on, that we are still working on. And this is why some of the stuff we have to do in waves, because this is also going on at the same time that we're trying to give you also new features right now as well. And then there's some other stuff that we can't even show you right now that we have on our list of items coming down the road. So this is our big announcement for we are looking into a new UI for the desktop. And one of our goals will be hopefully that you'll be able to turn on and off the new UI. And if you prefer to be in the old UI, you can be in the old UI. If you want to be in the new UI, you can be in the new UI. This is something we're going to look into and see what can be possible for you guys as users, right? So that's our one of our big ones for you guys. Okay, so that's it for this segment. That is all the stuff. Again, the stuff that we have, the retopo and the folder structuring and the new stuff also with photogrammetry and all, you're going to either all getting that next month. Okay, and then the things that we're showing with Substance Painter and the UV editor, that stuff's coming. That is coming very soon. And the UI is going to take a little bit more time for us to get it. We'll be having beta testing at some point for all this. So and eventually too, this is also a goal for us is, look guys, I've been using ZBrush for 21 years. A lot of you have come to me and said one of the hardest things is to get into ZBrush and start learning. This is why we're also looking at a new UI. We got to make it easier also for just new users, not just us as existing users as well. So we're trying to balance this through for all of you. So
absolutely. Yep. 100%. And that's the thing, like you said it, like I'm definitely an artist that, 12 years ago, I started my ZBrush journey and I turned ZBrush on 5 minutes later, turned it off, didn't touch it for like a month. And this is actually a very common experience in the ZBrush world. And so many people have said like, oh, if the UI was just slightly different, but like at the same time, we were considering everybody who's made ZBrush what it is today with how much the community has come together and showcased their love and their interest for it. So we're trying to find this balance, and that's super important to us because, again, we too want to make sure that the legacy of ZBrush continues on as being one of the most powerful sculpting applications of all time. So it's not about just gutting it. It's more about like bringing a new experience, refreshing it, and maybe even doing some things that again will just overall bring some good improvements. So this is something that since we launched the iPad, like Paul said, we've gotten a lot of requests to just throw that UI on there, but it's not just a copy and paste. It's definitely going to be thought out. The team's working hard on it to help bring that kind of experience so that it's all just positive as well. Sure. So we have a lot of conversations about this. So, but we wanted to make this announcement because it is huge. It's one of the, I think it is the #1 most requested thing ZBrush users has asked for. So it's, but I'm excited for it. So hopefully you guys are as well. And great job, Paul.
Thank you. So, yeah. So, yeah, because to Ian's point, right? The UI, we got to think about you guys are on bigger monitors, right? You're on more than one monitor too. So all these things we're experimenting and factoring in what we're going to be able to do and see what we can make happen with the updated UI that we're going to have. So it's a big one for sure, I think, for all of us. So we got one more segment left for this year's 2025 ZBrush Summit. We still have to announce our Sculpt-off winners in there, right? So, but let's see about giving away a couple more things here for everybody that have not have an opportunity to register for new prizes. Let's go ahead and start looking at that. Give me a second because I've got a lot of monitor items open now, and I got to find the one I'm looking for. Where are you?
I'll scratch him. You tag him.
All right, I got to find the main document. Here we go. Got it. Okay. And I'm going to close this. All right, and then, sorry guys, I just needed to get the other monitor because I was switching through monitors for us. Okay. So let's see what we got. What's the first one up we got here? And let me share my monitor again. Oh my God, so many things open right now. Okay, there we go.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the background, chat. A lot of stuff.
Share screen. This one, share screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, and where is my main document? There you are. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is give you guys an opportunity to again scan the QR code. We'll be doing these later on as we go through, but the first one I wanted to announce is the ZBrush Creature Workshop from Paul Lander Academy. So this is Pablo Nunez's. He's redone his school and it's now called Paul Lander Academy. So you guys are going to get an opportunity to take that, get your name in the hat, see if you can get one of that class. All right. So that is one item. And then let's go ahead and give out, why not? We've been giving out like candy. Let's give out another Z-Wrap.
Yeah, we have.
In the honor.
Yeah.
Well, this is just amazing by them giving us so many licenses to give away. That's incredible of them to all of our sponsors being able to do that. So another 2-year subscription to Z-Wrap for ZBrush. So it's another one that we can give away. I also have, another ZBrush jewelry workshop to give away. This is a lifetime membership. So once you're in there, you're getting Thomas everything he does for life and everything you want to do there, right? And just because, why not? Let's do another.
Just do
another Z-Wrap. Let's do another one. Let's give another one away, right? So again, this is stuff that you guys can register for, get and go in the pool. We'll be pulling all the winners and contacting the winners. So again, if you are filling out the form to be in this, make sure you'll get an email. Make sure you say, yes, you can contact me, because otherwise we can't contact you and it doesn't put you in the pool. If you're not getting that or getting any message that's saying you need to do that, that means you probably have already done that once with Maxon. And then we have that in the system and you're already there. Okay.
Yeah. So again, thank you to our sponsors for making this all possible. It's been really amazing. And again, to everybody who's shown up to support in the chat, watching for the 3 days. If you guys have been here all 3 days from the Sculpt-off all the way through, can you just once again, just for me, just throw a frog emoji up there and just just
the frog.
Just curious. But it means a lot that you guys are here, especially all 3 days. That's why we do this, to help again, it's connecting with the community and just all that good jazz. So, but we have one more segment.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The Sculpt-off. The Sculpt-off.
Look at that. We're getting some
right.
frogs.
So we need a quick little break. We got to just get some things up. And those that like to see who the Sculpt-off winners are, again, we had 2 groups. We had an invited celebrating 25 years of ZBrush. It's our 25th anniversary that we were just having. So we wanted to celebrate that. So we invited back some of the past competitors that did the invited only Sculpt-off back in the day, and we invited some of the people that placed in the ones that we had open to the public. So we got a great group of artists to do that. The first wave on Friday, and then obviously our second Sculpt-off was open to the public, to anybody, right? So we are going to share who the judges have picked to be the winners of this. So we're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to come back and announce the winners for this year's 2025 live ZBrush Sculpt-off at this year's ZBrush Summit. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
ZBrush is the sculpting powerhouse trusted by creators across multiple fields. In game development, it's the industry standard for building highly detailed characters and assets. Film and animation studios use ZBrush to design incredible creatures and characters, integrating with pipelines to bring ideas from concept to screen. For collectibles and toy designers, ZBrush offers precision sculpting that translates beautifully into 3D printing and manufacturing with tools like polypaint, adding rich colors directly on the model. And concept artists rely on ZBrush's digital clay to rapidly iterate ideas, creating compelling visuals that jumpstart projects and inspire teams. ZBrush is truly where creativity meets craftsmanship, continuing to expand the features of ZModeler. On the desktop and iPad, we've made ZModeler more precise and responsive than ever. With enhanced visibility when hovering over vertices, edges, and faces, it's easier to model with confidence. Clean, clear feedback means faster, more accurate geometry manipulation so you can stay in the zone. We've also added auto creasing when using insert edge loop, multi-edge loop, or creating a polygon inset. We've been working on new features for ZBrush for desktop and iPad. Another feature we've added is support for Python scripting for desktop, unlocking powerful automation and plugin development possibilities. Whether you're customizing tools, building your own UI extensions, or streamlining repetitive tasks, Python brings a new level of flexibility and control to ZBrush. On ZBrush for iPad, you can now import and export STL along with exporting a 3MF and VRML file with ease, giving you a clean, professional pipeline from sculpt to print with the addition of the popular desktop plugin 3D Print Hub. Also new to ZBrush for iPad, using our Scale Master, you can set your scene scale in real-world units with just a few taps. Perfect for artists working on collectibles, prototyping, and precision modeling. We're constantly enhancing ZBrush for iPad to make your creative journey smoother. Now, you can easily move the custom bottom bar to the top of your UI with a flick. Plus, adjusting the size and rotation of your modifier wheel is a breeze with just 2 fingers. And we're excited to announce that customizing the interface on ZBrush for iPad just got a whole lot easier. Now, you can effortlessly transfer your personalized setup to a friend or between iPads. Save and load your custom UI, including your bottom bar, quick menu, trays, modifier wheel, the location of each element, and even your ZModeler presets. ZBrush for iPad adapts seamlessly to your workflow, making your creative process smoother and more intuitive. ZBrush's acclaimed surface noise feature continues to expand. The ZBrush for iPad version has received another UI update, ensuring seamless interaction across all iPad sizes, along with individual noise resets and a reset all option. Additionally, the alpha image can now be rotated and transformed, and undo and redo actions are now available on both desktop and iPad versions. The Pro Project series keeps growing with a brand new addition to spark your creativity. Now, with the ZBrush for iPad version hosting all Pro projects in the cloud, expanding our library will be a breeze, and you won't have to worry about lengthy download times. Set to be released later this year, the ability to create from scratch or manually retopologize has been greatly enhanced. Our team has been diligently developing new retopology tools that will empower you to design to create individual faces, precisely place vertex points, draw geometrical lines, expand by edge loops, select through various topology patches, and so much more. Our aim is to enable you to retopologize more efficiently than ever before within ZBrush. Another significant update we will be releasing later this year is the new folder restructure, which serves as the foundation for expanding user profiles. This enhancement will simplify the process of transferring these items from one version to another. Additionally, this improvement will facilitate better management of the ZBrush folder structure for educational institutions and studios. One of the most requested features for ZBrush is also coming soon, an all-new UV editor. You'll be able to create, edit, and manage UVs directly in ZBrush for desktop with precision and control, seamlessly integrated into your sculpting workflow.
What's up, everybody? Love and everything. What's going on? We got one more segment, and this is a really cool segment because this is the time when we find out who the judges picked for the Sculpt-off. I love it.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank our 3 judges. Amazing artists. They've been in the industry, the film industry, makeup industry, sculptors. They also are teaching ZBrush. So really great group. So Brian Wade, thank you for taking time to look at all this. Rod Maxwell and John Neal, thank you so much for taking the time, the 3 of you, to look at what people created during the 2 live ZBrush Sculpt-offs. So we've never done 2 like this before. We've always had 2 sessions in the past, but we've never done 2 completely different ones, which was really interesting and fun to see this year, being that we're celebrating our 25 years of creativity with ZBrush. So it was great. It was great to see what people created.
Yep, absolutely. And again, like you said, a big shout out to the judges, because not only did they have to go with, like, again, there's a list of rules and there's a ton of stuff that each contestant had to adhere to, and that's why we have you guys live stream. So then not only upon a submission that the judges get to pick, but then we have to go and verify each submission, make sure they're legit. So that takes time, which is why Paul couldn't join us in the first beginning of it all. So thank you, Paul, for running the behind the scenes. You were missed in the morning, but that's a lot of the reason why he was absent. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but we're always excited to see you all come out and just go for it and come up with really beautiful imagery. So yeah, and with that all being said, I'll let you take it from here again.
All right, thank you. So we're going to start with the order we went in with the Sculpt-off themselves. So we're going to start with the invited group. Again, I just want to show where you all can go see. It is back open, so you guys can comment. You can let the artists know the pieces that you love. Let's communicate with them, right? And this is where we all can communicate with each other as ZBrushers. So this is the group that we're going to look at first. So they posted all their images in this one. This is just the past contestants or past Sculpt-off artists that used to be in the invited back in the day when we had the invited only version of the Sculpt-off. So we're going to start with that group, and then we'll move into the group that was open to the public. Anybody could have sculpted and done anything in there. So again, I just want to congratulate every artist that took part in this. It's not an easy thing, sitting there trying to sculpt for 3 hours while even people are watching. And it's not just us, like it's not just me, Rodolfo, and Ian jumping in. When you're doing that, you're streaming out. So there's just other people watching you. And, you know, when we were jumping around, there is a lot of you that had like groups of people watching you, which was amazing to see. So that just goes to show how much you guys are artists, and what you guys can do with ZBrush always gets us excited, gets us thinking, making lists of stuff we want to do and like to do as we go along through development. So thank you again for everything you've done. So we're going to start. I'm going to switch to my PowerPoint. We're going to start with 5th place for the invited Sculpt-off. And so from 5th to 1st, they're all also going to get some great prizes from our sponsors that have been nice enough, again, to give us some things to give away. So we'll start off with 5th place for the invited Sculpt-off. So this will be one of the things that this artist is going to get, would be a No One Workshop annual subscription. We've been giving opportunities for you guys to win those out in the public throughout the yesterday and today. They're also going to get a CS5, Character Creator 5, and a ZBrush Face Tools from Real Illusion. Awesome also workflow there to go from ZBrush to their products and do posing and changing your model in there, and then also kicking it back to ZBrush. So really dynamic workflow that you could have there. You know, keeping in spirit with ZWrap as well. Thank you to Faceform for also giving us a license to give to our Sculpt-off contestants. So another 2-year subscription for them. And then, you know, keeping Pablo going, the ultimate ZBrush guy. You know, that's a great course to take. I know a lot of people have taken that course and said it's been amazing. They learned a ton from it. Things that even there are people that have been using ZBrush for a long time and still took that course. So again, this is for 5th place. This is what the 5th person is going to win. And without further ado, I will reveal who our 5th place. Hold on, PowerPoint just, of course. Right when I say that, PowerPoint said. And our winner for 5th place is Rishikesh. So this is the card that he made. Very cool. That totally looks like a regular game card that you would have. So
it does. Yeah, this was so
Very
cool
nice
to
job.
watch the process, and yeah, really nice job. Beautiful work.
Beautiful work. Great job. Congratulations to you. And thank you again for taking the 3 hours of your day and all the prep time leading up to it as well. So let's move on to 4th place. Here we go. 4th place. So this person is also going to get a Gnomon Workshop annual subscription.
Nice.
They're also going to get, again, a Real Illusion CC5 with the ZBrush Face Tools is what they're also going to get. Again, a beautiful workflow there. You know what? They continually, let's give so Z-Wraps, this person's going to get a Z-Wrap as well. And this will allow them to use that with ZBrush. And then they too, are going to get a little Poblander Academy. They're going to get the Ultimate ZBrush Guide as well. So the winner for 4th place is Eric Sosa.
Nice,
so congratulations to you, Eric, for being a winner, being in 4th place. So that is awesome. So there you go. Awesome.
Yep. Congratulations, Eric. Awesome. It was cool too, because Eric, he started the stream and then he didn't hear us say go. And then minutes later, he was like, can I go now? Yes, you could start going.
Yes.
So he started a little late, but he was streaming the whole time. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Okay. So again, we're in the invited. So we're going to go to 3rd place. This is the invited artists that we brought back that have done this before with in the past. So again, we're lucky to have awesome sponsors that are giving us things to give away for 5th through 1st. Right. So this artist is going to also win a Gnomon Workshop subscription for 1 year. They're also going to win that. They also will win now a different CC5. They're going to get the deluxe version, which this is the Character Creator 5 with their Actor Mixer. They're also Ultimate Morphs, and then also their Human Anatomy set. So this is a big bundle that this person is going to get from Real Illusion. So thank you again to Real Illusion. We're also going to give a Face-Form, Z-Wrapped subscription as well for them. They also are going to get a digital class from Gnomon. So you have Gnomon also here giving you digital classes. So this is going to get them to be able to take an online class of Gnomon. So now they've got Gnomon Workshop and they can take an online class themselves. Like, for example, if you want to take a ZBrush one, usually Maddie Spencer is the one that is teaching that ZBrush class online. She's amazing. She's been using ZBrush longer than me. So I think she's like 24 years also using ZBrush, somewhere around there. I think she's in the early days of using ZBrush. So that's exciting. They also are going to get a 6-month subscription to Max on One, so they can get the most recent ZBrush and all the other tools that we offer too. As well, of course, this will give them activations for cinema, give them activation for Redshift. They want to start playing with Redshift, which was nice to see that there was quite a few Sculpt-off artists that were actually even using Redshift for their final render. Of course, this also gives them the iPad activation as well too. So they get all this in a nice little bundle. So that's awesome. And not done, they also are going to get the newest Intuos Pro. One thing though for this, so this is only available for North American shipping. So if this winner is not in North America, I'll reach out and we'll see what we can do. But Wacom is right now only able to ship within North America for this particular item. But I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And the 3rd place winner is Ashley Adams. So congratulations, Ashley. I know she was in here early. Oh, she's still in here. So there you go. Congrats, Ash.
Congrats, Ashley. Yep.
Congrats, Ashley.
Absolutely.
So you've got a bundle of stuff there for you to get. All right. So congratulations. Another cool piece. I really love what you did for the background and the filtering and all the stuff you did to make that background elements too. Really cool. Yeah. And again, guys, don't forget they stream this whole time, so you can go rewatch these. Very, very cool to watch again.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. Super cool. Congrats.
Yep. Let's move on to 2nd place. So second place is going to get a annual subscription to Noman Workshop, of course, as well. They're going to get the bundle of Real Illusions CC5 Deluxe. So again, that's the Character Creator 5, the Actor Mixer, Ultimate Morphs. I would strongly recommend, if you guys have never seen this, again, obviously a video has been playing the whole ZBrush Summit, but take some time to go look at this. And you'll see really how powerful ZBrush can work together with all of their products. And then, of course, the winner is also going to get a Z-Wrap, right? 2-year subscription. Nice. And you know what? That person's also going to get a digital class from Noman as well. So you got Noman Workshop, you got Noman. And you know what? Get also a 6-month subscription for Maxon One.
Nice.
Available to you as well. So that'll give you, again, everything that we make at Maxon. That's all of our products. And then, of course, it also gives you an activation with this, gives you an activation on your iPad for ZBrush as well, if you have an iPad and desktop. And you also are going to get the newest Wacom tablet. Again, this is based upon shipping only in North America. Again, the winner, if you're not in North America, we will reach out and I'll see what is possible. We'll talk to Wacom and see what's possible for you possibly to get. And then second place is
Ooh, that's a cool one. Yeah.
Christian. Guys,
Nice. Congratulations.
I don't know if Christian's here or not. Fraggle Rock, Wacom. Nice.
That is awesome. That's a cool piece. Yeah. Yep. Congratulations.
Very cool piece. Congratulations. Awesome. Guys, I'm like, these cards, there were so many that were so good. It was hard for them to really narrow down and figure out who they get. So let's move on to the winner, right? So the first place winner, I'm going to let you guys guess. Guess what? Noman. That's right. Workshop. Okay.
Yep.
Just giving them out. Noman gave us a lot. They give us a lot to give away. So we were giving away a ton to the general, just you guys watching, and we wanted to make sure the people that were in the Sculpt-off were also getting an opportunity to have that too. So there you go. An annual 1-year subscription to Noman Workshop. You also are going to get CC5 Deluxe as well. Again, all these products that you're seeing there, Character Creator 5, Actor Mixer, and the Ultimate Morphs, and Human Anatomy. And I'm not forgetting about you, first place winner. You too get a Z-Wrap from Facebook.
Z-Wrap.
Okay, that's right. And you know what? Just because Noman Workshop's there, get a Noman class too while you're at it. Like, have one of those too. Noman is amazing school, great school. So let's take full advantage of having a digital online class, plus also have the Noman Workshops. You also are going to get a 1-year Maxon subscription. Nice. So you'll have a Maxon One subscription for 1 year. That again will give you access to everything that we are creating at Maxon for artists. And Wacom said, you know what? Why don't you have a 24-inch new Cintiq, which I got right here. It's awesome. It's amazing. It's a really great equipment product that we can use as artists. It's really cool. So this winner, again, this is limited to North American shipping. The winner, who it is, I will reach out to you and we'll see what we can do. But that is one of the stipulations from Wacom that they have. So really cool device. So who is our winner for the Invited Back 2025 Live ZBrush Sculpt-off? Our winner is Marlon Nunez. Then this is his second time winning. He's won before. So congratulations, Marlon. I'm sure he's sleeping because I know he's in Europe. So I'm sure he's probably sleeping. So congratulations to you on winning first in the Invited Sculpt-off. All right. So we are going to move on to now look at the other artists that also took place in this. So again, just to reiterate, so I'm going to move, give me 1 second. I'm going to move this back over.
And again, like we had said before, if you are a winner who's not in North America, reach out to like Paul, and we will reach out and then try to work something out. So on the Wacom side, so no worries there. We'll be able to have that conversation.
Yep. Okay, so this is the post that everyone was in the public open to anybody. This is where this went. Okay, so again, this is on ZBrush Central. Please take some time to go in there, comment, let artists know, again, this is not an easy thing. For some people, this is the first time they probably ever even did anything like this. And then they got to stream it. And then they know people are watching them. They know we're going to try and come watch them. It can be stressful for us as artists. So definitely get in there, make some comments, let people know you appreciate what they're doing, right? And just have some conversation with them, share your thoughts also. So even let someone's updated his card. He's got a final. So he did another render of his card. So, all right. So let's get into the PowerPoint. Okay. So let's move on to 5th place for the public Sculpt-off. What does this person win, you think? Well, you're right.
An annual.
And 1 year Gnomon Workshop, right? A 1 year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. You know what? I feel good about this. Why not also get Real Illusion CC5 with ZBrush Face Tools? So you're also getting that package. And I won't leave you hanging. You also get a Z-Wrap from Faceform, which is really, really exciting. And you know what? Pablo says, hey, have the ultimate ZBrush guide again, and let's give that to an artist. So this is what the 5th place person is going to win for, again, the public ZBrush Sculpt-off that was open to the public. And our 5th place winner is Layla. So this is the piece that she created. Very cool, very different, right? It really fits with the card and everything as well.
Yeah,
so very, very cool placing. All right, so awesome. Congratulations to you. I don't know if Layla is up either because it's late for a lot of people, but congratulations. So let's move on to 4th place. Here we go. And you guessed it, a Gnomon Workshop, right? You got to get a 1 year subscription, right? You got to have that 1 year subscription for 4th place. And you too also will get a Real Illusion. Yeah. A Real Illusion CC5 and ZBrush Face Tools and Z-Wrap from Faceform as well. And Pablo said, just come on, man, give them another one. So they're another ultimate ZBrush guide from Pablo. So thank you for that, for Publander Academy. And that's what the 4th place winner is taking home. Who is that 4th place artist? It is Enzo. So congratulations, Enzo. Man, these cards, everybody, even if, forget just also 1st through 5th, everybody, there were so many amazing cards. It's a lot of work to do this. So great job to everybody. Congratulations to everybody that was involved in this. So Enzo, congratulations, 4th place. All right. Let's move on to 3rd place. Again, this is for the public open Sculpt-off that we had, which is the 2nd group we had on Friday. So a Gnomon Workshop. I think I'm going to be saying Gnomon Workshop for the next couple of weeks a lot. And also Real Illusion. But hey, this one, you're getting the CC5 Deluxe edition of their tool set, which is, again, Character Creator 5, Actor Mixer, the Ultimate Morphs and Human sets. You also are getting a 2-year Z-Wrap Faceform as well. So congratulations on that. And also a 6-month Maxon One subscription for you. Again, this is giving you access to everything that Maxon makes, all of our products, including obviously ZBrush for iPad. It's going to give you activation for that and give you activation. Go play with Redshift, play with Cinema if you want to, Red Giant, and of course ZBrush. And then Noman said, Paul, give another one out. Okay. I said, okay, let's do it. So digital class from Noman for you also as a 3rd place contestant here. And let's see who won 3rd place. There is our 3rd place winner. I do apologize. I probably will not pronounce this. Amir Hussein. I'm going to hopefully I'm close. I do apologize. But congratulations. Very cool piece. Got nice movement in there. Congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah. Congratulations to you for being 3rd place in open to the public. Yeah. And 2nd place. Here we go. Okay, go ahead.
Gnomon Workshop.
No, not this one. They get Gnomon Workshop 1 year. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. The Gnomon Workshop.
Okay.
Check. Right. Annual subscription.
Check.
Can I guess?
Check.
Can I guess the next one?
Go ahead. What do you think?
Reolution CC5.
Oh, there you go. The deluxe edition.
Yep.
You've seen this before, is what you're saying. Was what you're saying.
It's
okay.
Feeling familiar. Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. And then of course, Faceform.
ZWrap. Nice.
ZWrap. Honestly, it's fun that we keep saying, but this is just for our sponsors. They were just like, here, you could have this many licenses to give away, which is incredible. Yeah. We had enough to give our top 5, and we had enough to give you guys to the public. They gave us so many licenses to give away, so we had to spread it around to everybody, right?
Yeah.
So this person also wins a Gnomon digital class as well, which is pretty awesome. That's again, take a class, learn some more. They also get a 6-month Maxon One subscription, which is giving them access to all the products that we make at Maxon, and a 16-inch Sense Labs pen display. So again, this one is restricted to North America shipping. Again, if you're not in North America, I will reach out and talk to you and see what we can happen. All right. So, but that is a 16-inch pen display from Sense Lab. Really cool device. I know, Ian, you've been using it a lot yourself.
Yeah, it's a really cool one. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, because it's an OLED display. It's really nice. It's really comfortable. I was surprised, actually. For 16-inch, I thought it'd be too small, but no, it's really good. It's really great.
Yeah. Right. So let's see who won second place in the open public Sculpt-off. Angel.
Ooh,
congratulations,
nice,
Angel.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember watching this one too when we were going to it. So that's really, really awesome. So congratulations, Angel. You came in second place in the 2025 Live ZBrush Sculpt-off open to the public Sculpt-off. And obviously, we all know what's next. First place, right? So who is our winner? What did they win? Okay, Ian, yes, I see your head. Yeah, up and down. Yes. And a Gnomon Workshop annual subscription, 100%, which is amazing. You got 1 year to go in there and work on that. You also get this Reolution, also the deluxe package of CC5. Awesome. Again, if you haven't, go check out some videos, see what people are doing. Even like Pablo's got videos up, Michael Popovich has got videos on this of going from their product to ZBrush to there. You should really check it out if you haven't. Same thing with our Z-Wrap for ZBrush by Faceform. Check that out. You definitely want to see that in action. There's videos there of people going back and forth too with those. Really, really useful. I myself have also used the Z-Wrap, so it's really awesome. Great job they've done with that plugin. And then a digital class from Gnomon. Yes, 100%. For sure, right? Very cool. Very cool indeed. We also have a 1 year Maxon One subscription. You won a 1 year Maxon One subscription as well with the rest of your stuff here, and a Dell laptop. All right, this one unfortunately too is restricted to North American. Again, we'll see what we can do. We'll have to talk to Dell and see what happens. This is just what they offered us to give. So it's an awesome laptop. In fact, Ian and I were just at Adobe Max last week, and we were presenting on this laptop as well. It's super powerful. Right, you're on it right now. There you go.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. I'm looking at chat on that.
Handles ZBrush perfectly.
Perfect.
Great. Yep. Great little mobile machine for you to go ZBrush in wherever you'd like. So our winner, first place for open to the public 2025 Live ZBrush Sculpt-off is Marcus Hurdle. Well, congratulations, Marcus. Another really cool piece. And if you guys haven't seen, he poly painted all that. That's like, it's not just a material he just threw on there. That's hand painted, getting that look of the character. And we've done also a special stream with him. So you can look his name up with ZBrush. And we've done a special stream with him that shows even the technique of this and what he does. So really, really cool stuff. Congratulations to our top 5 of the public, our top 5 of the invited, but everybody else that took part in this, went for it, did some sculpting. Again, it's not the easiest thing to sit there and sculpt while someone's watching you, literally. So,
Yeah, exactly.
and
No,
then listening
it was
to
great.
me, Ian, and Rodolfo make really bad jokes pretty much the
The whole
entire
time. The whole time. Yep.
Mandatory.
Absolutely. But yeah, like Paul said, congratulations to all the winners, but also too, just great job everybody who submitted, took the time to come in. Super fantastic to watch you guys work. So, and actually,
Marcus is here. Congratulations,
yeah, Marcus is there. Enzo was in here. Layla was in here. So they stayed up or woke up early, whichever one. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there were so many pieces, right? So the judges really, they had a tough time again. Like they're figuring out what this one, that one, this one, right? So it's always a difficult thing for them to narrow down to 5. It's something that, some people are like, I don't, this is too hard. This is very, very difficult to narrow it down. But again, please take the time to go look at the posts, what the artist did too. It's just incredible. Please continue to share your work, share your inspirations in ZBrush. This is what ZBrush the Summit's all about, is connecting with you guys all as users, connecting each other, learning from each other, getting inspired. So it's been a fun 3-day ride for me. And what about you? Is your most memorable moment a frog? Is that what your most memorable moment is?
No, I have a lot of moments. It is unfortunately that time now where we have to say goodbye. But honestly, the Sculpt-off was super memorable for me. Again, I always love watching people go through and chat about stuff. Every one of the presenters was great, so it's really hard to sit there and narrow down.
They're amazing. Amazing.
One thing, but I took something away from each and every presentation. This is what has always been so near and dear to me about the summit, especially when I was just a lily old artist sitting in the back room trying to just take notes. Just being able to see people's workflows and have studios come out and showcase what it is that they do, how they use the software, it just allows the creative juices to start flowing again. So it's been really important to be able to do this, and hopefully everybody in the chat agrees with that. But yeah, I took something out of everything. But I will say the one I had a really fun time, it just made me laugh the whole time, was Mitchell Yu. he just kept making me laugh, and it was great to see and he got my brain thinking like, okay, I've been wanting to do diorama sculpting for a while, and because I 3D print, so I'm like, oh, this would be really cool to do this, that, and the other. And now he just got my brain fired up. So again, every presenter was awesome, but
every presenter was awesome. We got
like,
the miniatures, we had Ryan the anatomy. So people were like, we're pretty much like, Paul, quiet, let him go for another hour.
I know,
it was, and then all the hard surface stuff from Daniel, Daytoner, and then Marco. It's never seen blazing speed. And I was still doing this with my hand after the Wednesday demo presentation by WeFX and all the stuff they were able to share, and how deep. I think that's a great presentation, how deep you got to go down into the anatomy and understanding things for a film production and really understand how detailed it is. I was unfortunately not able to get to Jordy's, but I know him. I love his work. He's amazing. I heard it was amazing. It's software. Unfortunately, wasn't able to join then. I got into the end of G.I. Joe. So again, I love me some toys. Toys.
Me too.
Yeah, that was awesome seeing the tail end of that. Mitchell was just always great. Was so excited to have him. And then honestly, just being able to connect with all you guys watching still. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to be able to do this again. This was number 11 for us for the ZBrush Summit. And it's just always a blast. Now the ZBrush team needs to recover.
Yeah, exactly. But again, if everybody can do us a big favor, please, because this is how, we always look at analytics. We always look at things. If you guys can please, if you're not subscribed, do it. If you haven't liked or shared the videos, please do that, because it really helps us out and really just showcases, that this is something you guys want to continue to see happen. We enjoy the summit every single time, but that helps out more than you guys know. So thank you again. I don't want to say goodbye. I just actually want to Midwestern goodbye this forever and just not do it, but I'll probably fall asleep. So, yeah.
I also put the link from one last time if you guys like the new shirts that Ian and I and Rodolfo have been wearing. Kyle put them up on the store.
And with that said, I want to say thank you to also all the behind people that are not in front of the camera, which is a large group of people that have really put a lot of effort and time into making sure we can put the best show for you guys forward, whether it be the team from Leo's team with Grace and Casey, and then also with Kyle, and then you have Michael doing all the stuff in the background too. We've had Hashi making videos. We've had, it's all over the place. Our, you know, so many things. Our legal team, our web team, our events team. There's so many people. Our IT team has been involved. Like, there's a lot of people that have been involved to make this show happen. And I can't thank you all enough. It's tough to remember everything, but thank you all. It doesn't go unnoticed behind the camera, everything that you guys are doing, besides just me, Ian, and Rodolfo being silly in front of the camera. So thank you for everything that you've done to make this happen.
And
we couldn't do this show without you guys.
Exactly. And as promised, my next live stream, I'm going to be doing a frog sculpt. Just there you go. There's another thank you. So, but also real quick, could we throw up just a quick thank you to the sponsors one more time? Because again, they're the ones who came in really hard, really clutch, and gave away all those amazing prizes. And again, we will be, if you went ahead and did your subscription, I'm going to throw the link in the chat one more time, you know, for the giveaways before we hang up and say goodbye. Make sure that you put yourself in the lineup. So there's the link. Make sure you put yourself in the lineup. But again, thank you to all the sponsors who donated their time, effort, and all those wonderful prizes to give away. So seriously, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like we've created something here with the frogs. It's really growing here.
I love it. All
right.
Honestly, I'm gonna go home and sleep frogs.
Yeah, you're gonna dream about frogs. Instead of sheep, you're gonna dream about frogs jumping. That's the chicken.
That's it.
All right. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure. I'm Paul Gabry, a member of the ZBrush team here. Ian, it's been awesome. Rodolfo, I know you're probably listening. It's been amazing to have you in front of the camera for the first time ever. Ian, it's been an honor and a pleasure to do this with you. It's been
Always
great to do that with all you guys. Yeah.
Yep, always a pleasure, Paul. I'm Ian Robinson. I work on the ZBrush artist training sales team. I do stuff with ZBrush. I might know ZBrush just a little bit.
Yeah. Everyone have a great night. Have a great week. We will see you online.
Not if I see you first.